Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit they gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for clout, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers with words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait. See a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in the black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go with lead and knock him off his check. Let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your said he reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto F to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. Should be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door, miss
caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Get the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shoot. Building weapons and goals, you know they aim is. Living levels and smalls, don't know the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, takes like one thing for certain where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Woo. Why just break it open, make it free? Why just take control? Why just take the streets? Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, I let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies about them slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play after the grizz, everybody hurt. Whoa. Why just break it open, make it free? Why just take control? Why just take the streets? Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, I let him know. Cops ain't frame, niggas is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo.
We are back in the house one more time. 1 second. All right, get that going. Once again, on a Tuesday. Shout out to the fam. No Psycho just got through ending the stream. I didn't have a chance to put the link in the chat. Everything happening so fast, but I want to make sure that we get off to an early start since we kind of been fluttering the last couple mornings. Been dealing with situations over here, but we're still in there. What's up with it, Vyasa? Yeah, I don't mind the low numbers. Starting off, you know, I'm kind of at my limit on some of the riffraff discussion. We want to try to steer some of the conversation and balance it out with a little bit more informative type of informational type of content if we can, whenever there's availability. You know, we don't have no issues attracting ratchet and reckless crash out environment. You know, I think the line is full now. I mean, we pretty much got a truckload of applications for that. But when it comes to productive content, informative information that we can actually use and pass down, we're still coming up a little bit short on that. Just got through listening to a bunch of anti-union labor talk, anti benefit to the black community talk. Not sure how that got steered in that particular direction, but I do know that particular individual's background, so I'm not surprised. But that type of scenario, is carried over to the streets. We have to take, each individual's own perspective and put it in perspective. Somebody from the East Coast is not looking at the same thing as somebody in the South. Midwest, your perspective is different from somebody on the West Coast. So when you say all black people, who you really talking about? That definition gets thrown around. So we have people in different positions in different areas making various contributions, whether they get publicized, promoted, exposed, and highlighted. The work is still being done pretty much on the local level. We came in towards the end of yesterday's discussion in regards to Black Americans working with Caribbean and African communities as a whole. You can say that in America, you see a little bit more communicative togetherness and cohesiveness. But Black Americans are not going to the Caribbean to work. Black Americans are not going to Nigeria, Ghana, Ethiopia, Congo to work. Africans are coming to America to work. Caribbeans have been coming to America to work for obvious reasons. This is what this is for. America has always been the melting pot of labor, composed of a mixture of people from different backgrounds. So, what do you expect? What I find interesting, if you will, is the no, they don't like when I talk about uh, how much of their interest is aligned with white folks more so than black folks. Does that mean that some black people want to be white? No, they primarily aspire to what a lot of white people have or have access to, like was said yesterday. And for the most part, can't really say it's wrong, even if you get into some of the materialistic aspects of it, the luxury items, and all that. But when it comes down to the core, basic morality type of ideologies, notwithstanding certain biases, um, black people pretty much uh, have given the benefit of the doubt way more than holding steadfast, being adamant about certain issues. I've seen black people given passes to one particular group, and another group, they tend to be very biased as a whole. And that may be by age group, region, uh, depending on the background. You know, that's always debatable. You can't really put me in a box. I know people like to put me in uh, already constructed boundaries, but I don't fit in one box. So Don't take my views as the majority, or however you want to categorize. Everybody's situation is different. I'm telling you, just because someone is speaking doesn't mean the information that's coming out is beneficial or educational or positive. There is a lot of people out here that like to bump their gums. Yeah, they like to hear themselves speak, regardless of what's being said. I don't know why. I'm not really gonna try to analyze it, but it happens more often than not. The material that's been put out, as far as whew, opinions versus I don't know how to categorize this. I'm trying to be politically correct on Tuesday morning. That's probably one fault that I have. But I'm not going to be necessarily politically correct all the time. But I am going to call out a lot of what do you call it? Gibber jabber, uh, excessive yapping, and for the people that's listening, uh, regardless of your background and what your perspective is, people need to know if information is not being translated into something that's beneficial to the community. For me, now we have a whole separate industry that's dedicated to what? Entertainment, right? And that's cool. But being able to, or not being able to decipher the difference between entertainment, BS, pseudo, all the same category. What's the difference between entertainment and pseudo versus positive education, uh, tangible uh, attributes, things that can actually be used to build um, uh, foundations for communities and different sects for progression for the younger society. And that's what's not being taken into account. Some people are only interested in benefiting themselves, which usually involves adults, and they have no consideration for the next adult or the person that's coming behind them. Oh yeah. What's up with it, Joe and Star? Uh, And some of this is makeup time, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of hard to analyze it, but I don't like spending a lot of time on why people spend so much energy and so much effort on uh, circulating in meaningless discussions and meaningless uh, material, almost to the point of forcing it on others. I don't see the benefit in that. And then you catch an attitude when somebody has a different viewpoint or pushes back, calls you out about it. You want to make it personal to the point of you know unnecessary exchanges. You should be associated with a group that you know doesn't mind listening to uh, circular, round and round, redundant, uh, meaningless rhetoric, if you will. I know Roy Chess gonna pop out sooner or later. That's his favorite word. What's the reality of most population? I think most of the population uh, are interested in uh, being exposed to information that will make a difference in their lives. Like you can't tell me that most of, well, I'm just talking about the black community. No, I do not believe most of the black community only wants to be associated with entertainment and entertainment content. Now, blame that on me having a diverse type of pathway. You know, I've been in the South, been on the West Coast, been on the East Coast very shortly. Most of my travels on the East Coast have been in recent years, but I spent a lot of time in the Midwest and central part, the Mississippi River region, where a lot of black people travel. Uh, they don't really have close association with things that are related to entertainment, music, movies, Hollywood, professional athletics. It's primary blue collar labor, social services, and education. Them are the three that are associated with most black people. Teachers, working for government agencies, whether it be local, state, or like the post office, which most black people are employed by. And the labor force. Oh, you talking about dumb down conversations? I don't know, man. I ain't going that far. You want to put that on community, the population as a whole? Okay, we'll do that. We'll have to define dumb down though. Right, that's what I'm saying. um, yeah, filter out the information. But the trick is what? Uh, Knowing what to filter out. Sometimes you like, you know, some of us are a little bit biased. I'm biased. You know, that would not be a factual statement if I was to say, "Oh no, I'm very objective. I give fair chances to everyone." No, I don't. I don't give equal opportunity to everyone. I don't even give equal opportunity to all black people. You know, I'm guilty. Sorry. So I can own up to that. Call the morality police on me. File some charges. You know, I'll deal with it. Breeding. Talking about palm trees. The difference between the Ivory Coast and Indonesia farming. Yeah, that should be a very interesting discussion. Yeah, like I was saying, in terms of what most black people are involved in, and instead of saying hip hop, drill rap, and uh, you know, TV reality shows, uh, the numbers actually produce different. They tell me that it is agriculture, landscaping, farming, blue collar construction, HVAC, brick masonry, concrete. Um, Moving into this modern age in the 21st century, though, you know, the comparisons to economic evolution has put those particular fields in which I just named, at the bottom or less desired. That's why I kind of did my best to not avoid, but I kind of tipped around those particular fields, and I tried to find a shortcut, into the IT field when it comes to electrical engineering, IT, computer science, cybersecurity, and everything that comes along with uh, all that. Oh, that's cool. Post up your info if you got some. Yeah, we promote black businesses over here, especially if you're in the IT industry. So now we're getting into skilled positions. So mechanical engineers, civil engineer, electrical engineers, uh, those positions uh, provide stability, concentration, uh, you know, relative to uh, what your moral values are, for the most part, you know, they're all, long term. You're not guaranteed no matter where you are, but uh, it's definitely more stable than uh, some of the freelance positions, if you will. 23 years old, yeah, you got a long, you should be in a position to set up your foundation to dictate your future in front of you. So if you're an AI developer already at the age of 23, you know, without asking specific questions, this don't sound like you spend a lot of time uh, listening to and it's being associated with entertainment. I know when I was 23 years old, I had an American Express card in my pocket. I was involved directly in entertainment as a teenager, but I'm leaving out a lot of stuff that kind of transition that. But I just give you an idea of how short that little dream or that little phase could last. Like real talk. Getting into farming, your family owns 120 acres of land. Are you in America? Yeah. I think black people should have by now should have their own internet space. You should be able to supply hardware as well as software that primarily caters to the black community and the needs of people that seem to rely on these big corporations and these trendy uh, types of items that are not real beneficial to us. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, stick around. Yeah, I've been seeing you for a minute. Yeah, you're new, but you're not that new. So, yeah, where was I? Oh, monitoring the transition from traditional academic education to the workforce. See, a lot of social media and online discussions revolve around Entrepreneurship. Translation: own your own business. So, what's the definition of owning your own business? I owned my own business when I was in my 20s, before the internet was even really popular. But yeah, file self-employed. Um, we have the opportunity of uh, using virtuality and online services. That particular end was not available. That dynamic is very, very valuable, I think. Uh, we're actually using it now. Uh, you're in Ohio. We have some people in various parts of the country, Maryland, Texas, Oklahoma, California. These, I wouldn't have been able to uh, speak to so many people simultaneously without going through some production company when I was coming up. Either I'm going to pay a lot of money in fees, or being restricted on what I can actually put out. But as you can see, Q has transcended and used the online aspects for vital education purposes. Well respected, much accredited by professionals, throughout the diaspora. And also looking for expansion uh, as well. Not just in the U.S., but Caribbean, Nigeria, Ghana, uh, all of the continent of Africa. We should be communicating and feeding up off each other on a regular basis. Some of the time and some of the energy spent in some of these meaningless conversations, uh, could be shifted. Some of the problems could be resolved a little bit quicker, and the obstacles, could be achieved a lot faster, depending on where we put our priorities at. So we have to ask ourselves, what is our priorities, if you will. You're gonna be getting a large sum of money. But so would it be one? But hopefully we can shift some of the conversation back towards more positive discussion. I'm not a real big fan of the excessive criticism and pointing out things that that I feel that not so positive. We all can find flaws in this and that, but we definitely struggle when it comes to working towards solutions, highlighting the positives, being appreciative of the accomplishment and the accolades. And for somebody young that's coming up, they don't feel appreciated. So when we see the behaviors and the attitudes that tend to yield rebellion, disrespect, and however you want to describe it, some people scratch their head. I wonder why this person is acting like this. Well, what's going on with that person in your relationship with them. Grown people invest, you know, money. Young people invest time. So the balance is going to yield, what type of dynamic and relationship you have with that. It's going to be quality time. Is it going to be uh, beneficial? Is it going to be a lot of tension? Is it going to be, a certain comfort level to speak when something does not really line up? When two grown people have a relationship that doesn't involve money, there's usually a contract involved. You're going to do this and that. Sometimes the contract is verbal. A lot of people like guarantees and safeguards and all this stuff. So I know I'm kind of rambling and jumping around, but uh, I think the black community should be more persistent on establishing what they want, for their people. If you're not really involved or concerned of the fate with the black community, kindly step aside, please. It's cool. Some people get in the way. Want to be associated with humanity and you know everybody that you want to be associated with people that are not black. Okay, cool, but don't drag everybody else. Don't drag all the other people into a space uh, that don't have nothing to do with them. You're gonna run into a lot of conflict. Yes, I cannot wait till November 6th. this perception that either a man or a woman is going to determine my fate. It's getting kind of ridiculous. So have at it for the next, what is it? Next next Tuesday, right? Yeah, next week. Going down to the final seconds. But yeah, back on education and informative information. Uh, I'm not too sure on the schedules of some of the regulars. I know Identity, me, and G.A. Price, and Smear, and a lot of the other professionals dedicating their time to the institute, and so we definitely want to invite some of the newer people that may be involved into uh, various STEM subject fields to make their contributions as needed. I know for the next few days, at least for the next week or so, it's going to be kind of difficult to skip around the political conversation. So once we squeeze that out, we're going to probably develop and get together a little bit more organized content type of situation. I know it's been uh, many moons since we have our Tech Tuesday segments. Not to say though, still been a lot of progress. It's not been lost cause. Tech Tuesday has turned into uh, Tech Weekend, actual contributions, mostly directed towards the youth, where it's mostly needed. And yeah, we're still only about a little bit over a month before the scheduled next science fair as well. So the plate and the list of things to do is quite extensive. So that should be all the reasons to focus a little bit less on some of the entertainment type of subject matter. It's not really doing anything. And some of that other subject matter as well. You know what I'm talking about? Some of that 1,000-year history. What's up with it, King Hayes? Was that that's somebody in the chat, ain't it? I appreciate it. What's up with the brother Chuku? Yeah, I'm trying to get that second cup of caffeine in, get me going, get y'all going for a Tuesday. Try to keep the discussion somewhat informative. Man, I hate to keep focusing on some of the things that we can do without, and that's reality. We'll deal with some of the you know less than desirable behaviors when they pop up, but let's see if we can at least devote uh, 1 hour, 2 hours, and then you know balance it out. Somebody might come through. Got a lot of built up on their chest. We let them get that out. Go back to the content. Go back to promoting black business. Go back to the network. It's a lot of networking that goes on over here as well. What's up with it, Skinny? Summer Gardeners. What's up? Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I I wanted to go live Sunday morning, man. You know that day I said I was gonna go live and I rebooted, and I was dealing with technical issues and other issues ever since then, man. I didn't get to see one football game yesterday. I mean Sunday. But it's all right. Yeah, I couldn't go 2 days in a row without at least making sure that the people have some place to come and network like they've been doing. For the most part, it's not been really been negative overall. You know, uh, we had a lot of new people come through, especially over the last few months. I'm not really seeing an influx of uh, just random folks come through without uh, you know any particular agenda. For the most part, people come through, and my feedback has been pretty much, uh, yeah, they're interested. This is something new. It's not like they have going different platforms and channels, and the content creator, is actually in charge of an institute uh, that educates children, not just in the Brooklyn in New York, but all across the diaspora. Like, what other content creator has an online education institute? No Google, no Wiki. You should be able to do that off the top of your head as long as you've been on YouTube. Is there anybody else to that extent that focuses on African based history and specific STEM subject fields? or any education institute. I'll even open it up to that. So you can't be more appreciative than that. I don't know what to tell you about that. Because if that was going on back in my day, I'd definitely be further ahead. Oh yeah, yeah. We had been going shit around the clock. Yeah, I was on some working on fumes that day. But I did want to go though. I felt kind of messed up about everything. But that's me. I'm guilty of putting the people's interests ahead of my own, you know. That's where I was brought up actually. Uh, Not saying that, you got to make sure yourself is straight, obviously, before you venture out. But uh, I had my own personal gratification in some of the short term things that I wanted to do. Yes, a lot of things that I didn't accomplish or was able to achieve. But I'm not saying everything was a total failure. Uh, I've been in the business of not dealing with the public per se, but I don't know. It's kind of tricky on how to word it. Serving the community. Forget all that political correct stuff. However you serve the community. No, not on the street. Uh, you know, not that type of serving. Uh, but your basic social worker, uh, your landscape worker or business owner, your uh, contractor, construction worker or owner, your uh, uh, electronic uh, communication, uh, technical uh, developer, engineer, skilled worker. Who on here has no use for a cell phone repair guy? Does anybody on here don't need a cell phone repair guy in any capacity? Everybody on here knows everything about cell phones that they don't need nobody to know how to fix it, right? That's a factual statement. I'm not sure. Uh, Agriculture. Can anybody get by without food in some sort of capacity? Now, you are one special individual if you can get through your day and you don't have to spend no time worrying about quote unquote food. Yeah, so you see how long that list goes, right? I ain't even get into some of the political municipal positions of government, law enforcement, the legal fields. We can get into all that type of stuff that black people have always been involved in. I'm still trying to think of what industry or what field that black people haven't been, pretty much in there. Yeah, the STEM field. Yeah, we're at the bottom, and we need more people into STEM. But I'm also saying that uh, that could be applied to other areas as well. You're looking into how you can utilize tech to uh, better animal control. Okay, you must be in the South. I remember last time I was in Carolina. Yeah, I seen an old-fashioned dog catcher truck. Yeah, I never saw the word animal control till I got up north. Down south, it was the dog catcher. That's it. Well, they pretty much dealt with a lot more than dogs, though. But yeah, merging agriculture and landscaping with modern technology. Yes, even over in Africa, specifically Congo, parts of Ghana, Nigeria. They're using drones to survey and assess various crops. And that's actually been going on for quite some time, at least before the pandemic, just based on some videos. What do black people over in America do with drones? And do we know that many people that are affiliated with that? All right, so I'll leave that alone. But I mean, you get my point. So there's plenty of room for advancement. Uh, for me, uh, I kind of assess and look at what's already available. It's already built. It's already laid out. And the difference between that and having the creative mind to establish, create from scratch, lay out boundaries and rules and regulations, being able to delegate various levels of authority, even. Some people just not equipped on that level, and that's fine too. I think there's a position for a lot of people in different areas. And life has always been a mixture of various types of interest and skill level. And sometimes my perspective not may not necessarily be the same as it was years back, 10 years back, 20 years back. I wasn't necessarily thinking about the masses and uh, down the line. Oh, yeah. I think I was in Alabama, parts of Tennessee, I seen pest control. They had these machines that look like almost like dump trucks, right? And they have sprayers on the end, nozzles. So if you live up north or on the west coast, you have no idea what I'm talking about. But yeah, spraying for mosquitoes is an industry uh, in Mississippi, the Carolinas, South Georgia, uh, Louisiana. Yeah, that's a business. It's high paying contracts as well. People that live up in Michigan, uh, Illinois, Wisconsin, Ohio, Northern Indiana, Minnesota, uh, being able to uh, control snow and ice for local and residential areas is a business. The people in Texas, Florida, Carolina, Georgia, I mean, they don't know nothing about snow plows and stuff like that. So the interest is going to be, it's going to vary where we at. Yeah, it even snowed in South Africa. I get it. One video, right? Yeah, it snowed in Baghdad, Iraq in 2006, I think. But it's not going to be a regular thing. So yeah, mosquito truck. That's what I was trying to say. I did not know that mosquitoes was a thing in the Red River Valley district, though. I thought maybe the temperature might have been a little bit excessive. But yeah, infrared sensors. Yeah, we just need a team that only focuses on infrared sensors. So that could be infrared sensors for drones, infrared sensors for cars, infrared sensors for automatic doors, garages, uh, infrared sensors for cooking equipment. Anybody hinting on what am I getting at? A market there needs to be cornered. That's just one. We should be able to have specialized core. Hey, it's like we can say not just Asians, but specific people from Korea. You know, have a corner on the wig and hair market for Black folks. See how I switched that up real quick? Where are we in the fashion industry? You know, even in terms of uniform type of equipment, raw materials, sewing machine. Is that an interest, or do we want to look like everybody else? I certainly don't want to. You said urban animals. Sound like you borderline talking about some old Discovery Channel stuff like monitoring uh, dolphins and tiger sharks and stuff. But I see where you're going on that, and that could be very valuable as well. I think my bag on that. I hadn't intended on doing an hour-long monologue, but I was just trying to change the dynamic and the mood of some of these past few engagements that we've been having as of late. I don't see what the big threat is. If somebody has a different opinion of you, I mean, do you really feel so involved about somebody disagreeing with you that you uh, want to run your blood pressure up or you know step over the edge? No, you go right up to the edge of the borderline on tiptoes like Michael Jackson, but you never cross it though. You may uh, yell and scare and you know have others to believe you're gonna cross it, but for the most part, most people they don't want to cross that line. It don't benefit uh, either party. Yeah, so let's get back to collaborating, networking, inspiring, if you will, a little bit more. You don't necessarily have to have a total open attitude about everything, but if it's not really threatening, to a degree, you know, what's the damage? So we only got it's already November, so we only got one more year, one more month left, uh, and 2025 is here, just like that. 5 years. We had the pandemic. It's 2025, and then how long it's gonna take before 2030 is here? We're gonna blow through this decade and accomplish what? 10 years. I'm looking at my particular path from you might well say Obama to the pandemic. Those 12 years, 2008 through 2020. Network acquired a lot of assets. Did I come short some of my goals and aspirations? Yes. But was I able to make progress in other areas which I never thought of? Yes. Did I meet people that I thought I'd never meet? Yes. Did I go places and experience different things that I probably never would have dreamed of as before? Yes. Did I have people randomly just tell me that they felt that what I was a part of was beneficial to them, other than things not related to traditional entertainment? Yes. So if you don't have a moderator status in the chat, you can hit the link and put your business in the back chat on the panel, or you can come up on the panel and promote your business. For those who are listening, because we do have people from different backgrounds, and let's just get it out there. You know, there are some people that are not black that come to this channel on a regular basis. You know, people from the Hispanic community, people from the what is the white community? I don't know, but yeah, there are white people that come here regularly to see what we're talking about, what we're doing. Hey, what they doing over there on that Pan African channel? Some of it may be for entertainment. Others just may be curious as hell. Don't white people? Don't black people go to white channels to see what they talking about? I do. I don't click the link and hop up on their panels and pretend that I'm, I don't do all that. But yeah, I check them out, see what's up. What makes you think that white people are not over here checking us out? Don't y'all always say the government always watching us? And when you say the word government, who do you really mean when you say the government? Do that mean an equal amount of black folks and white folks, or do that mean majority of one particular group or type of people when it comes to the United States, USA? So yeah, we definitely are going to try and promote more accessibility to the things that real simply, just things that are more beneficial to the black community, yo. I don't know how much more simple I can put it. What's missing in the black community that the black community needs, specifically your community? And then that's your answer. Can you achieve those particular obstacles and resolve those issues without associating with a white person? Maybe not all of them. You should be able to utilize your resources more efficiently. Sometimes the most popular or the largest of your particular choices, may not necessarily fit your particular needs. That's why some of the smaller businesses especially the black-owned businesses, that they don't get a lot of credit. They're not acknowledged as being beneficial. Yes, it's almost time for the school bus. That 7:55 bus. See what time my bus comes. My bus came early. I grew up in the South. See, we was at the bus stop at 6:45. I don't know this new 21st century public school situation. Got class starting at 9 o'clock and all that. I don't know. That's new to me. He was already in second period by 9 o'clock when I was coming up. Half the morning gone. Hold on. Yeah, so in the meantime, too, we have some people come up. Want to take a little snapshot of some news events other than politics and entertainment, if that's the thing. And then in the meantime, I'm going to make an attempt to reload on some caffeine. So far, all I see is politics, politics. The McDonald's E. coli story didn't hurt their overall earnings report. Remember when McDonald's was the only one with the dollar menu, and then everybody followed, and then all that went away. Council of Fashion Designers of America. Not so sure if I even knew that was a thing. Yeah, boy. Let's see how long I can keep going without mentioning that person's name. Oh yeah, baseball's in the news. I think. Oh, the Dodgers have a Japanese pitcher. I was wondering why Wale was on his Asian kick yesterday. Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post. Yeah, I saw Dr. Phil endorse Trump. Mail-in ballots. Uh, a northern Minnesota woman is accused of trying to submit a mail-in ballot for her mother, who's recently deceased, is now facing three felony charges for illegal voter fraud. Yeah, who's that telling me about Pepsi uh, laying off workers? I think it was it yesterday on the south side of Chicago. Skinny. They was just talking about Teamsters Union and unionizing on PsychoStream on the last stream. So this is why you had Pastor have his viewpoints about the whole union situation. This would be Teamsters Union number local 727, which represents plant factory workers, said they were notified by an email sent by the attorneys of Pepsi. But the union says Pepsi violated federal law, which requires employees to give at least 60 days, not 60 minutes, of advance notice or mass layoffs of locations that involve 50, at least a minimum of 50 employees. So we'll see how that turn out. But in English, for those who are not familiar with the hell I'm talking about, Yeah, everything happened so fast, Jihad. I'm not sure what the final decisions are made. I guess that's being worked out literally as we speak. Uh, like I said, there was no notice given, so nobody had. I mean, who had time to figure out some sort of plan? Obviously, Pepsi did not come up with a plan. Apparently, there was a fairly new contract that was just negotiated this summer with Pepsi. Yeah, one of the chatters in the chat, Brazilian Monk, he is employed by Pepsi, so it's not in the Chicago area, but certainly some devastating news to some long dedicated workers in that particular area. And yes, this weekend, Saturday night, is the night uh, that the clocks go back for daylight savings time. Pretty much we're on automated time right now, unless you have a watch or some manual clock. Uh, shouldn't be in too bad of a shape. But if you're one of the last holdouts like me, the clock on my stove is manual. Yeah, I still have to do that. And I still have watches. Still got a couple pocket watches that have been manually set. So something tells me that I should have known about Jeff Bezos owning the Washington Post. Oh yeah, I left off on that, right? Apple is releasing free software update that will apply artificial intelligence into its iPhone 16. Going up against the S-24, I guess. That's a quick spin on some of the immediate news. What's going on in Florida? Oh yeah, alligator catcher. Yeah, coming up as a child, I didn't know North Florida had bears. Yeah, bears and Florida never came together until I seen the sign that said, "Hey, watch out." So that's part of animal control. Very familiar with the deer, if you will. It's definitely that time of year, the Midwest, the continental areas. Yeah, even in the parts of Virginia. Uh, yeah, nobody's really immune to not having deer in their area. Oh yeah, was that from Florida? By accident? Oh no, that's a different one. Thanks. You saying Black Mom? Yeah, that could be the topic, brother Chuku. Uh, Successful, it can be relative, if you will. I know in me naming some of the job fields, I kind of left out the medical industry, which has always been a part of uh, the black community, at least me coming up. Nursing school, uh, not so much dentistry, uh, but black nurse has always been like a staple. The black neurosurgeon, black heart surgeon, maybe not so much. The black eye doctor, maybe not so much. So you get my drift right there, right? Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, maybe in the same story. Yeah, what's being communicated? Uh, is education being communicated when two people are going back and forth? Is there learning involved, or what's happening? Yeah, we can always switch it up and modify it if y'all like. That's part of the benefits as well. You don't necessarily have to be tied down to one specific narrative uh, throughout the entire trip. So yeah, you know, not saying anything, but yeah, there is a level of flexibility, which is another unique feature of this platform to allow that to take place. Trying to multitask. Let's see what we got. Okay, yeah, yeah. Those are some valuable and I would think relative core values. Yeah, there would be no education if there's not communication. And reckless communication or uh, inadequate communication does not translate into quality education. We've all had the teacher, the instructor who had knowledge. They knew uh, different things about what they were speaking about. The ability to convey that to children, students, and that was another whatever, right? Some people's tolerance, uh, different than others. All right, all right, all right. So, by my mom being a teacher, English teacher specifically, certain subject matter became less, I guess, wasn't necessarily easier, but I probably bypassed and was able to avoid some of the other challenges, if you will, that other kids in my age group face when it came to reading, language, and all those subject matter that came with that. And math was not really her strong point, but you know, there were people in her circle that knew about math, of course. I definitely was lined up with way more people that had my interests at heart versus people that were working against me. But I also was inquisitive as well. I wasn't necessarily the one that just accepted information, regardless of who was putting out, how they was putting it out, when they was putting out, and all that. I wanted to know why things were happening. I wanted to understand how things work for the most part. Why are why are black people being taught to speak this language, such as English, if you will, and no focus, minimal focus, zero focus on African dialect, no focus on African culture and traditions. I grew up when everything in Africa was bad, just like everything in Russia was bad. Russia was the communists that wanted to kill all Americans. And Africa was the land of the ravaged, the poor, the starving, just no interest whatsoever. But you, you still continue as a government to post up and set up uh, shops on that continent. You study, repeat back to me that this is something that not to be desired. Even in your depiction of the TV series Roots, it wasn't necessarily a positive depiction, if you will, in the media. At least I didn't perceive it that way as being primarily positive. What's up, Big Ups? My bad. I'm trying to cheat. Trying to cheat. Getting down to the last couple of days of the month, coming into a new month. All right, back. Got to remember to take out my yeah, I got some frozen meats I need to unthaw. Getting into the winter months, it's gonna be soup and chili season coming at us, and y'all can hear in my voice that I have been outside without a jacket for too long. But yeah, I'll probably pick up some ginger later today. Ain't gonna let that hold me back. All right, gotta keep them devices, keep them lithium batteries energized, if you will. All right, and yeah, don't worry about the link. We get the link posted as soon as possible. And yes, good communication is important in developing your relationship uh, with the younger generation and the people in your community as well. A lot of us like to think of when we're talking about education, uh, we're kind of drawn to the traditional teacher-student relationship, which is fine. That's cool. But the adults also are in a education type of dynamic, whether it may not be formal or not. I learned quite quickly that it's a lot of adults running around with insufficient educational skills to function in society. That I'm gonna just be straight up with you. Now, is it intentional? Are they an immediate threat? I don't know. Maybe not so much, but other adults that are equipped and have a level of education to function in society, uh, there's nothing wrong with quote unquote calling that out, being able to be uh, a I don't know, maybe a mentor. You not necessarily yourself, but if you are in contact with someone at your job, in your residence, in your day-to-day routines, and somebody that's grown, walking around in society, and their mentality or education level is, let's call it for what it is. You know, now some people may interpret what I just said as bashing black folks. No, I am not. I'm saying someone who has acquired a business, right? Let's say a landscaping business or a construction business, home repair, something, dealing with the public, right? You dealing with the public, but uh, you're not so uh, uh, educated in basic math or business, period. You may not want to invest into uh, furthering your education, hiring someone who is qualified and educated to handle the accounting end of your said business that could work towards your detriment. Learning how to communicate with customers, especially customers that are To some degree, it may be on a level of whatever. They may be having a bad day. They may make a comment. Some people can handle it differently. Other people, they may take it personal. Now, I'm not saying let the customers always right and let anything fly. But there is a level of quote unquote discernment, if you will. And what's the liability? I've seen plenty of cases where the worker, the employee, the business owner, the contractor did everything by the book. It was polite, covered all their tracks, uh, did everything they could to make that transaction go smooth as possible, and still not appreciated, even to the point of uh, false accusations. It's just, hey, that's part of the game. Somebody's having a bad day, somebody having a bad week, month, year, their whole life might be messed up. The sooner you can recognize it, assessing on how to manage it, minimize the cost, minimize the loss, recognize the signs, and that's it. Some people want to prove their point, be loud. And it's not really beneficial. That's all. Is that on? My bad, y'all. Got many different tasks on my plate and the list, and everything gonna get done. Don't worry about it. There's gonna be other people coming up on the panel and speaking and putting out information. Got a long way to go. We just started a couple of hours ago. We'll be well into the morning and deep into discussion. Uh, in either a topic that you can relate to or something that you can learn. If it's not that topic, the next topic gonna come around. If you would like some specific information on any topic, subject matter, whether it's STEM based, African based, you don't have to wait on the email to send those suggestions over. Because I certainly have more than one email that I check and had for quite some time. My business email, ooh, I created that in 2002. 22 years. Met a lot of different people with that. Sorry, y'all. Today is my pickup day for trash. So I don't have the luxury of going to the end of the hallway, flipping over one top, and that's it. I'm still in the take it to the curb and drag it back club. Yeah, for those in the South, they probably can relate more than people up north in the northeast corner. Shout out to the recycle crew. Our recycle have been coming later and later in the summer months. One time they came as late as like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know what happened. Uh, but we have various construction projects going on right now in our area. I think AT&T is laying down some fiber optics, and our particular city government is spending all of that Biden infrastructure bill. So we're having various road closures and other things being dug up before the hard winter hits. A lot of land surveyors and civil engineers on the job, if you will. Why would I know anything about voodoo? What is it about voodoo that's so interesting to you? Out of all the things that have been transpired on social media, that's one topic that I rarely see. I don't really see people on the internet talking about voodoo. I don't know. That's that's Wale's topic. I do know people that know about it and are involved in it, but I don't want my name being associated with referral. If it's just going to be somebody being nosy, yeah, I lose all my other benefits that I have with them. So I'm not going to tell them. I'm not going to tell you who they are and send you to them if all you're going to do is be nosy and go to another channel and talk shit about them. Then I got to hear from them. Why did you send that woman over here? She was just asking questions relentlessly. You going to deem today no pseudo day? Oh boy, I would love to see that. That's almost as revolutionary as having a U.S. president with two black parents. Yeah, Halloween is nothing that black people are concerned with. That's not a tradition that's celebrated by black people. That's some white folks shit. Absolutely has zero benefit. My apologies for the language, but that's another tradition which I hate I ever got involved in, along with Christmas, along with Easter, and all the rest of them non-productive, bank account draining, racist holidays. Hold on a second. All right, all right. Did it rain last night? Damn, it did. Hmm. I don't see any benefit to those particular traditions that don't have anything to do with Africa. But some people are okay with making sure that they promote, they worship, and they put all things that's related to Europe on a pedestal, and then make sure that anything that's related to Africa stay at the bottom, and it's in negative. It's dark, it's black, it's evil, less than acceptable for society. Ain't nothing African about Christmas, Easter, or any of them other holidays. What's up with it? What's up, Miss Camille? Thank you for chiming in. Mm. Let's see. Do you need communication to establish education, or do you need to be educated on how to communicate? This one of them chicken and the egg situations. I'm just throwing it out there just to get the juices flowing. There's no right or wrong answer. At least I don't think so. I may be off. I don't know how someone can be deemed in terms of relative to how we judge education without effective communication. And then how can you communicate if you're not being taught how to communicate, knowing when to say stuff, knowing how to say it, how to convey it in terms of tone of voice and responses and whatever. So yeah, it's kind of tricky. Yeah, yeah. That was my initial. I think I got sidetracked when I was uh, differentiating education from the teacher-student type of situation to the adult on adult. I hear it all the time. I'm not teaching no grown person how to do this and how to do that. Well, you're gonna get the results of, let's see, what do you call that? Neglect. Just like you can neglect kids and students, you can neglect your neighbor, your brother, your sister, however you want to label that as well. I don't really call it teaching. There's no, depends on how you qualify it. So the teacher-student situation, a lot of people look at that as, position of authority and try to compare it to law enforcement or some legal jurisdiction. They don't really deem teacher as being a peer group or part of your peer group, especially when it comes to adult on adult. I remember when I was being trained on how to work on computers, hardware and software. They were especially keen on being sure that I knew what the hell I was doing to make their job easier, or their part of the job or task easier. Hold on one second. Yeah, that person has no desire to go to a mechanic and get that copyrighted situation squared away. He's gonna run that car till the wheels fall off. That's a newer truck there. At least that first car was a lot older, but it's gonna be getting too cold to be riding around with some car that's making too much noise. Adult education topic. Oh, so the only adults that are illiterate, or most of the adults that are illiterate, are in jail, huh? That's how it is over in the UK. Yeah, we need to know what's going on in the UK, because there's way more illiterate people walking around in the streets in the US that's not in jail. Yeah, community growth and development. Let's see. So are we taught how to learn, or do we learn how to teach? What's up with it? I may have a signal issue coming up very shortly. On my location. Let me see, can I scoot around this? What's up, Wale? What's up, Miss Ryan? Okay, we got some DEI comments. It's more vital to learn how to teach. Where are we getting our references in terms of not only how to teach, but what to teach? I'm looking through my files. I'm going back, and that's pretty far. Maybe y'all can help me out or do our own self-assessment. What was the first thing that you learned how to do? Was there anything that you learned on your own? And what was the teacher that taught you how to do what? What was that? What was that skill or knowledge level? I definitely had some people that made an attempt to teach me certain things or expose me to uh, various things that was detrimental to the community. But by then, make a logical decision not to engage. So the first thing you learn how to do was communicate, not necessarily talk, maybe sign language, head movements. hmm It's tough for me. I was kind of active coming up. The teacher is taught how to identify and teach different types of learning. Different types. Oh, I thought he said Michael Knight. I'm scrolling back too far. My bad. Yeah. I don't know. I wasn't really. I don't know. I guess I could ask my mom. I guess. Yeah, that's the thing. How do you know if somebody is able to listen and comprehend what you're telling them? How do you know if another person is perceiving or observing uh, the same thing that you observe or perceive. So if you can't determine if somebody is listening the same as you hear, seeing the same thing that you see, how can you determine if they feel the same way you feel? So that's three things right off the bat that are key variables on how different people manage and operate through societies and communities on a day-to-day basis. Yeah, that's about how far I go back. Yeah, anything before 5 years old is kind of murky. I remember being taught how to ride a bike without no training wheels. It was kind of adventurous. Right, it's a different level of comprehension. What's up with it, Wale?
Hey, Dev, I heard y'all talking about my favorite subject, man.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I'd pitch in and give you a little perspective on how they used to do us today. You know, when I was a youth going to school, and they always preached to us one thing. I just tell you straight up, they always preached to us this one thing. All the teachers did. They say, we're here to teach you how to think. They made that implicit. They made that higher on the scale than any subject matter or anything. They were teaching us how to think. And then when I went to science class, the teacher would say, I'll teach you how to think about science so that you can go past what you're being taught in a book and you know how to think yourself. The same thing with English. Reading and writing, they would lay it out. The fundamentals, you know, like I was talking about syntax, stuff like that, and then tell you how to think about it. That's how they are. Math, same way, told us how to think about it. That's why a lot of our students were able to go to calculus and stuff right away, because they had a thought about it. It never defeated them. They never thought, oh, math, I can't do. No, they taught us how to think about a thing and therefore be able to accomplish it. And that's just, you know, was the focus.
So I get what you're saying in terms of being able to make decisions mentally before you perceive, but were you not thinking before you went to the classroom?
I'm saying they taught us how to think. A person can run before they go to gym, but before they go to track or something. But then when they go, when the coach teaches them how to run,
Yeah.
They always running.
Hmm.
Now the coach gonna teach them how to jump.
Right. No, I get what you're saying. Like I said, I was talking about perception earlier in terms of what the teacher was looking at, what the teacher heard may not necessarily be what the student hears or sees.
For sure.
So once again, even though like you said, they've been taught how to critically think or think, period, it's
Mm-hmm.
still the way that particular teacher. It's the teacher's perception.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if one student, two students, the entire class uh, has the same similar perception as the teacher. Maybe a portion of those students or some students could uh, be kept away, deprived, or not being allowed to have a different perspective, if you will. Not necessarily saying that if you have a different perspective, it's automatically wrong, but we're still, you know, isolating them and putting them in this, you know, streamlined situation of education. So as long as you see it the way Mrs. Jones sees it, then that's it, and no other choices. I guess. I don't know. Like I said, I'm just throwing around subject matter. That's all.
The thing I've found since I've been on my own teaching, I've only been teaching a short while, maybe 20 years or so. But since I've been on my own teaching, I've learned something very important to myself for teaching, which is if when the student wants to learn, any and everything can be the student's teacher.
For sure.
I know some of the teachers, when I got further along, would say their thing is to get us to be interested in the material, to be interested in math, to be that thing was to get us interested in the material. We'll learn it once we're interested in it. That was some teachers' perspective. Once we're interested in it, we will learn it because that's how they figured, people work. They do what they're interested in. Some students didn't do math. They're not interested in it. It's not because they can't do math or they dumb or something. They're just not interested in it. Some people are interested in stories and reading and writing and stuff, and they're going to go for that like a bulldog. Some people are interested in science. They're going to do the same thing. But if they're not interested in reading, they're not going to, you can teach all day, they ain't going to learn nothing because they ain't interested. They might learn a little. I ain't going to say nothing, but they're really not interested. If they're not interested, not much learning going to go on. So that's why a lot of teachers say, keep your class interesting. Keep it interesting because the students will bug right off. The mind, any student, they can be 50 or 30 or 3 years old. Their mind going to bug off if they're not interested.
Yeah, I get it. The interesting, that's relative as well. I would say intriguing or attentive probably would be a little bit more accurate description than me. I don't necessarily need to be interested in a particular topic for me to have a desire or to be motivated to acquire the information. Like
international and geopolitics, things that happen in foreign countries. Not really interesting to me. Like me having an affiliation with things that happen in Poland, Moscow, Berlin. I don't have. I can relate by doing what? There's no similarities nowhere. I don't speak the language. I don't do the culture. I don't have any direct lineage, blood-wise, for family. Like there's really no similarities whatsoever. But I find myself having to click and go into detail about certain news stories that involve all those subject matters for long periods of time.
And what's the reason? What's your reason for doing that?
I don't know if it's one thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me one thing though, at least one. You might have.
I never dissected it. I never broke it down and say, why am I interested in geopolitical events and different events? Yeah, I was in the military like you. I was directly affiliated with situations that happen in Kuwait, if you will. Maybe that has something to do with it. But even before I went in the military, I was a teenager sitting in front of the TV watching PBS and the Oliver North trials. All the other teenagers, they were watching something else. They weren't watching that. I was.
Somewhere.
So I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. I woke up this morning. They told, with a statement, and it goes something like this: most people in the world swear by their ancestors and their elders, seemingly.
They did what?
Not. They swear by their ancestors and their elders. Our people swear at their ancestors, their elders.
Yeah, I hear a lot of that talk going around. I think most of it is just artificial propaganda. But
well, of course, I'm going by experience. I only go about my experience. I don't care about no propaganda. Like the guys say, believe none of what you hear and half of what you see. That's what half of what you see. Yeah.
Yeah.
And none of what you hear.
Yeah.
So being out here like this, like I am now, dealing with people on the internet and the different places, because I'm in several groups, internet groups and stuff on different apps and stuff. And I was saying that I hear people talk as though those people the people that I'm in the groups with don't even exist, because there's indigenous groups in the Caribbean. That's how they sponsor. Refer to themselves, indigenous groups of the Caribbean. So when I hear people like and talking about, oh well, see, in the Caribbean, nobody is into that, and he lying, or he just don't know. I'm gonna just say he just don't know, because I'm a member of at least two groups maybe 3, I don't know, but at least 2 that are indigenous groups in the Caribbean, in the islands. That how they put it, island indigenous. One is called, and they that's what I was telling what's his name once about Lance. One of the people I'm dealing with in that group, she's important to the group. She set it up. She has a Jewish, Sephardic Jewish ancestry that came over to the islands from someplace Lance be talking about, Spain, Portugal, something like that. You know, that kind of attitude. But that's actually in their family line. They got a history. Their history was not as decimated as some histories are in America. So, I mean, you know, stories of people, you know what I mean by that. The people and their family stories and all that kind of stuff. Some people's family stories are intact for generations. And of course, some people aren't. But I know the people in the islands that I speak to, some of them are definitely intact. They go back generations. And still, with that, they are indigenous. And they talk the story about people coming and all that kind of stuff. They know about all that, but they say they have their own perspective on all that as far as the islands are concerned. And what I talk to people from about at least 7 different islands. I can say that comfortably, 7 different islands.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, dude.
Bass, what's up with it?
Not too much. I don't think it's not something you guys don't know, but since it hasn't been said in the chat, and you gotta forgive me if it was discussed as I was getting the kids ready for school. But in regards of communication, a vital part of that is something that we see demonstrated, or a lack of it demonstrated, on these panel discussions, and that's the ability to listen. That's probably more fundamental in communicating than the ability to articulate oneself, which is a huge part of communication. You know, the output of the message, but the input is just as vital. And that's a key component to education, the ability to listen and learn. So I just wanted to throw that in just for conversation's sake.
Nah, you exemplary. I think somebody touched it. But yeah, it's way more speaking than listening. Even yesterday, we saw that example go down with Q and Jamar specifically. But that's seems to be a more common than not type of behavior that not only goes on panels and social media, but throughout the routine of their regular day. And if you're doing it with your family members, whether it's your kids, spouse, your brother, neighbor, whatever, definitely can snowball and roll into more chaotic and complex type of situations. Yeah, what's up with the ABL? I seen your comment about Buddha. Yeah. Man, boy, you made that turn? Huh? That's you and me? uh, yeah. So what we come up with? Do we learn how to communicate, or do we communicate to to learn? Was that the Carter's going through to make sure people had the right items in the recycle bin? Yeah, definitely listening. Listening is very key into effective communication. Listening and communication skills, being able to comprehend. Just because you heard something, that doesn't automatically translate into comprehending what you heard. Boy, it seems like it's a lot of noise out. Most of those sirens y'all hear in the background, most of that is ambulance.
But Deb,
Hmm?
doesn't it seem more fitting that a person would learn how to communicate when they learn how to talk? You don't wait till you're 30, 50 years old to learn how to communicate. What were you doing all those years?
Yeah, communication involves speaking, but there are other ways to communicate other than using your vocal cords. That's what I was saying. How do you know the way that you are communicating is the effective way?
You want to say that again?
Yeah. Are we speaking to our children and our peers the same way we speak to our colleagues and coworkers?
I should
Some of
hope
the
not.
Yeah. So that's a different. That's yeah. That's different. That's different ways of learning, if you will. I guess.
With
So
different
that's
depths. I mean, I'm
yeah.
intimate with my friends. I'm not intimate with my coworkers. I'm not going to refer to them in the
Right.
same manner. That don't make sense to me. I go to the grocery store and start being intimate with the doggone clerk. There's limitations and reservations and places to put different things. And if you're the same with your coworker as you are with your wife and your brother,
Yeah.
to me that would be an issue to me. But hey, do your thing.
Yeah. I'm not sure if there's a consensus on how we communicate with different groups of people. Is it 8:30? And maybe the school public school system is different. But if I'm standing at a bus stop at 8:30, what time am I getting out of school? Yeah, 8:30 was we was almost going to second period. 8:30 when I was coming up.
Oh, I could dig it.
That's got to be one of the quietest bus stops I ever heard. Maybe they saving all their energy till they get to school. But I just walked past about 15 middle schoolers waiting on the bus. I didn't see anybody on their phone either, though. I don't know what type of phone policy they have, but they all got at the bus stop at the last minute. Like they all on the bus now. 60 seconds later. Anyway,
Anyway,
yeah, communication, listening, speaking. Everybody has their own dynamics.
it seems to me that most important. Oh, is this thing on? It seems to
Yeah,
me that one of the important things about communication would be understanding of the medium. When a
yeah,
person don't know what words mean, yet you're busy speaking those words just because it's in the language, don't mean they can understand it if they don't know the words. Even in their own, what they call home language, they may not know the words, and therefore communication is going to be affected adversely for sure. And then not only the meaning of the word, but the usage of it and stuff like that. And then, of course, there's the prejudice involved, like some words trigger people. I'm understanding.
trigger.
Yeah. So that's a whole nother mess of non-community. We're not going to get very far with that going on either. I'm just saying.
No, you're definitely right about that. So for those who are coming in, I appreciate it. Even though we're now on communication and developing the effective ways of building and developing our community building blocks. We're certainly always in the mode of promoting entrepreneurship and Black-owned businesses. So feel free to click the link. I'll put the link in a second. If the moderators haven't done so, we'll have it pinned up and promote your Black business. If you don't have a website or a link, social media, you can definitely post up the business location, contact info, and let us know. Give us feedback on the type of business or service they provide. That goes for online also. Doesn't have to be brick and mortar. We're in modern technology now, so let's not limit ourselves, if you will. So I had to plug that in. Go ahead, Wale, if you was talking about something else. He probably back and forth. Hold on, man. Let me get on the laptop. I put your link in
I
there.
was busy talking. If I was busy talking from the time you say Wale something, that I started, because what you had said about the brick and mortar reminded me of the pandemic. And during the pandemic, I was helping some students through a teacher reference program online to stay up with their math, because that's what I teach, math mostly, with academic thing. And I was able to help those students through their math and stuff like that. During the pandemic, they couldn't go to class. So there's a lot that can be done on the internet around the world, actually, with different connections. And I thought that was very good that you mentioned that. It's not, don't require brick and mortar, man. A community, nothing requires big brick and, we could see things requiring less brick and mortar to be a group, or to be a establishment. I appreciate what you said about that. Yep. And I understand there's something. The school with Cuba got some online presence too with teaching and this and that. So I suggest, because my big thing is, I put it in the chat everywhere. When a person says these people are oppressing me, I'm not sending my children to be educated by someone I feel is oppressing me. That don't make sense to me. So, the whatever we could do, an hour a day to get our children taught by our own people and start getting them into that line of, what's up. That's all. It seems like that would help. Make the students.
How can we determine if we're getting oppressed?
Oh, about that, I don't know. I'm not oppressed. So I know some people say that they are oppressed and they be talking about the oppressor. I hear these words, man. So I don't use them necessarily because I don't feel oppressed. I have no oppressor. I'm on a different. I think that I see it different. But I hear people saying that. They are enemy. They trying to do. And I'd be like, okay, well, why are you sending your children to learn from them? That don't make sense to me. That's where I'm putting that at. I'm not saying you should feel oppressed or you do have an enemy. Matter of fact, I say we have no enemy. That's really my position.
So how would you label them? People taking up space?
What do you mean? Label who?
The people that teaching our kids. Or those who other people are deemed oppressors, I guess.
I'm saying, should you feel that you are being oppressed, should you feel that you have an enemy, and should you take your child to that enemy or that oppressor to be educated? That's my position with that.
Oh, you saying you saying if whoever you deem as your oppressor? Oh, okay, I get you now. My bad. What's up with it, Meta? I get you.
Right. Okay. Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Proper communication.
Yeah, that's what that was. That was clarification and comprehension.
Life beautiful, man. Life is so beautiful.
Oh, student, what's up with it?
Oh, student. All right.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna drop the link. I just got done with my morning walk.
Oh, beautiful.
Mile and a half, I guess. 2 miles.
Okay.
Yeah, quite warm out for this time of year, this far north in the longitude and latitude sphere. But that's shortly lived. It's definitely going to be near freezing temperatures this weekend when the clocks go back. And the daylight saving time. You got daylight saving time down there?
No.
Oh no.
And only 2 seasons, not 4 seasons.
Yeah. Yeah, I think 2 states in the United States, Arizona and I want to say Alaska or one of those states. It's not Indiana. Is it Indiana? Man, I don't know. They change every year. Seems like, but I think 2 states have chose to opt out of daylight savings time.
Mm.
And it seemed like they're going with the track of the moon instead of the North Star. So that's kind of throwing the equilibrium off, if you will, for all you science heads. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, if you're not familiar with the Farmer's Almanac, none of this is actually resonating with anybody other than, yay, I get an extra hour of sleep on Saturday night. And that's it.
Wow.
You ain't never stayed up. You ain't never stayed up and watched the time go back and repeat the same hour you just completed. We used to do that online when it first got used to being on the internet.
Okay.
2 o'clock would come and then it'll be 2 o'clock again at 2:59. I think in the spring of 2000 we used to say, yeah, Bush stole our hour. In the spring when the clocks would go the other way. But I used to work overnight, 11 to 6. One of those companies did not give you 8 hours of pay. The clocks went forward and you only got paid for 7 hours, even though you were there for 8 hours. So that didn't work out too well. I'm not sure how they do it now. You're not looking forward to daylight savings time? Yeah, it's gonna start getting dark at 4 o'clock in some areas.
I see it as being evident to people who think that it's all a contrivance. It's all contrived. The entire situation is contrived. If you can move the time around like that as at a whimsy, because that's all it is, whimsy, a whim. Yeah, whimsically move time around like that, then that should show that most stuff is being moved whimsically around. Because there are 8 or 9 different, let's say 3. There are 3 different calendars that I know of myself, and they all are different.
The Julian, the Gregorian, and what's the other one?
Oh, the Chinese.
Oh, I should have known. I forgot.
Mm-hmm. I could have used the Mayan, but I'm not as familiar with the Mayan calendar, so I didn't use it. That's why I had to break it down to 3. because I was saying the ones that I actually know, not just the ones I know of. I know of but 7 different calendars.
None of them account for daylight savings time.
Not that at all. None of them account for no ACDB. Some of them do not account for ACBC or whatever that thing is.
Yeah.
They don't have nothing to do with that. They're
Yeah.
not in that game. They don't have nothing to do with that cultural experience, and so it's not part of the calendar.
Yeah.
Calendar, and then America is based on cultural experiences, and therefore they can make this and that happen. It's a whimsical state, And every 4 years it changed the, it's a whimsical state. That's all.
America.
United States of America. Because America, I looked it up the other day. America includes South America, the islands, what we call South America and the islands. When on the international level of America,
Mm-hmm.
that's what it includes. It includes Canada, Mexico, the islands in between Central America and South America, all of South America. That's the actual America.
Yeah,
Oh, this thing about
I wasn't sure if the public school system was involved in, I guess, black people in general, in terms of what does America include.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Deb, you used to be in the military, right? You were overseas for a bit, yes? So when you were overseas, did they refer to America, the people in your uniform, did they refer to America as the world? Is this thing on? Yeah.
You're on, Dev. I just don't know if, Wale, I just don't know if Dev got something going on.
Can you hear me?
Now we
No, I
can.
didn't hear you. I hear you now. Did you hear me? My question I asked you, because I seem to recall you saying you were overseas. And I wanted to know if people who were in uniform with you, did they refer to America as the world?
No, not in my travels. They did not know.
When I was in the military people would refer to America as the world. I'll be glad when I get back to the world, man, the real world. But they didn't see the foreign country as, and I don't know, it was just the way they spoke about it. That's all.
Yeah.
It wasn't real or something. It was some kind of, anyway, I don't know. And so they said they'd be glad to get back to the world. I was wondering if that was still a term being used when you came through the military.
No, I know some people that think like that don't leave outside the United States.
Okay.
Yeah. They'll go to Wyoming, Idaho. They'll go to Massachusetts, West Virginia, and they'll say back to civilization. Yeah. I'm like that when I'm in California, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You say not like that when you were in California?
No, I have similar feelings when I'm in California, mostly Southern California, because I was kind of closely related to Northern California that's coming up.
My social security number comes from the Oakland, California office, as that's where my dad resided after the military. So I'm more closely related to the Northern Bay area versus that Southern uh, Mexican Tijuana uh, type of culture down there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I,
Yeah,
I,
still far away from the Mississippi River land uh, where I'm used to.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you had that same perception?
Yeah, back to the area which I'm familiar with. Yes.
I got that part, but did you see it like an alienation from the world or just familiarity?
I didn't think it was alienation though. Not in
Uh,
that sense, no.
I was reading, years ago, decades ago now, a survey was done on American people about how, and they say most American people don't go 25 miles from their hometown.
That is correct.
Oh, that's still correct? Wow.
Yeah, they don't have a need to,
I get that. I get that.
based
Oh,
on
wow.
their, like you said, conditioning, uh, not wanting to spend long amounts of time in foreign areas that they're not familiar with. Uh, Education, the school, the grocery store, the church, uh, everything right there. So, hey, people that live in cities, uh, the transportation situation is kind of different. East of the
Mhm.
Mississippi River, commuter trains, subway systems. West of the Mississippi River, cars to go to. So I don't know. That certainly probably applied to people east of the Mississippi, I would say, more so than west of the Mississippi.
Mhm.
If that's applying to, you said the United States, right? That survey.
Huh?
You said that 25
Oh,
miles.
yeah. That was a local survey of the United States. That was talking about the 25 miles.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was the United States for sure. I was speaking.
yeah. So the 8-hour workday. Uh, by the time you get done with the school kids, the children, the home chores, that weekend hit, uh, you're unwinding and uh, just waiting on Monday morning to get around, I guess.
Mm.
Yeah, but I would find it even more so now with the addiction to social media, uh, the traveling, summer vacation, the spur of the moment trips are not so I guess promoted. I guess when you just log on to StreamYard or Zoom and be able to take in a virtual view. I certainly can't get used to it, but
That's for sure.
people have chosen to stay at home and travel on the internet versus travel on the highway.
Mm. Hmm.
Yeah.
Especially during that pandemic, it set a lot of internet relations up. That particular era of time. What was that? 2 or 3 years or something?
Yeah, 2020.
Yeah, it was more than just one year. I know.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah. My perception is different. It seemed like that 5 years went by fast.
It was 5 years.
You just said it just now.
I said I know it was more than 1 year, but I didn't know it was 5. I just know it was more than 1. I would have accepted 2, man. I didn't know. I just more than 1. You say 5. That's exciting.
I don't know. I think the flat Earth is gonna come back out. Are the days going by quicker? Because I can remember George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, the day the NBA had that red line going across the bottom of the screen saying all the games gonna be canceled for the season. Like it was last night. Like I remember each specific hour, minute, if you will,
Mm-hmm.
clear as day. All the protests, all the PPP loans, all the stimulus checks went out, all the live streams that were popping up.
I wasn't mad about them and whatever's checks. So.
Yeah, a lot of them are paying for it in court now, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't mad about it. Shit. I know how the government works. I mean, I know taxes is taxes in and taxes out because the government can't give you nothing you ain't gave them. I understand that.
Yeah, are the kids being taught how government works in school? I'm not sure if that's part of the curriculum.
I haven't seen that at all. I think they're scared to let them know.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I saw some guy on YouTube saying that he's pissed off because not only was he misled by the educational process all the way to master degree of college, but he was a teacher and he was teaching that garbage. He said, I used to teach that to my students. It was funny.
Yeah.
It was a cracker too. He said he used to teach that. Now he knows better. And so he put out the video saying, you know, I was like, damn. You know, I see the people now talking about, well, see, the youth of today, they're not going along with their parents and this and that. See, they want to make a more equivalent, you know, whatever, you know, uniform, and then everybody gets a this and everybody. That's what the hippies ran. Where are the hippies now? They are the senators and stuff. You know what I'm saying? People, they ain't going nowhere. The hippies are the ones that ran that are now. They are running the CEO place because they dad. Oh yeah, Dad, I'm mad at you because you did this and that. Yeah. Well, when you're 30, you cut your hair, you're gonna be doing this and that too. And there they are. So I mean, if you go for that stuff, that's how they, you know. Yeah, well, my best friend is a white guy, and he's not. Matter of fact, ain't no color person ever treated me as good as they treat me. Yeah, well, that's, you know, that's what I hear dogs say. Yeah, this master treats me well. The other, you know. This master takes me out for a walk and gives me little candy bits and shit. Anyway.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna put your link in the chat. In case people,
I thought they say gas was $2 a gallon.
Yeah, in some areas it was. It was as low as the lowest I ever seen was down to Mississippi. I think the lowest I saw during the pandemic was $1. I think it was $1.48. That was like the lowest price I ever saw through that period.
Yeah, well, let me respond to this. And I know you get the gas prices on the regular. I was curious as what the gas price is today because I don't remember what happened then.
Yeah.
And the thing that this thing that UK wrote in here, I'd like to address it myself. She said the fact that you see, she's up to speaking to me, the fact that you see a white friend as a master says everything about your perception of your people. I don't really speak about my perception of my people, but the perception of what you call white people. They are ennobly and without how do you put it, undoubtedly will assume authority. That's just their nature. Don't have nothing to say about our people, actually. The nature of the cracker is what I was actually speaking of. The nature of the cracker is how some people feel they have a right to tell other people that they are not doing their thing in their thing. Like in the UK, like you say, you could drive around to different countries. Where in the US, we ride around to what we call those countries, or we refer to them as states. Wherein you could drive from, I don't know if you could drive from UK very far. You can't drive to Germany or something. But you could drive to Ireland, I guess, and, you know, around that little area that they got around there that you could drive to. But in the States, you could drive for 3,000 miles straight. Once you get into Europe now, you could drive for that kind of length of time as far as driving places. But there you go. And as far as, you know, your comment, I can dig you saying that. I understand you have a vested interest.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on her to give us insight on not necessarily her personal, but the various dynamics of the black communities in the UK. I see that still seems
Thanks.
in avoidance.
Thanks, Dale, for putting my channel thing up.
Yeah, we got Wale's channel, we got Amin's channel, his Domo's channel.
Beautiful. I just put up some recording of myself going out in the yard, cutting up some of these trees. You know what I mean? From
Yeah.
the hurricane, because they downed the trees, but I wanted to wait till they got a little drier
Yeah.
before I go to cutting them. So I'm removing the trees now from the yard, the ones that fell. And just to show people, be like, what kind of, you know, situation it is, because they don't know much about living in the bush. So I just put a film up just so you can see how much, I mean, what it looks like anyway. I did that this week, yesterday, day before. So I'm out there cutting that stuff this week. Have to clear the yard.
Yeah, I thought I saw you went live yesterday, didn't you? Or Sunday?
I think it was the day before, yeah. Oh, so you saw me out there cutting that stuff. Okay,
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to cut it all back down because we have two seasons. One is the rainy season and one is the dry season. This is the rainy season. In a week, the grass can grow over a foot high. You get that much rain. 2 weeks, you know, we used to mow the lawn every 2 weeks in the States, something like that.
Yo, Dev, Wale, Beyonce, what's the word? What's the word, chat?
Hey, who that?
Smizzo.
Oh, the mister. How you doing, dude?
It was good, Wale.
Life is beautiful. Life is beautiful.
Sir, yes, sir. Let's go. What we talking about today?
Just running down communication and education. Uh, and I'm running down all the different channels. Savio, once you get the channel back up, yo, make sure you put it in, yo, get it in rotation. We got everybody to come over, uh, expanding out. Some people desire to create content on their own. Some choose to just go and visit. So we definitely are in the support mode here. So I know I'm probably leaving some people out. We got Psycho's channel. Miss Child Please hasn't been with us as of late. So we hope everything is good with her.
Okay. Yeah, y'all make sure y'all subscribe to everybody. Everybody support everybody. What up, Lisa? Big ups. What's good? Savior, I see you in the chat.
I know y'all ain't much on Smoke Signal, but I also recommend his channel and subscribe to it. He
Yeah,
comes.
you can put his channel in the chat if you like. I'm not subscribed, so but yeah, he do.
I don't even. Yeah. Okay, maybe one day I'll do that. Thank you, Vic. Mm-hmm.
If y'all haven't subscribed or checked out, go to Each One Teach One for African American history. That's True Storians channel.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then Mossy Warrior for West African history and culture. Them some good brothers over there.
Yeah.
Real good brothers.
I heard some guys that's getting into a generational mulatto thing, and they are going through the what you call African American culture, and they are picking out the mulattoes and highlighting them specifically. And I thought that was interesting.
Sure.
But True Sorian on Each One Teach One, he does a good job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there goes Truth Channel, and yeah, George Macon. I seen George Macon go live a couple times. Yeah.
Well, True said he was down for a while until 25, I think he said.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing something about AI or something he's focused on. The last time I saw it seemed like that's what I saw him write.
Yeah.
But you know how that goes. He might be up tomorrow or today. Who knows?
Yeah.
Something happened, and there you go.
Well, he's still kind of upset that he tried so hard to make the history entertaining and disseminated, but people tend to tune in towards the nonsense more than tune in for the actual information. There was a stream that was, I can't speak directly for him, but there was a stream where it was addressing some nonsense, and the views it garnered may have been the straw that broke the camel's back. Which kind of segues into a lot of today's topic. Are we education centered or entertainment centered? And what is it we trying to communicate through these platforms?
And what is it that we find entertaining?
One particular subject, huh? Yeah, I think I got that Mossy Warrior Clan on my list. Trying to get his AI pregnant. Hey, if you can, man, pin the link up.
Yeah, that was crazy, Q. That was crazy.
You know, the AI program, excuse me, the AI program that allows people to make little fast drawing videos, you know, where they just, it's like cartoon videos. It's a good idea to use that kind of stuff. I was thinking, I saw one where a person was using that they were reading or telling their story, but they were using the AI optics of the cartoon characters to carry it out, so that what I'm learning, I seem to be observing, is there's a weakness in the people in the area of imagination. So people, that muscle, it's a muscle, like a muscle to me, where you can make it stronger or weaker by use. And by people not using their imagination as much. Like when people read, they use their imagination a lot more than when they watch the same thing in a movie, because the movie is not providing all the imagery and stuff. But when you read, you have to provide all that through the muscle of imagination. So I was saying most people are not using that muscle, is weak. And so in order to pull or to get them more interested or more into it, maybe you have to feed that weak muscle of imagery, and you can feed it with some cartoon type stuff, and everybody will be cool with that. And it might help to keep the attention span longer. Like you said, a few minutes, people start dropping off. But with the cartoon characters, it might hold the attention a little longer. Some people, as they say, are optical learners. Some people listen, they learn through their listening. Some people learn different ways, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, we always been like that. I don't think it's been one single defined method for acquiring information and different skill, subject matter, and curriculum. Like I said, people gravitate towards pictures, videos, motion. Others are okay with text and oral verbiage to a degree. I kind of like the mix, if you will.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'll put you a link in the back chat, Wale.
For what?
For what you was just speaking on, audio visual education.
Oh, I thought it was a link to how to make those doggone cartoons. That's what I want to do.
No. Not for that, no.
Is that what you want to do?
I'm thinking about it occasionally. Yeah, man. Because, okay, look at it. They put out a movie called Roots, and in everybody's mind, that's how it goes. That's how it was just one little movie. But in everybody's mind, that was the reality, what they show visually in that movie. So the vision will supplant the imagination. Just like they put a thing saying, okay, Jesus is going to come back, and they show you Serapis. And so as a visual, you're looking for Serapis. Jesus could have came back 15, 25 times by now, but he don't look like Serapis. So you don't recognize the nigga. You know what I mean? To me, it's funny. I'm just saying. That's why I'm laughing. To me, you don't recognize it because he don't look like the image you were told to look for. And so a lot of our imagery is being, they did that in World War I, and all the movies would have this thing where every so many seconds they'd show for 1 second, Uncle Sam wants you. And that's how they helped to build up their recruiting for the military, right? Was putting subliminal, they call it subliminal something, in the movies, actual video at the movie houses. And then about, I think, 5, 10, whatever amount of years later, it was thought to have been outlawed to do that kind of thing. So, you know, maybe they do it still not, I don't know, but I know it came up as a thing on the news, as it were. It was a conversation throughout the society that subliminal, I mean, you could find that too with Wikipedia, subliminal, you know, suggestions and shit. It's still being done, but you know, la-di-da. It's called advertising now. Commercialism, whatever.
Or it's called propaganda.
Propaganda, Wale.
Yeah.
Oh, it's called propaganda. Okay.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that actually, to speak towards the war part, that almost single-handedly saved Disney from going out of business in World War II, when they started implementing them little short cartoons in the theater geared towards patriotism and things of that nature. So yeah, propaganda's always been a tool, though.
Mm-hmm. Well, no doubt. I was reading the propaganda of the 1400s, where they were saying that the people that they ran, you know, because they were talking about, I think Sabio was good with it too, you know, as far as knowledgeable about this subject. They were writing about the people through the legends of the sailors. That's how a lot of the other Europeans would find out, and some people never even sailed, and they were writing stories. And they go to the bar, a sailor's bar, and you know, where the sailors hang out, and just listen to stories, and then make up something or put something together and write it out and say, yeah, they had sea monsters, or they ran into giants and stuff like, you know, whatever it was. They build it up to excitement. You know, you got to exaggerate to an excitement, right? And so a lot of people in the West, Europe and stuff, that was the propaganda that they had. So when they saw the people, they expected to see animalistic, poor behavior, bestiality and stuff from the people, because the people were set up already. In a fashion, the same way a woman I know whose daughter is now married to a guy, he's Chinese. She's Jamaican, but the boy's mother, a grandmother, the boy's grandmother was refusing to let the boy marry a nigger. That's how she saw it, because she said she's seen the movies. She said she's seen Boys in the Hood and all the way in China, right? And she said, no, don't marry one of them. I think the boy was called Kokojin, they call him in Japan. They refer, you know, a reference thing. But anyway, they got names for niggas, you know, and I thought that was funny. But, you know, what happened was the grandmother actually met the child, the girl. The girl went to China, met them, stayed with them a little while, so the woman can see that the television and the movies and stuff is not all niggas, or maybe not even real at all. You know what I mean? I'm sure it's based on some amount of facts, you know. But and then they got married. I'm just saying, propaganda is a hell of a thing.
Yeah, I used to think.
Yo, Wale.
Oh, go ahead.
Yo, what up, Dad?
Yeah.
What's up?
Hey, good morning.
Morning. Yo, I would say that same propaganda has did even worse of a job on black people. That's part of the reason black people. That's why black people don't like want to be thought about being African. We don't like the term black. We don't like the association to the history of black people because of media. We've seen the worst. And we've seen black people portray some of the worst imagery of black people for money. The minstrel show, rap music. I love my rap music, but niggas was paid to be Sambos and rap and coons, like straight Diddy.
The first, you just came in with a sentiment along the line of what I came in with this morning. My sentiment was different, but it's along those lines. So I'm interested in your sentiment at this moment, and then I will, inform you of mine. But please continue.
My man Wale, man. Way my man Wale took, I know some was doing some fire parties back in the days, B. So Wale got the speech, man. Not too much, not too little, but just enough to make sure you understand, nigga. That's my man. Nah, just like it's literally exactly what you just said. There's nothing more to add to it. Some people see media and the presentation of black people and they're scared of it. That's why yesterday when we put, are you scared to be pro-black? That to me is the biggest reason, media. We've seen some of the worst imagery of pro-black people on television. It wasn't even, and including social media. So I think that's where like the imagery came in and a lot of the confusion, you know what I mean? Like knowing that in America, we've had black people who've been with Indians for 500 years, 400 years. So I'll respectfully, and y'all not gonna like me saying this, right? I have no problem with a nigga saying, like, yo, bro, we did once come from Africa, but I've been here 500 years. I'm an Indian, bro, just as much. I can understand you saying that. 500 years is a long fucking time. But it's when it's the disassociation from black, it's a lot. Because I can understand somebody saying like, damn, why all them Indians look like white people and Spanish people? And your people's been here for 400 or 500 years, and they've been classified as Indians and all this other shit because they've been living with it. But the media and the response to the information from social media.
Good morning, salute, gentlemen.
Yo, I think that created a bigger space for the confusion and also a bigger space greater space for the conversation on like you said, the media's connection to how people see black people. I think we understand it for Asian people, we understand it for white people, but when it comes to black people, I don't think we put that same level of analysis. Like, yo, black people watch the same shit the Chinese people. So there's black people who never been in the hood in California or in any real urban setting, and they watch Boys in the Hood, and them niggas is scared of black people.
That's it. One woman had me cracking up. One woman had me cracking up.
Think about it, Wale. Never met a Jamaican.
She was describing just what you saying. That was her
some people never met a Jamaican. They never seen a Jamaican, and their version of Jamaican is shotters. Like the only thing they know is the movie shotters.
Yeah, the shotters. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So they going around thinking niggas is killers. Everybody sell drugs. Like some people really got a twisted perception.
Or all of them smoke weed, shit like that.
Yep, all of them smoke weed. They all gangsters. Shit, I ain't gonna lie. My perception of black people changed through social media a million times over, bro. Most black people don't come from the hood.
Right.
The myopia concerning the whole thing is such that even in Jamaica, on the island itself, the propaganda was so strong that it had the Jamaicans themselves thinking that the Rastas were wild beastmen.
Hell yeah.
They lived together. Yep. I mean, you ain't gonna go to a whole nother country.
Killed a bunch of Rastas in the 70s, yo. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
they
saying?
don't have
Because
to
they're
go.
protesting the Rastafarianism. They try to chop their hair off.
To villainize or whatever, there's a echo or something. But anyway, to do that to people, it doesn't require you go outside of your country, is all I'm saying, or outside of your race even. People that do it inside their race. The guy the other day was on here talking about he was some kind of Israelite type attitude. He said, kill all heathens. He said his God told him to murder is good and pleasing to his God for him to murder me. I got a problem with that.
Thanks.
What's up with it, Lou? $10 super chat. Appreciate it.
So he said if I don't convert through the rappers into his ancestry, if I keep appreciating my ancestry and stick with my ancestors' ways, then he has a right to kill me according to his God. And then, what is that?
That's what you call extremism. Looks like the Muslims with the jihad. Shit like that.
I could dig Muslims with the jihad, but when a nigga tell me he has adopted that concept, you understand?
Yeah.
His parents didn't teach him that concept. He has adopted it with an adult mind, that concept. Oh yeah, that's scary to me, man. I'm watching him every time, every move he makes. He picked that up on purpose. That wasn't a suit given to him like a lot of people say, yeah, I was born a Christian. My parents are Christian. Okay, you're born with that jacket on. But these guys are assuming the jacket. They go on shopping. I need a jacket. I don't like this Christian jacket. Oh, I'm putting on this one here.
Oh hell yeah. I think you know what though, Wally? I think that's the journey though, B. That's what I was trying to tell Sabio yesterday. Like, I understand that as part of the journey people go through, where you was a Christian, now you a black Christian, now you an Israelite. You know what I'm saying? Now you a secret Israelite. Now then you left Egypt and you like, yo, they really stole it from, from the Bible from Egypt, they stole it from Mayat. Now you an Egyptian. You know what I'm saying? Like, I done seen a lot of people go through that same walk.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Jackets, yep. What jacket you got on this week? And it's no different. I ain't gonna lie. I understand the same mentality because I grew up with niggas that would join mad gangs. And I see it's the same mentality. Like, yo, son, wasn't you just blood? Like, how you in another gang, son? Like, then they got older. Now they joining different fraternities. Yeah, I'm in this fraternity. Now, nigga, you the same nigga that was in like 4 different gangs as a kid. Now you're a Mason, an Israelite, a 5%er. It makes perfect sense. You were joining that. You wanted them join the crew ass nigga.
Okay.
Am I lying? Y'all didn't see mad adults like that?
Yep.
Hey, I know some Christians who have told me that they are Christians they profess Christianity on purpose because of the societal benefits of that proclamation.
I can see that. That we've been doing that since the 1500s. Niggas said, oh, white people coming around here trading with niggas, they gonna give you more money if you're a Christian. Niggas said, oh, Jesus. Jesus.
It is big too.
They said cans go for 20 for the Christians.
So what? Tax free?
Tax free? It's like, the niggas give you more money. Them Portuguese will give you more if you was a Christian. Like, what? The Portuguese will trade me more for these Angolians? Nasty work.
I had gotten around to the thing. I gotta charge my thing. But I had gotten around to my personal perspective with Sabio, and I thought that was odd, but Sabio knows a few things. So we got that around to the concept of because what you're mentioning to me is why I brought it. I'm bringing this up. We got around to the idea of Dambaluedo.
Of what? Of what? Say it again. My bad. Say it again.
Dambaluedo.
What's that?
You know Dambaluedo?
Not yet. What is that? I never heard of it.
I'm gonna Google it for you because I Googled it the other day and put it in here. And I'll do it now. Google it. Here, Dam is D-A-N or D-A-M. D-A. Bala is B-A-L-L-A. And then some people use a separation between the two and put W-E-D-O. Dambaluedo. Dambaluedo is the serpent god of the, here, I'll put it in the thing, the chat. Directly from Google, I'm putting this in the chat. So you know I'm not like making stuff up. Because you could do it yourself and see the spelling and check it out. Look at the stories and stuff. Because I do a lot of folk tales and stuff like that. That's where I've been finding our culture in the folk tale and the history like that. Listening to griots. But when he was asking me about flat earth and round earth, and I tell people, I say, dude, what I think, y'all can't even imagine. I'm not flat earth, round earth, pyramid earth, all that stuff to me has no bearing on what I really go by. I go by the concept of Dambaluedo.
About to open the door, Wally. I ain't even gonna say nothing.
Meaning that we were on the whole earth. People say we from Africa by the DNA. I say no, the DNA simply shows an association. According to the griots, when the land split apart, people were on all these different surfaces. When the land, and people say through the Western science that nobody was here. However, through our understanding, from my understanding, excuse me, and there's other people too, but I'm just saying so I'm the only one here that I know of. My understanding is that we were separated by the waters, and that's when the waters separated us. It wasn't the fact that this continent, we came from that continent to this continent. We were already here. There was no continent in that same frame of mind that you think of now. Just like you see the Sahara was a desert, is a desert, and then people say it was a desert. Well, we had that all the way through our folk tales already. I had learned that the Sahara was not always a desert. The folk tales speak of that. So I'm just saying the rest of what they say is we were already here. And that's why I link up to that concept of we were already here because of the concept of voodoo. Here is referred to mostly as hoodoo. When I was in Saudi Arabia, and the Saudis saw me, often I wear ileki beads, the identification beads. And so when they saw me, they came up to me, and when I was in Saudi Arabia, where was I? Dhahran. I was in Dhahran. They come up to me and asked me if I did hoodoo. That's what they know, hoodoo. So I'm saying it's a similar concept. It's the same concept, excuse me, known by different people in different places in the world. But that's what I was explaining. So when you said we come from Africa, and you don't see how people can say they didn't come from Africa, is because, we were already here. We didn't have to come from there. That wasn't a necessity. Some of us, of course, were transported from here and to there. But you know about that. I just thought at that moment.
Not just you, but there's a space in Black people's heart and mind to look for something other than Black. And so stories like you're saying, if it was you got people who are looking at stuff 1,000,000 years ago, 500,000 years ago, I'm like, yeah, that was us. Like, no, bro, you are a West African. 99% chance that Black person in the Western Hemisphere is from West Africa. It's not, that's the part that people have an issue with. Now, did humans transverse the planet? For like millions of years? Were there floods? Were there things that created hobbits and all this other shit? That's definitely possible, man. Hobbits was walking around warring with ancient Africans and humans, and hominids was in Indonesia having war. Yeah, all of that's possible. But that don't got nothing to do with Jerome, Lance, or Top Cat coming from Africa. That's a whole different space.
Let me ask you a question, because now I'm curious. More curious than ever. Are you of a mind that everyone comes from Africa?
No, I'm talking about Black people in the diaspora.
Okay, I would suggest in that case, well, it's up to you. I could do it. I was just telling you what the what they call it, the folklore of our people and our culture says. That's all.
Oh no, they got some. I'm with the folk. Like, honest, I have no. That's why I said I can agree with it. You know what I mean? Once you go back 15,000 years, the Earth is not what we think it was. It does not look anything like how we remember. Nothing like right now we can apply to 10,000 years ago.
Hey, you know what's funny? May I say this? What's funny about your statement is the Earth don't look like we think it looked right this second.
Well,
what most people think, the Earth don't look like that.
Satellites now. We got satellites now, so that's the difference in that one. Like, we can just look at, what I mean? Unless people don't believe what a satellite looks like or is real, but if we have satellites, we can look. But I understand what you in the sense that we're going, but
I'm not saying.
Like, literally, we like you said, the Sahara Desert wasn't a desert 10,000 years ago. Europe was uninhabited. The Congo was a little different. The temperature around the planet was different. So, like, these are facts. There was fucking hobbits walking around. Like, I couldn't imagine walking around and seeing hobbits and shit. You know what I mean? Like, the movie made it or something, but
hobbit?
That's what we call them. We call them hobbits now, but the world was filled with little pygmies and shit, little small people.
Oh, you call them hobbits? Oh,
yeah,
I didn't know.
Hobbits for fun because of the movies, but it's widely known now that the hobbits was all over the fucking place. The little mini.
Because I know little people. I know I was gonna say a race, but I know a tribe of little people. They're not gonna reach 5 foot.
Oh no, they say I read a couple of things that believe that the pygmies are the oldest form of humans on the planet. That are like the midgets, like that's old blood. We make fun of midgets and little people, but allegedly their genetics is older than our tall people's genetics. Like, niggas wasn't tall. I mean,
there were two. That's what I'm saying. That's not really what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the historiography that we have been taught and inculcated is not necessarily agreeing with the historiography, that word about history that comes through the griots and the folk tales. And I favor the hotel from the evidence I'm getting, and I'm still collecting from worldwide sources. Like I just said about Saudi Arabia versus South Carolina. In South Carolina, they say hoodoo. In Saudi Arabia, they say hoodoo. So I'm saying the distant places that are akin in references, and I'm using that to coordinate or whatever you get to figure out our projection as a people. And I don't see some of these things, and I do see other things, and I speak on the things that I see through the projection of our cultural ancestry. When I came on the thing, I said, you came on it sort of like I did when I came on. I said, this is the statement I made. Most people in the world swear by their elders and their ancestors. Black, our people, I just say our people because I ain't gonna even say black. Our people seem to swear at our elders and our ancestors.
I don't think that's true. I think I think that this generation, Wale, remember that year, fuck shit. These last 30 years of fuck shit, Sa-Neter.
Is my thing going out? Is my thing going out? Am I losing connection?
Oh, is that me?
You might be in the back room.
Oh, that's me. My bad. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, you're back now.
Oh yeah, my bad. Nah, Wale, I think we do. I think we're just coming to terms with some of the bullshit that we've been sold for the last 30 years. These last 30 years changed a lot of perspectives for people, bro. Like you had people that was 100,000% Nation of Islam, 5%, all these different things, and people changed in these last couple of years, bro. These last 20 years, a lot of these fake elders, bro. Sa-Neter is an elder. He literally, remember we made Sa-Neter put his name as elder on his shit. When you go on Sa-Neter,
no, I'm talking about Sa-Neter.
No, I'm just saying, like in the eldership conversation, like for this community, the elders for the last 30 years largely fell into a box of ain't shit. And so you had a lot of 40-year-olds who are en route to becoming elders who don't like what the 60-year-olds are saying. And the kids are watching it. You know what I mean? I think that's where a lot of the conversation, because we have a heavy, like when I got into the community, that was one of my issues. I felt like we were obsessed with the ancestors and the elders. Like you couldn't say nothing against some of these people. Nothing. I wasn't raised like that. I'm not from the community. My pops used to tell me like most of these people were derelicts, and you know what I mean. So I've learned these people in the community. I think this community has yo, bro. I'm an atheist. We celebrate, and I participate with the celebration of ancestors on the first Saturday of every June now. Like I'm an atheist. I go to the celebration. I got my white suit. My kids is going this year. Like I respect the elders.
That's beautiful.
You know what I mean? So I think that's like, and I learned that in the community. Like I never see nothing like that outside of a funeral would just, and I think that's dope. The kids should see you celebrate your ancestors. Like
that's how I agree.
That's a systematic thing. But I think the dissension where we see in the conversation is because also the proximity to elders has changed. Like think about on this platform, Wale, you got 20-year-olds that be on this platform arguing with 60-year-old people. That's a phenomenon largely because of the internet. Like you got these groups of people now that are like merged together. Like Amen is 30 years old. Just understand, Amen is like 30 years old, and you have a 55-year-old man telling him that he should not be working with black. Understand what I just said? Lance is like 50 years old, telling a 30-year-old that he should not work with black people in America. Think about it. That's gonna make other 30-year-olds
say he should not work.
Yeah, he's telling black Americans that we shouldn't work with or connect with black Canadians or black people in Jamaica. This is a 50-year-old man telling this to a 30. I want you to understand, Menace in his 30s, he's like 32. Deity is like 32. Damo is like 28. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are young people who are interacting with adults who normally would have just been family, funerals, community events when you interact with some of these 60, 70-year-olds. We're having full-blown conversations with people who are 3 generations removed. Like, that's great. Like, that's new. Like, I didn't have a space before the internet. Unless you came to my studio or I went to some place, like I don't really talk with people 20 years, 30 years old. Unless you was a professor or something, where do you end up having a debate with somebody who's 20 years older than you? But on the internet or a barbershop.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, now this is regular. This is complete. Y'all know how young Marley is?
Oh,
y'all
yeah.
Know, Wale, you're twice Marley's age.
Of course. I know
You know,
that.
I'm just saying, like, think about it. How many you and Marley have spoken like in real life? Marley does not, unless you're a professor, I'm putting out there, Marley is not having engagements with people 30 years, twice his age on the regular, unless his family. And I think that's a gift. You know what I mean? So that's changing the way the conversation works with elders. And I think that happens on TikTok. I'm seeing a lot more white folks doing the same thing, but on socials, on YouTube, I think that's where the space is at now. Because the older group, Bomb Cherry could be my mom's, bro. Y'all know that, right? Bomb Cherry could dead be my mom's. You know what I'm saying? Like, Sister Bethy, I joke with Sister Bethy, she dead could be most of our moms on here. That's crazy. Wow, you could be my mom.
Yeah, but it seems to me that the onus of that phenomena, the responsibility of that phenomena falls on us. If you say us, I say us. I'm talking about whoever's elder at that moment. Because I grew up speaking to my elders 30 up to 30, 40, 50 years older than me all my life. I don't even understand generation gap. I just, I've always talked to the elders, and I've always spoken to the children, with the children. I don't see that generation gap to me, and that's invisible. I'm missing that. I don't have that delineation in my mind because to me, it don't exist for real. Like the lines, the state lines between Georgia and South Carolina don't really exist. They're just in the people's minds. What this generation gap thing is in the minds of the people. To me, I don't see an existence there. However, I will go on to say that whoever's the elders in a situation is the onus is on them. So that's why sometimes I'll be talking with Sabio and it'll get kind of different. And I say, look, I'm not talking to you anymore. To me, that's my responsibility to cut that right there. So I'm not arguing with him. I won't do that. I just say, look,
but Wale, you really exude. You know what I mean? Whether we agree with the stuff you say, I think everybody over here respects you like an elder. We may not agree to stuff you say. Sabio's in a different space with communication. Like, I'm going to be real with y'all. Sabio's in a different space with communicating. So I'm not going to put Sabio in a space. But everybody else, whether we agree or not, from Sabio, from Cypher, everybody, they respect you as an elder. You know what I mean? Like, you present yourself and articulate yourself in a way that's understood as that. There's a lot of adults who haven't. You know what I'm saying? You got niggas online who are, bro, you can't be, Wale, in real life, I'm fake bougie. Most New Yorkers are bougie. Most black Americans are bougie. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go even further. Most black people are bougie in their head. You know what I'm saying? Like, so there's levels to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, a young Jamaican is not coming to America and looking at an old Jamaican who's poor and listening to them. Young Haitians don't fuck with old Haitians like that in political. You know what I mean? Young Puerto Ricans ain't fucking, like, there's typically a separation between grades, ages. That's just the natural thing. 20-year-olds hang out with 20 and 30-year-olds. You might interact.
I got that.
You don't have a friend. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you don't have a friend, but the way we interact now with social media is different. You know what I'm saying? Like, Like
I agree.
Wiley, you my social media, and the dude next door to me, he's 25 years older than me. We've only spoke about cleaning cars. He asked me
Okay.
if I'm gonna vote for Kamala. He talks to me about my sons. He don't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? Nothing. None of the old dudes on my block I've ever had a conversation with being an atheist.
Did
They
you
can come
ever
tell me they
ask
believe that whatever.
anything?
Say again?
Did you
Say
ever
that again?
ask him anything?
I mean, in
Have you
passing, but
ever
it's not like
asked
some
him?
conversations. You know what I say, Wally? The conversations, and that's why I stress communication over here. Conversations take time and reason. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna put that on myself. If I don't have the time, or forget the time or reason to just go ask somebody, how do you feel about life? You know what I'm saying? Like, not many people when they be like, "Yo, Q, you're an atheist." They're like, "I thought you was a Rasta. I thought you was like one of them." Like, how the fuck did you think I was a Rasta? I don't even say John none of that shit. How the fuck you think I'm a father son? Like, those be assumptions. You know what I mean? But I'm not gonna be sitting there correcting motherfuckers every time. Nor am I gonna stop somebody when they tell me, "Yo, bless you, Q. Yo, God bless you." I'm not gonna stop them like, "Well, I don't believe in God." I'm like, "Yo, no problem. Yeah, I understand. Thank you." They gonna be like, I'm gonna pray for you, Q. I'm like, "Yo, good looks. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Thank you for thinking about me." I'm not gonna stop you like, "Nigga, don't pray for me. I ain't no atheist. I'm an atheist." You know what I'm saying? Like, anybody got the time for that shit?
You got to meet people where they at.
Yeah.
That's funny. That's beautiful, man. And funny.
I'm just being free, you know what I'm saying? Like, just be real, like, come on, you know what I'm saying? But like, that's why I really
So
do
I just
appreciate this platform. Not to say my platform, but social media, if it's used in a certain way, allows for a greater communication across generational lines. I see that on TikTok. I didn't see it with white people, but now on TikTok, you'll literally see young flat earthers, white people, arguing with old white people. I'm like, oh, this is happening all over social media right now. You got young people interacting with old people. Not to say old, you are 3 generations removed. That is yo, bro. I just watched a TikTok and they had a dance off and they had Indians, Arabs, old Jamaicans, Spanish people, and white people all from around the world, son, dancing to a trap song from Brooklyn. It fucked my head up. Like, this generation is so different,
really,
I mean,
really.
bro.
this is my,
Imagine
but this is
somebody
my
in
point yesterday.
Bangladesh having a dance off with somebody in Nigeria at the same time with somebody from Korea listening to a drill song from Brooklyn being played by somebody in South Africa. This generation is, this is,
They have the availability of the technology. However, 20 years ago, it was still going on. Only they were using Michael Jackson all over the place. Wherever I went, around different countries, they were all dancing. Michael Jackson
that's a fact.
dancing.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. But I just mean in the sense the real time now communication that we have, that's creating that
Yeah,
space for the
man,
elders.
this is where we located. I'm saying that
Then some of these elders, while they need to be told that they're
conclusively.
crazy. Some of these elders, while they need to be really
You
told,
know
like, yo,
what though?
you've been done for like
The
40
thought,
years.
the thought that I have is the conversation needs to be maybe some of these conversations need to be had.
Yep.
But how they're being had is the issue.
That's a fact. But you know what, Wale? That's why I told Jamar yesterday and everybody else that, like, there's no rule book for how we're supposed to have these conversations. You know what I mean? The fact that we're having it, to me, is the most important part, first off. Then from there, we can learn how to have it. But let's have the
Yeah,
conversation. Let's just focus on having it. Then from there, we can figure out, like, you know what, let's move like this more.
yeah.
Let's try this a little bit more. You know what I mean? Like, I try to throw the word empathy in there.
You,
Like, that's as much as I tell people, like, yo, just have empathy for black people, y'all. Like, niggas is going through some shit. You know what I mean? Like, a motherfucker might have became an Israelite to save his life. Like, I done met people that changed their life and become really good people just by simply changing to an Israelite. And I'm never going to turn that person. Not many people I know that are Muslim. Some of the dopest, most respectful people in my life are Muslims. No fucking cap. I would never tell them not to do. The Professor Rahman, who comes to all my science fairs, is a Muslim. He tutors me for free. Anytime he sees me, bless your family, brother Q. I hope the best for you, inshallah. Please, bro, that shit is. Why would I ever? Sabi, that's what Sabi. I'll be like, yo, son, don't be talking about no inshallah to me. Yo, bro, chill. So what is you doing, son?
But Q, this was the point that I was trying to make yesterday when I was talking about communicating with your elders, like your great grandparents or your grandparents, things of that nature, and how important it is for the black families to do that. If you don't have that relationship, you don't set that hierarchy of respect of the word of an elder. This is why you have the younger generation in the generation gap, because they don't have great grandparents in the home. They don't have grandparents in the home. They don't see the matriarch sitting at the head of the table at Thanksgiving or whatever holidays they celebrate. You understand? They don't understand, like, this person gets served first. This person, their word is law. It's over your mother. It's over your grandmother. When you don't have that experience and you never dealt with that, you don't respect the word of an elder. You don't even see them as being valued in the home. And when you have the internet giving you all your information, you just think they're idiots. They don't know what's going on. But you don't realize, like, even something simple as the presidency, right? Who to vote for. They've seen this. I'm 40 years old. That means I've seen this 10 times already. 10 different people come and go as president. Right? So I would have insight as to cycles, things that I have seen over the past couple of years that may bring insight as to who you should be looking for as president. Do you know what I'm saying? But if you're young, you don't know. You got the internet, you think that you know it all. See, those connections is important. And that's the point that I was trying to make yesterday.
No, I think, and I don't disagree with that. I think that's how I was saying the balancing. No. Pepper. The balancing of it. And like I was saying to Wale, some people, like the personal experience with elders, completely agree with you on. The internet has turned that conversation into something else. And I think that's just what we're in the midst of, because you got people that's really poisoning the conversation with the nonsense, bro. And I think that's what people get upset with, and then throw an elder in front of it. And it's like, nah, bro, you a derelict. You're not an elder. Like,
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And like, that's like, you've been around the planet for 50, 60 years and nobody told you that you stupid? Well,
yeah. Especially when you have like nothing to show for it, because and a lot of our elders, unfortunately, because they were paving the way and they were trailblazers, they don't really have much to show for their work other than what we say about it. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't monetized. It wasn't something where at the end of it, they all sitting around with mansions and showing you, hey, this is the lifestyle you should be living. They don't have that. Most of our elders need help. You know what I'm saying? So it's not enticing to these young minds when you the young drug dealers running around with gold chains and the rappers and all that. It's not enticing to them. So there's that.
That's funny to me because I was hanging around with the sellers of gold. Somebody got a bad connection.
Oh, my bad. Hold on.
It's off. Okay, sounds like the whole internet went off. So I was laughing with I knew some guys who sold gold. They sold it by, actually gold. And they knew the percentages and all that stuff. And they were cracking up telling me that when them little young gangster type dudes come into place, they make the most money off of them because they're selling them 14 karat gold for the most part. And that's the cheapest gold, you can't get much cheaper than that, but they still sell it at a gold price. So they make a lot of money off of those people coming in, them little teenagers and stuff, think they think they grown and they nouveau rich type of attitude and they want to bling bling. They sell them that it's like a fall gold, actually, 14 karat. And the people who sell gold, they would never wear 14 karat. They'd be looking at me like, Wale, are you crazy? They're not wearing that stuff. But they'll sell it to our people, and our people won't listen to the elders telling them that, dude, that's Fargo. And they talk about bling, bling, motherfucking bling, whatever they say, And instead of being educated, they would like to say, like I said in the beginning, most people swear by their elders and ancestors. Like even these guys now, you're talking about next week, 60 and 78 years old, swear by their elders and ancestors, and we swear at our elders and ancestors.
Hey,
So
Deb or Ms.
that seems to be the occurrence or the phenomena I'm
I
witnessing.
mean, but Wale, right now, right? There's a video going viral of a white boy saying "fuck Biden." Biden is a white elder in America.
Yeah,
You know
super.
what I'm saying? Like, it just seems like it's only in our community, but the world is not. You know what I'm saying? The world be having mad fuckery, bro. Like, we got our level of fuckery. I think it's literally, if we keep it in the pro-black conscientious world of elders. Like I think in that world, there's a large high reverence for elders and the ancestors. Now, regular black culture, unfortunately, has been hurt because of media's, influence on how we perceive ourselves, history, and how we contextualize ourselves in history has largely been played on by media. But the
Did
pro-blacks, the
you,
woke, what you say?
I wanted to address your reference. You referenced to some crackers talking about Biden. I mean, that's just, to me, I don't want to just say it's ridiculous, but I want to address it in this fashion. We used to say that, I've heard people say that about the hippies when the hippies were doing that and so-called rebelling. Okay, that echoes confusing me. Yeah, a so-called rebelling, the hippie era, when the hippies were doing that stuff, and
Yep.
then when they turned 32, 40 years old, or whatever they turned, they all put on the suit and tie and went into the corporate business. They shaved first and went into the corporate business. Now, some people are going to say Biden this and Biden that because they have two political parties. But he's just as he's saying Biden this and Biden that, he's probably going to vote for the next old cracker, Trump. So
Fact.
he's not saying old crackers go sit down where you need to die off the old generation. They're not saying all of that stupid shit like I be hearing from niggas. That's what I'm saying. They are simply saying, I don't like that guy. I don't like this guy. But the other guy, fine. All of the military people who run the military are old guys, and everybody's fine with that. They old crackers. Yeah, they fine with that. They old.
I don't think we saying our elders should die off. I think a little bit
I
of what
heard a
you
guy
are saying.
tell me that on this channel. I heard a
Say
guy
that again?
tell me that. I heard a guy tell me that on this channel.
Who told you that? I mean, that's some ignorance.
I
I mean,
don't
like
know.
but I mean, let's address it first, Wally. Right? In our community, we do have that, and then on this platform, and then with the conscious community, there is an issue with the elder group. So I think that's where the play of the conversation. Because remember, I went to had a whole issue with Sarnetta over the word elder, and I told him I don't see none of y'all niggas as elders. And now he's been calling himself Sarnetta the elder for the last year straight, just to make people recognize him as an elder. Like, nigga, you earned the badge of an elder, respect. And so that to me is where you see some of that coming in from. So you got people who know that this happened on this platform, and if they hear people that's too old talking stupid, they're gonna be like, yo, fuck y'all niggas. Y'all niggas need to die off. Y'all are the ones that's fucking this shit up. And you telling people to respect y'all off of your age and not because you're intelligent. Now, I'm not co-signing him saying that. I just recognize that that's a place, that's where the conversation is, some of the predication of the conversations off based off of that.
When I spend time with the older guys, mostly, like the a lot of them have passed. But when I spent time with them, they would tell me something that I didn't agree with. Not unoften. And I had a certain positioning that would make me say, will you explain that to me? What do you mean by that? That was my response. How are you putting that? So I can understand where you are and where I am is not different. It just sounds different, maybe. And they used to say to me, they were happy that I expressed in that fashion instead of saying, oh, you lying, or something like, the other way the other people would do. And the approach is important. And from that point of view, as a youth, I approached the elders from a youth position. And as an elder, I approached youth from the elder position. So I won't argue with a child, but I won't argue with an elder either. Both of them, to me, puts people in a particular situation. First, I don't want the child to experience the karma that comes with disrespecting an elder. There's a karma that comes with that. And in order, my empathy is for the child. I won't allow the child to experience that. So you can't experience that with me. I won't allow you to disrespect me. You want to do disrespect the elder, you got to find another one who will allow you to disrespect them. Because I'm not going to do that. And that, because that's going to build a karma. This is how I'm looking at it. That's going to build a karma for that child. What goes around comes around. So I back off of that right away. And I will never argue with an elder. They different. I told one elder, I said, dude, we looking at each other. I know he's an elder. He's a he's all of that stuff. And I said, we know, why are you doing this? We know it's a social construct. He said, well, if I don't do it, I'll lose my following and my paycheck. Now, that's his concern. I couldn't argue with him on that. But he explained to me why he would lie to the people, to the students, the general public, and everything. He told me his reason. What am I supposed to do with that?
Brother Vyasa, did you want to go with this article on the role of the elder? I'm just kind of skimming through it.
Oh, y'all know how I am. I'm gonna toss some links out.
Yeah.
My homeboy Kofi wrote that. He out of the Mossy Warrior clan.
Kofi.
It's an old article, but it goes into exactly what y'all are talking about. What's the role of an elder? What's the difference between an elder and an older? So I just put that back here, and I put it in the YouTube chat if people are interested in the subject.
That's so beautiful.
I don't know if y'all want to read it and go through it or not. I would have to switch my phone screen up to be able to see the font because it's so small through the phone. But yeah, that's there for everybody.
Okay, I wouldn't mind reading.
I think you right there at a good part to read, Dev, that what is the role of an elder? That might be what paragraph you at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That would be a good place to start reading from, if anybody can see it.
So, without making too much confusion, the role of an elder, as he puts it, the primary work of the elder is to advise, guide, and oversee the living in community. Their fundamental value and purpose lies in teaching the young what it means to be human. The elder knows the traditions, history. Let's see. It said, the elder knows the traditions, history, values, beliefs, and cultural laws that are inviolate. Accordingly, the experience and wisdom of the elder is readily sought and freely shared with others. Elders are charged with the task of understanding both the material and spiritual requisites of life. It is thought to be an honor to even be in the presence of an elder. They serve as a link between the past and the present, while guaranteeing that our way of life is extended into the future. Comments?
Yeah, I like that last thing. Guaranteeing our way of life will continue into the future. Our way of life.
No matter what. Is it absolute?
Is what absolute, cousin?
Guaranteeing the way of life.
I don't know. I just say I appreciate that last paragraph or sentence that you said. I don't really know if it's absolute.
How do we know it? How do we know it's being played out?
But see, okay, our way of life
Mhm.
exists all the time. Whether we pay attention to it as such is the thing. Like I was saying about, to me, I'm just saying since you're asking a question. To me, the all religions are a matter of ancestor worship and natural and national culture, right? And what I mean by that is I have not so far found a thing that's called religion that is not based on ancestor reverence and national culture, the culture of whatever nation it is, like the Hebrew nation. They have a nation and their ancestors of the Hebrews. You know, the ones they're well known, publicized. And so, same with any other religion that I can think of. They revere their own ancestors. So when anyone converts to their religion, then they obfuscate or disassociate with their own ancestors and start worshiping someone else's ancestors. And of course, at that point, they're denying and negating their own ancestry. And so, knowing that all religions are a matter of ancestor reference and national culture, it's just a matter of making a choice which one you want to deal with, your ancestors or someone else's. And as far as I know, I prefer to deal with my ancestors and my national culture. Some do, some don't. Some will, some won't.
So he defines an actual individual elder as the guardians of the culture, traditions, and history of the people, the integrity, generosity, wisdom, and articulateness, the subtlety, patience, tactfulness, gratefulness, and being listened to and respected by others, and all qualities of an elder. Understandably, with eldership, one's status and value in the community rises. So, yeah, I'm not necessarily in agreement with your basis of religion as it applies to uh, absolute being originated, administered, and managed by elders. And that will also be subject subjective with respect to how we define religion in itself. But I understand some of the traditional Abrahamic religions, how that plays a key role. But again, um, I don't know. My question would be, how do we know that this is the most efficient uh, path for the youth? And how is it being guaranteed, uh, or what is the level of that youth is going to have a quote unquote better way of life, depending upon what they follow and who they follow. I see
It's
plenty
going to
of
come down
Christians.
to what the elder has accomplished. It
Yeah, I see
is.
plenty of Christians falling off the block.
Yeah.
Uh, that's not limited to Christians. Uh, Islamic faith, uh, Judaism faith, Hindu faith, uh, you name it. All of these factions can be found in states of poverty, uh, prisons, jails, all types of negative aspects of life. And I'm just trying to see if there's a common theme. Is it more than one? Is it a complex of conditions uh, that go along with that? Or are we putting more smoke and giving more credit, if you will, to religion itself or the elder itself, with the hope of faith, I guess. So that's just my observation for a quick snapshot based on this general discussion. But yeah, that's interesting discussion. I'm curious to get some feedback on that. Let's see. I think you put the link. I'm put the link in the chat. If y'all want to check this out. Uh,
Oh, that's beautiful. I'm glad you brought that, Nicola.
No problem. No problem. That was for the audience.
I just heard yesterday, I was listening to somebody's channel, I forget, or Mod. I was listening to Maad's channel, and some people on there I didn't even recognize. Omar Wale was on there. You know him? Anyway, and they mentioned on that show, I think it was, that the place known as Olatunji. Are you familiar with Olatunji? It was a place in South Carolina run by, the Yoruba village of Olatunji. Yes,
Was you talking
she
to me
said
or just the panel in general?
anyone, I don't care. But it's being sold. She says it's on the market now for $4 million for some reason. I think the elder, whoever was running it, passed, and I don't know what happened after that. But that's what I just heard in passing the other day, listening about from different people. Yeah. So I thought that was interesting that I think that they brought it up and that I heard it.
So what was supposed to take place? Was it supposed to have been passed down, or an extreme set of circumstances, or did it go
But
into the?
Olatunji was set up as a village that should be able to sustain itself past, just someone deceasement. The village itself was supposed to be an institution that could maintain itself, and from what I'm hearing, that is not what's happening. Like what's his face, York. York was building a institution that would have, I guess, sustained itself, and as a village, he built a small village of people, and they were doing their thing, and whatever their thing was able to lead to what it has led to.
I put the actual website in the back chat, Dev. I've never been, but I'm aware of it. I got a couple of friends that participated in that.
Oh, okay.
I never
Yeah.
went there either. I had never tread that ground either. My niece has, but I have not.
From what they said, it was a beautiful experience, Wale. They
No
all
doubt.
spoke highly of, they spoke extremely highly of it.
No doubt. No
Yeah,
doubt.
I think Q is back in class, but trying to acknowledge some of the misguidance by some of the same elders that are perceived as carriers of wisdom and knowledge, whether it's implied by them or other people.
Yeah, Dev, down at the bottom of that article,
Yeah,
and you got to remember there's no absolute to this in
right,
the implication of you're going to have various cultures establishing their own elders.
right,
But it speaks towards the idea that even elders have to go through initiation rites.
right.
It's not just something you get with age. And,
Automatic. Yeah,
yeah, and speaking towards the roles of it. Even make a distinction, when we say ancestors, the elders would be the ones that we remember and hold in high regard. The oldest would be the one that, time has forgotten.
Let me say some. Oh, excuse me. This is an article you're getting this from, written by this guy. What his name? I forgot. Oh, Kofi. Is that where you're getting this info from? I mean,
He puts his
this.
sources. He puts his
Oh yeah.
sources. It should be
No,
sources for
asking
further
you.
reading at the bottom, Wale.
So did you do the further reading at the bottom?
Um, some of it we used to work together, Wale.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't have all the books he has, and I don't think all of us are gonna have the exact same books. But yeah, Kofi's a good brother. I think you would enjoy watching their channel. He's part of the Mossy.
What channel? Hold
He's
on.
got
Let
he's
me.
on two
Where
different
that
ones,
channel at?
Mossy Warrior
Put it in
Clan,
the
and
back.
then
You put it in the back chat already.
no, I don't know how to share the YouTube channels.
Oh, you don't have a
Unfortunately.
wrench. But in the back chat, you don't need a wrench. You could just put it in there, and
No,
I'll
what
see it.
what I, what I mean by that is I don't know how to grab somebody's YouTube channel and share it to where you can
yeah.
directly
He's
go
on the
to it.
phone, Wale. He does.
Oh,
He does.
oh, okay, I get you. But I thought somebody had done that. That's all. I thought it had been done, and I wanted to find it because I'll go and check it.
Now
I
there's
know.
there's there's books published. Um,
Mm,
they established a brotherhood of scholars and started
mm,
writing books. I participated in two of them. I just don't really like
ooh, I gotta
broadcasting
see
myself.
that.
But you could look into the Kofi Pasai research team and you could find their works. And I'll grab they currently set up their own publishing company. It's same
Okay.
tree, different branch. I'll grab that link. I just don't know how to share YouTube channels.
Where's this Kofi from? The one you're talking?
He's down in Mississippi.
Oh, okay, that's different. Okay, I know Kofi from up by Milwaukee.
Okay.
Beautiful, man. Do your thing. I'll check it out. How are you spelling Mosi? How are you spelling Mosi?
Hold on, I
Hello.
get it for you, Wale. I got it. I got you.
Oh,
Mossy
okay.
is Mossi, Wale.
Oh, okay, Mosi. Okay. Thank
Mossi.
you. Yeah, because I'll check a thing. I've seen it in passing, but of course I didn't bother.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in the
It's a
YouTube.
West African ethnic group and a musical group. Yeah, that's what I've seen the name.
Nah, I got it. It's in the
Mali.
YouTube chat. It's in the YouTube chat now.
The
Mm-hmm.
Mossy
The
was the
dude that,
Mossy was an actual tribe, Wale. They took the name. It's sad to say. The name is influenced and inspired by a West African tribe of the Mossy, a warrior
the
tribe.
Masi, I'm saying the Masi is still a West African ethnic group.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, not was. I mean, you said was, but it still is. I understand that. I was going to go forward to mention that I know a boy whose father is okay, Masi, of that ethnic group
Mm-hmm.
that is in Mali, and he came here. He came and met me he came from France, but we spoke about these kinds of things. Yeah. So yeah, I and the shells as currency. They use cowrie also. So yeah, we know about this. Uh, uh, that the ethnic group. I didn't know about your friend. So I appreciate you turning me on to them as a group. I'll look at it, and I got to find out how to you know make a sub for YouTube, right? Mossy, you got to use Warrior 2 when I go to YouTube with that, right?
Yeah, it's
It's in the
Mossy
back chat.
Warriors.
I put his
It's in
channel
the
in the back
back chat.
Oh, okay, sure. I didn't. I heard you say you were checking it, but I didn't know you had it. Thank you so much, man. I got it already. Thank you. That saved me about a few energy pills. Thank you. Subscribe right away. There's a guy that has that same kind of energy in Florida, and he's on the abolition uh, roster, and he has that same energy. I thought that was interesting.
Somebody in the audience told me how to grab the channels. I put his personal channel. I don't think he really presents anything on there anymore, Wale. But I
Oh,
put
good.
Kofi's actual channel in the back chat. I'm gonna drop it in the YouTube audience too.
Okay, that's it now. Let's say YouTube something. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
that
take
that
that.
Kofi Pie Side TV.
Kofi something TV. Okay. Well, see, I've been like I think it's been 2 years now. Yeah, I see it. Oh, I just saw that. I didn't recognize it, so I kept going. Yeah, maybe I just saw it from you as a result of seeing you. Okay, I get you. Oh, wait a minute. Was he just on the panel? No.
No.
No, Kofi hasn't been over here.
Oh, to this website you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, you might have. You might be if you grabbed his um,
Mm-hmm.
what is it called? That composition web link. I forgot the name of that actual web link where they let authors present their own material and post it for them. I think it's
Uh-huh.
written compositions, but no, that
And
was
you
a
say he's
writing.
from Mississippi?
Yeah, he's from
Excuse me.
Mississippi.
Okay, thank you for verifying that to my mind. Mississippi. Trying to remember if I have any a connection there that I can recall. But no, I see he reminds me of someone. That's probably why I didn't check it out. That's beautiful. Ah, that is beautiful. Mm-hmm. That he's producing those things. It takes whatever it takes, baby.
Making some progress. Got a whole bunch of videos.
I've been thinking about writing books lately.
Yeah.
It just hasn't come to fruition. Just a thought, right? I have some books written, and I was thinking about publishing them, but you know, I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
You're not gonna open up another bookstore?
That might be that might be an incentive to me opening another bookstore, because I'm all for the imagination. And when people read and they're not given that visual, sometimes when they're not given all the information, they are able to use their imagination in a better manner to fill in the hole, instead of being given a lot of information that might be erroneous, and then using their imagination to fill in the holes of some very bad information. Bless you. Thank you. You're welcome.
So your books are gonna fill that gap, or
You know, in the true meaning of that, as I go along, and that's why I have not written a book yet. I saw it exemplified actually in a movie, and the guy opened the book, and the book page per page were mirrors.
so you have another purpose for books other than obtaining and collecting and gathering information?
It's beautiful. To me, every book I've ever heard, read, or whatever so far is just a person's perspective written down.
Yeah,
I
who
thought
else?
that
Yeah, who else would it be?
I'm saying every book is, and I thought it was different for different kinds of subject matter. And I realized it's that way for every book. Every book is a perspective of someone, and that's all it is. Oh, there's a book I will recommend for anybody's curriculum right away. It's called the Master Key System. I think everybody who's teaching, I didn't know of this when I was teaching my children, or I would have I knew different things from that's in the key system, but I didn't have, it wasn't written out systematically like it is in that book. It's written out very systematically in those books. The Master Key System, the training and the education of the mind. And like I said, now I recommend it to all my students, teachers, whatever. It don't even matter. I recommend it to anyone to learn the Master Key System. And as a curriculum, the book by Hanel is a good for a curriculum. I recommend that to any school that plans to get their kids not all off the ground, but into the space. The Master Key System. Yeah, highly recommend. Just on the educational field.
What made you think of this book?
I think it was some of the questions you were asking me, or saying, or something you had said. Maybe think of that book because the Master Key System teaches. It's called mental concentration and mind
Yeah.
control. The mind is always, yeah, the mind is being controlled by something. Like your friends, your neighbors, the news, loud sound, uh, fears, hopes, desires. The mind is always being controlled by something.
Yeah.
And without taking it under control deliberately, like an education of mind control, by doing it deliberate. And the system is already worked out, so you don't have to really work it out. Uh, you could just read through the book. If you don't like it, don't do it. It's no big deal. But it sets the mind uh, into a deliberate tool for the individual instead of the mind just running rampant and through people's lives. Mind control and mental concentration. To control your own mind, not other people's mind, your own mind. It's not, when I say mind control, I just realized some people went, oh, I can control other people's mind. No, that's not what it's about. It's about controlling your own mind. And mental concentration is about, the anti HDD, whatever that is, when children can't stay still or focus on that, because it teaches how to focus, which is mental concentration, to stay focused on one concept or idea.
I see a lot of adults can't stay focused either.
Yes, that's what I'm understanding. Tesla was very good at mental concentration. He can concentrate. He is said to have concentrated on ideas of his to the point that he could build the idea in his imagination, anticipate the flaws in his imagination, because his imagination take you so far, and then complete the thing before he even touched it, all in the imagination. And that's accomplished, by mental concentration and mind control. Even when people try to do meditation, they mind be jumping everywhere, because it's not under control. It's like a wild horse.
Yeah, Elon Musk seems very unstable to me. Um,
It's so funny how quickly I agree with you. Some things I think about. That was funny to me.
yeah,
Yeah.
it seems like he's never at a point of my bad. He's never at a point of like pause or resting to assess whatever he's accomplished or whatever. Uh, on to the next or expounding on perfecting what he's already got. Uh, doesn't really seem to have let's see a relative what do you call it rapport with the common or average person. Uh, a lot of people in the public uh, associate him with money and that can't be translated into intelligence, loyalty, or any of the other values that we, judge people upon. And I feel that he looks at a lot of other people the same way. Your bank account ain't as big as mine, and you are down there, or not as whatever as me.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get off of get my Elon Musk dash now.
I saw something that said he was a AI creation.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
And then I saw him jumping on the stage. I was like, okay. I may not agree, but I see where that's coming from.
Yeah. What's up with it, Miss Lila?
That's funny. I mentioned the rain comes every day about the same time. And someone said, "Oh, it'll be over in a couple of hours, right?" That's how it is in the sometime. But during the midst of the rainy season, no, it's full force. It didn't stop raining until 6 o'clock this morning. It rained in showers. Sometimes it was strong, sometimes it was light, sometimes it was just mist. But it kept coming down like a storm.
That's good for the agriculture, huh?
Oh, everything is just growing plenty. I have to check food every day to make sure it hasn't overgrown and fallen off the tree. I lost 2 papaya like that.
Yeah.
I didn't check for 3 days. Went out there, they didn't fell off the tree, and the animals are eating.
Yeah.
If I don't check, some will go ripe today, and the birds will eat it, or the rats. Somebody gonna eat it. If I don't, I mean when I don't.
You haven't done that today?
Well, check for fruit. Check for what's ripe.
Yeah.
No, I'm just even coming to my mind. I'm putting on my eyeglasses now to check the first tree.
Yeah.
I don't see anything ripe on there. But I pull the fruit off the tree because the bird hunts the tree. And every day he goes and checks. The bird checks 2 times a day. I watch the tree.
2 times.
And they check it 2 times a day. So I went out and pulled one of the fruit, brought it in, thinking, okay, I got that one. And a rat ate it. I was like, God damn. So, I got a tin up. I got to put everything in a tin or something, some kind of enclosure. I've been using a cake dish where you can see the cake. So because I have to see the fruit. Otherwise, if I don't see it, it'll go bad. Right? I have to be able to see it. I'll forget it's in a cover. So I have now a cake dish. I just put that over the fruit. Yeah. I'll be changing every day.
Yeah, I gotta pick up some ginger. Maybe some ginger.
So what?
Some ginger and basil leaves for my spice rack. Getting low on those.
I just found my basil leaves this morning on the floor behind the counter.
Yeah.
But you know what? I also will tell you, Dev, indulge yourself in some turmeric. Have you ever been using turmeric lately?
Yeah.
You're saying yes?
Yeah.
I can't make out what you're saying. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
know.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, turmeric, uh, parsley. Uh, I just re-upped on thyme. Yeah, I got to get back in my rotation of my spice rack. Yeah,
What seed you said?
thyme,
You said something about a seed.
parsley.
Oh, parsley. I thought you said a seed. Okay.
Nah.
Oh, I would recommend two seeds. I mean, two things, if you don't mind. And that you say you're already doing turmeric.
Yeah,
About turmeric, I'll say this: one of my girlfriends had advised me. She do that holistic thing. Anyway,
yeah,
she advised me to drink and to drink turmeric tea.
yeah.
Yeah. So then the other thing I was gonna say is cumin.
Hmm.
I don't know
Yeah,
if
I
you
got
know
some of that
cumin.
too. Yeah,
There we go. You're in there. I need some more cumin. I've run out. And some more whatever that other thing, turmeric. Run out of that too. That's why it came to my mind. Yeah, turmeric and cumin are good. They are listed as some of the ingredients for some, forget what it is, some medicine. Forget what it is. Right on.
but to help regulate your blood pressure and cholesterol level.
Yeah, stuff like that. And the ginger too. Man,
Yeah,
you smoke. Yeah, you smoking. You right on time.
yeah. I don't think we are include the medical and the basic essential nutrients into our daily routine, at least in the U.S. We kind of put a lot of emphasis on fast food, microwave. We got this new air fryer generation coming out, so we kind of adopted and consented to the whole genetic modified situation.
Yeah. But like the same woman I was just talking about with the turmeric, she lives in an apartment and all she has available for her personal use is a window ledge.
Yeah,
And she making use of that. She got peppers growing, she got other plants growing right there.
yeah,
I don't know if she got one or two. I haven't been to her place, one or two ledges, window ledges or something. And she's making very good use of that space. So I'm just saying, that people say, "Well, I ain't got no yard." I mean, you could think of 100 reasons not to do something if that's your inclination. But you only need one reason to think of to actually do it, and then follow through. Sometimes it's just to see stuff grow. Just want to see something grow. You know the difference. I'm bringing a plant into my scene now. They call it a snake plant. Incorporated into my inside house because they say that's a good one for the inside of the house. And some aloe plant, they say that's also good for the inside of the house. I got a bunch of it in the yard. I just put some in a pot and bring it in. But I'm being told these different things may be good to have in the house as well because they have different chemical makeups, electrical combinations. You know, chemicals are electronic. Damn. They're electrical combinations of electrons, neutrons, all that kind of stuff. That form different kind of chemicals that are phenomena we call things. They're all made up of different types of collections of those electrical relationships. And so when one electrical relationship leaves it, like they call osmosis or something like that, you use that thing, then you could separate certain parts of it from other parts of it, all that kind of stuff. So the idea is, I think, to realize that's going on, not to necessarily do nothing, not to necessarily, accomplish, in that sense, but to realize what's really going on. Shackle breaker. I'm saying, who else on your link? I saw you put the thing up.
Oh yeah,
I
I
saw.
was just, yeah, I got different people on my sub list. Uh, I'm not gonna put everybody in there, but yeah, quite a variety of interesting characters.
I'll show you right.
Yeah, mostly positive though. Some people don't go live no more. They only do videos. So
Oh,
I think that's the most effective way to build your channel. A couple of minutes here and there, once or twice, whenever you can. Go from there. If that's something you want to do, I would say everybody necessarily inspired to be in charge of either one or many different types of content. Since I'm involved in various projects, yeah, it's pretty difficult.
interesting.
But we're coming up and approaching lunchtime on the East Coast.
Oh, is it that late already?
Yeah, man. All the whole morning gone.
Oh, that's good. I be smoking herb. I forget to eat. I have to remember to eat.
That's almost borderline suicide.
But forgetting to eat.
Yeah, I had the energy to do it when I was younger in my 20s. I can't get to eat particular stage.
Well, I have fasted for 7 days.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't remember more, but I've done 7. And I realized that sometimes the body needs a fast.
yeah.
And so when I do, it doesn't really bother me so much. I'm accustomed to eat breaking my fast daily, like having breakfast as it's put about 12 o'clock. That's when I usually break my fast. It's like, to me, it's the thing to do because of the way I grew up as a child. We always got up first and went and did our chores. Then after we did our chores, we came back in, and got ready for school, whatever the other stuff was, and ate breakfast. So I'm used to doing some work before I eat, not after I eat. Before I eat. Not, I don't know. It works for me all these years, so I'm good with it. Hmm. And of course, guys younger than me, but older, don't matter. They be saying, "Oh, that's not the way you need to eat." I'll be like, "Okay, let's see how that works out." Right now, my body won't accept much. I may eat two or three things, maybe one fruit, but at noon, shoot, I'm gonna eat everything I could find around noon. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be getting back into my winter soup and chili mode. Probably going this weekend.
Ooh, chili. You know what we used to have before chili? We used to have gumbo. That was
Yeah,
the thing we had before we went into the chili mode. So we had soup and gumbo. Gumbo was something else, man. And conch salad. Yeah. Seafood. Uh, they call them salads, but they were soups, seafood soups.
I just cooked chili like 2 or 3 days ago, Dad.
yeah,
Yeah. Got too many kids to feed. Had to do one of those stretch it out meals.
yeah.
That was the reasoning behind it.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And when I was in Kansas City, they used to have chili contests all over the place.
Arkansas ain't too far from here. Was y'all big on roast beef stew?
Uh, yeah, the older generation was. That
Yeah.
wasn't.
I don't think that
Really,
passed
yeah,
over.
yeah. I didn't see a lot of people my age doing that.
I
Yeah,
think if they would have found another base outside that tomato juice, I think it would have rolled over better to us. That's what turned me away from it. Was it was so heavy in that tomato juice.
yeah, real heavy. Yeah,
That's interesting. Sometimes I see Cellular Count and Roy Chesby going back and forth with this philosophizing thing they be doing. And I be looking at the concepts that they espouse, not necessarily the people. I just say the name so you can get an idea of where to find the concept. But it's more in the concept than in the actual person. The concept that they're dealing with seems to go to outlive the person. I saw that some how it was put.
outlive.
Seems to outlive the person. Yeah, to live, live past the person. The person dies, but that concept stays, and it actually can grow bigger. Like the concept of good and bad, even
Good.
good and that comes from a direct line of thought of religious, what I call religious thought, because the religion is all about ancestral reverence and national culture. Some cultures don't have that concept in that manner, good and bad. Some stuff you like, some stuff you don't like. They don't have good and evil. They didn't eat, that's not their ancestry, eating from a tree to get that. Or whatever, That's somebody else's cultural folklore. So they don't have that concept. As a national culture. Have you heard of the I know Pan-Africanism and all that. Have you heard of the Eta people?
Eta?
Who is that, Gula? You work with the Morsi in them. Okay.
Which people, and can you spell it? Because
Eta.
what came to mind,
You can
was when you said it, and I might have misheard you, was the Aka, aka. Who was you referring to just now, Wale?
Yeah, give me a chance because I saw I think it was Roy Chess say something in response to my comment. But Eta is usually spelled when I find it as Aeta.
I don't think I'm aware of that one. Can you elaborate a little bit more? It might come to mind.
Oh, I'll look it up if I got to do that. That's why I ask you if you know. Otherwise, I just look it up. A-E. Yeah. Oh, yes. Let me see. I just ask for it. See what comes up. Ba-da-ba. No, not that. I'll be okay. Eta are the indigenous group of people in the Philippines who are thought to be among the country's original inhabitants. Are you familiar with the Eta?
You breaking into the Negrito people.
Right.
Yeah.
They are part of the people known as Negrito. Negrito, as far as I know, is comprised of 4 different ethnic groups. And they're all just compiled together. Because not much, when I was in there wasn't much research being done on them because the people stayed isolated, like the Jabari stayed isolated, were able to remain isolated for so long. You know about the Jabari, right?
I've heard of them. I know just enough to be dangerous if I spoke on them, though.
But you know of the Jabari, not about them. You know of them.
Yeah. Yeah, the Negrito, that goes into the but my little bit of awareness towards those people groups comes through studying the Indian Ocean slave trade.
Oh, slave trade.
Yeah.
They are in the Indian Ocean. This is for sure. So you do know of them, the Jabari. Okay. And the Eta are an indigenous group, as they say, is the country's original inhabitant. So I submit without question, they not involved with being there, have to do with the slave trade. I will go back to the Jabari later, if you want to, and discuss their origins as well, to a degree as I know it. But
I'll give you this. When I was studying those people groups, an image popped up, and man, that brother looked just like my dad, Wale. It bugged me out. It bugged me out.
Yeah.
I ain't saying we them or have any ancestry to him, but man, he looked just like him.
Exactly my point. I think we are falling for the okie doke because if I've been in math class, that's why I like math, because math is so similar to any other science I've ever seen, especially philosophy and history and stuff like that. Math is so congenial with all of that. When you comprise a certain group of information and you present that information as though it's a closed room, then all that anyone in that room has is that uh, hand-picked information. Like some people say, it's the election they're anticipating is not so much an election as a selection. The people were already selected. We didn't, the people didn't, the people, as far as we the people, in that concept of understanding, even as a citizen, didn't say, "Oh, we want this one, we want that one." We were not. They were selected and put in front of us. In one case, for sure. So you see, it's not really what we are being positioned to believe it is. You see what I mean? When we look at the actuality of it, we see what it really is, and that's what the reason I point out these different things. So because our minds have been, our historiography has suggested certain things through the context or the, what's that name, that thing called? The vehicle of science, the similarly through the vehicle of what's called religion. And we expect things to go there. Some of our people are waiting on the rapture and Jesus coming from this, the stories they inculcate from their childhood and don't look back. I mean, they maintain through their grown stage. And that's how you get to that thing you were talking about, elders versus just old people. You have to look at what is. If you don't look at what is, then what are you doing? Harriet Tubman said, "You know what? I could have freed more niggas if only they knew they were enslaved." That's her comment, not mine. I'm just repeating. And the situation remains. The people don't realize their position. For real, for real. Once they realize their position, then they don't need nobody to tell them what to do. They don't need no leader or nothing. They just need to realize what is and get in sync with what is by speaking what is as they see it, so that we can stop all this lying and this perception of lying and stuff like that, and we can learn to trust one another and build unity. I mean, the rest, it fixes itself. It's like the damn dominoes. You hit this one, all the rest of them fall off. You ain't got to go around hitting each one. That takes a long time. That's analytical thought. That's another thing, analytical thought. We are oppressed with analytical thought. We have no idea of spontaneous generation. We have accepted and inculcated analytical thought. So anyway, the Eta people of the Philippines are among the oldest inhabitants of that area. That's all I was saying. Like you said, the Negritos. Yeah, I met them. Man, I met two groups of Negrito. 3? I think it was 3 I actually met. The 4th one that I just heard rumors about. Have to leave the island and go to another island to meet them. And I wasn't doing that. Just something I found interesting. Observation. I did. Well, hit the like button, everyone. I just did. I don't know. So I'm thinking maybe people would if they think about it. 764. What you saying over there, man? Let me check. Wale Day, dreaming story time, roll up. What's the hold up, family? Cousin, it's beautiful. Sure, you're right. Sure, you're right. That's beautiful. Life is beautiful. Oh, for sure. Why not? We had most of this stuff we got as far as ideologies are based upon the concept that we've been framed in that room with, and instead of the concepts of our ancestry. We've been framed and trying to fit ourselves in a different frame, like trying to fit a round peg in a square hole. That's that's what we are doing. In assimilation. In assimilation. In our ancestry, we don't go by that square thing like that for real. We see it differently. I mean, it's been told to me differently. What's actually happening now, not how to see it, just what actually is happening. Just look at what's actually happening. Our people are being shot in the street here and there, and what becomes of that? Oh, we even say, oh, well, he was doing something wrong with drugs. Come to find out, dude got 3 joints. You're telling me that a tree gets you shot? Possession of a tree gets you shot? Wait a minute, where's that at? That don't make no. No, we the people don't agree with that kind of crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy talk. But that's the situation we in. Why are we in such a situation? I don't know. I see other people with 2 and 3 joints, 2 and 3 pounds. They'd be walking out of the jail in a few hours, while our children are being shot down. So I got to look at what's actually happening. I don't, believe none of what you hear and half of what you see. For sure, none of what you hear. Just because they say they freed us, which is, like my man said the other day, giving up power. I don't see that happening. That's like the pimp did in Iceberg Slim, I'm told, because I never read I read 2 pages of Iceberg Slim and threw it down. I was a child. I was like 19, 20. I was like, this is garbage. This is how we should look at our females and the females of our people. That's how I looked at it. So I threw it down as garbage. I sold it in the bookstore because customers requested it. But I looked at it as garbage. But he says in the book, I am told by somebody who read it, that the woman wanted to quit. And he told her, oh yeah, sure, baby, we can quit. I just need to get this and that together. And she said, okay, and when I get it together, we'll quit and we can get married or some crazy stuff like that. Whatever she wanted. He got another 5 years out of her with that kind of ploy. It's called a promise. It's the comfort of a fool. That's what politicians go by. They promise you everything, and they deliver, not so much as you were expecting from their promise. But hey, if you got the comfort from the promise, then according to the old adage, not to say it's correct, but it puts you in the category of a fool. And I know con men gonna take advantage of a fool. I was taught by a con man. Con men, that's a whole nother breed. They're gonna take advantage of you. Look at Buck and the Preacher. But the preacher in that movie, the character of the preacher was a con man. And Buck told him so. And he knew he was. And he behaved as such. But if you really want to see how our people behave as con men, that's a good example. I mean, to see the character, not the, the location or the props and stuff, but just the character. Hello, Jackson. Jackson is the man. 2 times. 3 times. Bada bing, bada boom, baby. Oh, the Sabio channel. Oh, that one. Oh, that's Dev's job. I mean, what I did is Dev's job also, but I don't know Sabio's channel. Sabio seems a little high strung for me, which is cool. I'm not, he's just doing his thing. Another beautiful day. Another beautiful day. Yeah. Hey, is there a difference between faith and confidence? Because I was just contemplating a thought, and as I did, that idea came to my mind that some people have confidence, they don't have faith. Some people have faith. It's like, they're not sure. To me, that's what faith means. Oh, have faith. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have faith. That's something you just build up like a phony thing. That's what it seemed like to me. But when you have confidence, that's different. You can step on that. That'll hold you up. Faith. Do you have faith? Yeah, I got faith. And then an arrow go by his head and he started running. The arrow didn't hit him, it went by his head. But had he had confidence, when the arrow went by his head, he would have stood taller. He'd be like, see, I'm confident because that arrow went past my head. Now I'm confident that it can't, of my position. See what I mean? It's a different thing. But just a concept that crossed my mind. Watching these guys banter. What's it called?
Hey, well, I'll let you know, con man is short for confidence, man, right?
Oh, yes, of course I do. Yes, man. I was taught well by a con man. More than one, I think, but for sure, appreciate one that taught me. They get your confidence. It's all about confidence. Yeah, we'll talk about how that stuff goes. The con man also taught me something. And I mean, because he didn't just teach me, he exemplified. That's why I say I was really taught. Because I would go on cons with them. You know what I mean? I watched it go there. He wasn't just talking in my ear. I experienced the stuff. And in learning, I was asked, aren't you, what about you hurting people and stuff? He said, listen, man, you cannot con an honest person. In a con, you have to appeal to the greed of the person. An honest person, ain't nothing you can't get the con over. I watched, I've been taught. I've asked questions. Why you didn't? Man, that's an honest person. I didn't mess with them. Go find somebody with lechery and greed in their heart. That's who I con. That's an easy con. The greedier the person is, the easier the con and the bigger the con you can run on. The bigger the con, the more people will believe it. There's a what's it called? A movie with Jason Statham. The only movie that I've seen where he didn't do no physical battle with nobody. It's called, I found it as Revolver, but I see it's got other names it comes under. But Andre 3000 is in it. That's the way I know how to tell you to find it. That movie tells you all about the con. I was like, damn, they put this on a screen? I couldn't, it was like, hey, Roy Chesdale, it teaches chess too. In that same movie, it teaches the concept of, if you're into that, you should watch the movie Revolver with that Stratham guy that, and Andre 3000. That's how I know it from Andre 3000. I don't even think I knew Andre 3000 was a, making records when I saw the movie. I don't think so. I just saw him in the movie and was impressed. Yeah, beautiful. Oh, I'm saying, Nicolo, since you had asked me about the con is short for, confidence. I agree. And I was going on to say according to the con man, because I asked him how could he, where's his conscience with that? And he explained to me and showed to me, got me to understand, let's put it that way, that an honest person, you cannot con an honest person. It just satisfies itself. But yeah, I was saying about faith versus what is it? Confidence? Yeah, faith versus confidence. To me, I prefer confidence. Somehow it feels stronger to me. Oh, so also Nicola, you're the one that say your friend is Mosi, right? Let me see, because I can't tell sometimes who I'm talking.
He's not Mossy. He's part of the um
Mosi.
they yeah, they formed the channel inspired by the Mossy.
Okay.
He's not
I see
Mossy
you.
himself.
Yeah, I see you at the end of your moniker it says Gula. So are you Gula of that
Gullah?
ethnic? Okay,
Yeah,
Gullah.
yeah.
Ah, I was watching that show with them on. They were called what do they call themselves? Keepers of the Culture. I think that's their group name. They got a channel or something. I don't even remember what show I was watching. I saw they were on a panel, you know, and I was listening to the different people what they had to say. And I
Yeah.
saw their name Ajamu. I forget his first name. His last name was Ajamu, and some other people. But that came to my mind when I saw you have that on
Yeah, I'm not of the corridor, meaning I'm not out there on the East Coast. My
there. Oh,
heritage comes through Oklahoma and the Seminole. I just choose the name Gullah over Seminole. You can make them
oh,
synonymous with one another, but if you know
really?
the history and you know who the people are, I choose to go with Gullah.
So wait a minute. Now you got
Because
me on
even
some.
even even the when they say Black Seminoles, even the language is still Gullah. It's
Oh,
pigeoned, but yeah, it's all interconnected.
okay.
It's short when they pushed us out of Florida and pushed us west. We came here, and that's how I get tied up into it.
Okay, out that way to the west, more so, as you say. However, I understand some people went south, some people went uh, southwest. That's my understanding
Well, from
of.
Florida, if you would have went south, they went to is it Andros Island, and set up Red Bay. The Gullah people did.
Hmm.
If you're gonna say
Okay.
south of Florida, now if you say south from where I'm at, they went into some got a couple of places in Texas, but a lot of them went down to Mexico.
That's where I
South.
saw some people saying that in Mexico, southwest from anyway from Florida. Yeah. Hmm. That's beautiful. When you see someone who flies, let me know. Or you know someone who's deep into what they call American Negro folklore. I'd like to know. I looked up some stuff online, but nobody online seemed to fit my idea. They were repeating and translating.
We need more of it, at least for the children, to introduce them to ideas and simplify our history and our story. I'm all for it.
I am too, actually, yes. I know a couple of the publications where
You know,
people
we
are.
got like Brer Rabbit and John Henry.
Mhm,
It would be nice to see it expand. You're gonna find it in certain pockets through cultural continuums.
mhm.
So um,
There's a
trying to think
concept.
about.
Mhm. Oh,
Go
go on.
ahead.
I was going to say there's a concept of folklore that I found as a cultural folklore. and a lot of times in cultural folklore, we refer to animals. We use animals as the characters instead of people. We could have used people, of course, but then that would limit it to that person. The possibility of getting fixed on that personality. Like, oh, okay, there's a concept called Christ, as it were, as I'm understanding it. And there's a personification of a Christ. So people have a tendency to focus on the personification instead of the association of what that actually is as a phenomenon. So they, you know what I mean? They're focused on that thing instead of the phenomena of Christ being. My understanding come from Sanskrit of somehow, and it means something in that venue. So by focusing on a thing, especially once it's been personalized, so we use animals. So you hear people say clever like a fox, which is not bad. It's just we tend to use the animals, and that way we can see how behavior is terminated without focusing on an individual. Say a lot of things by the individual. Eliot Ness, whatever, the propaganda tells us to think. John Getty, Machiavelli, Sigmund Freud. We are, we thinking things in terms of people. What's that other fool name? Whatever they name. You get kind of what I'm saying. So in our folklore, we mostly use animals in order to not fixate on the people, but to be able to fixate on the concept.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard me when I mentioned we got Brer Rabbit and John Henry probably being our most popular in African American folklore. But I know exactly what you mean. It's no different than mentioning Anansi and things of that nature.
So did
And
you ever
it
look up
goes right
John
back.
Henry?
It goes right. I'm glad you brought that up. Some people may
Okay.
not like this idea, but it goes right back up into today's topic of communication and teaching,
Uh-huh.
because that's a good way to communicate certain ideas to children. That's what I meant a while ago. I'm gonna let you keep rocking out, but
No, man, hey, please, go on. Of you say of John Henry?
yeah, John Henry is American folklore.
I'm working
And
on it.
had the brother working on the railroads. I think we just spoke of him in the last 48 hours. It
Okay.
he raced the steam engine. In short, that's the short version. He was nailing down the spikes, and they had him race against a steam powered machine.
Yeah,
John Henry and his hammer.
I was trying to find out who wrote it. There's something about who wrote it that I had found interesting. Who wrote? I gotta write all that. I thought I could just ask for the thing itself, and they would tell me the author.
Yo, what's going on?
Oh, a guy named Roger Aaron Brown. No, there's something else. There's some new thing. They talking about 1995. I know he ain't writing it no doggone 19. It was long back before that. They keep only going back to 1995. What is that? Who wrote? Okay. Let's see. I ain't got nothing more than 1995.
Look at the back chat, Wale. I just put a wiki link for him in there.
Who
I'm
wrote it?
let me see what they got going on here.
Yeah, folklore. I agree.
Legend.
Mm-hmm.
History.
An actor. I see it as an actor.
Well,
Who wrote it?
it may have been inspired by an actual person.
Yeah, but
Uh,
who wrote it?
yeah, I'm trying to see who's contributed to writing any of his stories that we know as folklore.
The Ballad of John Henry. Okay. Ballad of John Henry is an LP. Banamasa. Joe Banamasa. Yeah, they're celebrating the legend, but they don't tell me yet who wrote it. Scott Reynolds Nelson, so forth. 1848.
If you follow the link and go down, it'll say it's past the history, but you should start seeing subcategories, other media, and other media. Go to that and scroll to where it says literature, Wale,
Mm-hmm.
and you'll find various authors that contributed to creating the folklore.
So according to this, if it's not really a folklore, it's a folk legend.
Yeah, at this point, he becomes a legend more than folklore.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm just going on to say that there are there are documents of his actual existence.
Yeah,
And the documents of his existence show his movement through those environments that the legend was created in. That's what I'm seeing here in the untold story by a historian called Scott Nelson, Reynolds Nelson. His documentation and where he found the information. He put, you know, how they do books. He got the bibliography and stuff. So it appears here as a legend. There was another legend. There's another legend on YouTube now called The Legend of Red. The guy who he was a Southern dude that owned a bar, and how it went, how his life, you know, when things changed for him. The Legend of Red. But a folklore usually don't have that kind of information. You know, that's what I know. So they say even here they use the word legend. They don't use the word. Yeah, they do use the word folklore as well. Mm-hmm. And that other guy's book, though, all that article I read on his book just now, all use the word legend.
That's crazy. So what y'all talking about today?
you may have to look for it in folk tales, Wale, to find more information in regards of our folklore.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
I think that would provide you more reading material is to look for it as folktale.
Do you know that guy that used to write stuff, Charles was it Charles Dickens? I don't know. Some guy that used to write about the Mississippi River, 1800s. You recall him? And he used to use the word nigger in his books and all of that. I used to read his books. I can't remember his name. But it was some cracker that used to write these books. You know, it's some name. I forget the name of it. Well, are you like knowing what I'm talking about at all?
You.
Yo,
No?
what's going on? Deity. I mean, my bad. Identity. My bad. I said deity. My bad, bro. My bad.
Or maybe does anyone know the name of that?
I think I don't know about Charles Dickens. That's A Christmas Carol. I think you might be referring to Mark Twain.
Yeah, the one who wrote Huckleberry Finn.
Yeah.
I remember
I
reading
know.
that. Man, I didn't know how to handle that. I'm like, yo, am I supposed to say this word in class?
Oh, so that's Mark Twain. Okay, that was a pseudonym as well. That wasn't his name, the name of the author, as far as I
No,
read
I think you
and
conflated
studied.
Charles. Oh, I guess you're talking about somebody else now. But Charles,
No,
when you said Charles, I was thinking Charles Dickens in A Christmas Carol. My bad, Wally. I ain't.
Charles Dickens. I think Charles Dickens, you're right. That was a British writer. I can look it up to be sure. And the guy that you last mentioned, what was his name again?
Mark Twain.
Identity Twain. He was more or less an American writer. He was more or less an American on American soil, as far as I know and
I think
understand.
I was in like third grade. We were like reading it for class, and I'm like
Period.
uncomfortable as hell. I'm
Mhm.
like, yo,
Read
how
it.
many times is he gonna keep using this word?
Mhm. My reaction was totally different. It was so funny. That's beautiful though. I'm glad to see that you at least read it and know it exists. Some people don't know it exists. Those writings,
It
that
was
kind of writing.
required reading in some classes.
And if you did read it when you were a child, I would suggest that you read it again now that you are an adult. You will get a different
I
vibe because you
agree.
know more stuff. You got more references. More words will catch your eye. More concepts you will see that you didn't see when you were, whatever, a child.
Yeah, just
You know,
imagine a little kid, third grade, talking to a white teacher. Half the class is white, and we reading books when they say nigger on every page. I'm like, I don't know how to handle this.
that's right. That's so beautiful. But my suggestion, I'm being sincere. I suggest you read at least one book again.
I got
Just
you.
a
I
suggestion.
get it. I get it because the perspective is different now. I totally agree.
And you might see something in there that you missed before. Not that it's just different perspective, but it's a different phenomena you will recognize within. A lot of people say, "Why did I have to read that?" Well, you won't know till you're 40, and you look at it again, and you say, "Oh, that's why this was in there. This bit of information here. This, you know what I mean, so forth and so on."
I presume you've reread the text.
I reread some of it, yes.
How did did anything change in your position, understanding, and like what exactly are you referencing? Like what was the delta?
What I was, my perspective changed because I got to see uh, more or less the author's perspective, not just the characters when I reread it. Yeah. So maybe
Okay.
when I first read it, I was just looking at the perspective of the characters, the interaction. But when I reread it as an adult, I was realizing more of the author's perspective than the characters.
Yeah, I guess I can. I'll definitely. I won't see it the way I saw it back then, but yeah. So Judah, yeah, I think you walked in on the convo, so we were talking about at least from my perspective, part of the required reading in elementary was Huckleberry Finn. That was one of the first books that were introduced to me at an early age in school, that the class had to read together.
Yeah,
So,
Tom Sawyer. Yeah, I thought that was beautiful.
yeah, that
I
was
read most of
that
those.
was an experience because it had nigga in every page, like because the guy's name was what, Nigger Jim, ER. I think his name was Nigger Jim or something like that, and the characters, they kept referencing him, and I'm like, geez, can we just call him Jim? Like, what are we doing?
Right.
But yeah,
Because you got to
so
separate them because anyway, I could dig it. That was your perspective in your time zone area thing like that in your growth pattern. I see it. I see it. I respect that. Your
yeah,
your emotional response, man. I can dig it. Uh-huh. I could dig it.
yeah.
But
As a kid, I was thinking, like, can we give him a nickname? Can we? It was just different. I never heard the word in mixed company. I think that was one of the first time I heard it, where it wasn't just like being around friends and family. This is like in my world, that's a professional world. As an elementary kid, that's like, whoa, there's certain things you can't just say, outside like that. And to be using that word so freely, that was the first time I experienced that.
well, I know you. That was your propaganda positioning. You were positioned in a certain position to see that as, I guess, somehow offensive. I guess I'm guessing, and that through propaganda is how you were positioned to see that terminology. And I understand that. I understand, therefore, your emotional response to the reading of the book. Yes. However, like I said, and you even agreed that you would see it differently. Now, what would be the difference? I definitely don't know, and you probably don't know. If you're reading it again, what you would see, how might affect you. Excuse me. How
So
you
the
really
the
might affect.
explanation I was given was that that's how they talk back then. I get that, but you're talking to an elementary kid with limited experiences in life, so it was just all new to me. So Roy called me emotional, called us emotional, I guess. I don't know. Is that for us, Roy? Too emotional on
Well,
this
I'm
one?
definitely emotional. I
Too
my
emotional.
like my memory is based on my
Yeah,
emotions.
to
So
scapegoat
I
that,
do that.
Roy. I try not to engage with a lot of the stuff you got going on, but to scapegoat it and say, "Oh, that's just how they talked back then," is to negate the implications of what it meant. Period. Are y'all
Yeah, that was the
following that?
explanation. Yeah, yeah, that's the explanation I got from the teacher. But yeah, I didn't really care because the environment still was the same. We're using this word. I just was
Right.
uncomfortable at the time as a kid.
And yeah, I'm right
Well,
there
of
with you
course,
on that identity. But
I,
for
I
them
really
to
appreciate.
scapegoat it and say it's not insulting, that's just how people spoke back then. That's like saying, oh no, it wasn't abuse when the slave driver was hitting them with the whip. That was just their job back then. No, it was still abuse.
Right.
Oh, I was. Yeah, I have a different perspective. I don't see it as abuse. The word nigga myself personally.
No, I
As
was
a matter
using a
of fact,
comparison, Wale. I
yeah,
was
I
using
know.
the slave driver.
I get you and all of that. However, I was just saying as far as the literature that we were discussing at that moment, then that on the base that literature and then the syntax, not the syntax, what they call it, uh, the word, the meaning of the word, it, and its use was, I thought, very effective and led to the full understanding of the description coming from the art.
Are
That's
you
what.
asking Sabio to come up, Wale?
Oh, I'm not asking him to do any of that. I don't know if Sabio is familiar with what I'm
Well, I
talking
think
about.
I think you may have summoned him. Yeah, this is probably a triggering one. The first person I thought, like, yeah, if he's listening, he's gonna want to come up.
Well, people are triggered by words, sounds, and
Well, me personally, I think it was too early to introduce that kind of literature to a kid in third grade, like fourth grade, whatever. That's pretty young, to introduce that, and then like just trying to process how I'm supposed to react to it, because I know growing up, the first time I ever heard about somebody calling me a nigga, I punched it out of him. You know, I was young. I hit him so hard my lunch pail dropped. Like, that's how young I was. But that was that, like, hold up, you don't talk to me like that. You don't even use that word around me. Like, that was the response. So to be in class, obviously I can't just go punch the teacher, but it was just, I think it was a little too early for me, because I had no idea how to navigate that.
right, right. I got that part, but let me ask you a question about the rendition as you gave it to me. You say you were surrounded by a bunch of white kids, yes, in class,
It was mixed. It was mixed. It
and,
was like half the class was white,
and the
maybe a
teacher
third of it was black,
and the teacher,
white.
huh?
Teacher was white, a
Ah,
white woman.
then I'm kind of fitting it just like I wanted to. All the things then that I was thinking are fine. I just wanted to verify that I had gotten that rendition from you and I didn't come up with it on my own. So
Hmm.
what I'm saying to you is they were teaching the curriculum was not made for you. It was made for them to teach their children. Sort of like saying whatever the guy name in Florida talking about, they're going to take this out of the history books because he don't want his children. They're talking about their children, not your children, and what your children need to learn. No, that's not their concern. Their concern is the curriculum being written for their children and how they want their children. You get what I'm saying? So you just
I
happen
got
to
you.
be in the room while they were teaching their children, right? That's what I'm saying is what really occurred. Not that they were teaching you, they ain't teaching you. I mean, shit, you there or not, they're going to teach this curriculum to their children. It was written for their children. Now, maybe later in a decade or something, they start modifying it to, so it don't be so offensive that they're getting rebuttals and stuff. Parents are coming up and arguing and stuff.
Now, any young kids listening to this, excuse me, any young kids listening to this, imagine a time where the N word is not even in the music yet. It's not even in like that mainstream. The way it is now is like, I think we're like more used to it being just in the music, the movies, TV, everything. But imagine a time where it's not even in the music yet, and trying to figure out how to even respond to it was like crazy for me at that age. Like, I have no idea how to. I'm just gonna sit here because I can't really do much else. I'm a little pipsqueak, can't do anything. So, but yeah, I just wanted to get a perspective of time frame.
Yeah, that would be a lot. Good morning, everybody. Just wanted to say hey.
Hey,
That
Miss
would be a
Chocolate.
lot.
How you doing, Chocolate?
Anecdotal to that is being down here at one point, kindergarten or first grade, I went to a school that was predominantly white, and I thought nigger was my school name because that's what I would get called by the teachers and all the students when I got there.
Oh my
Damn.
God.
Wait, hold
So
on.
at the time,
When was you around? The 1950s, 40s?
no, this would have been maybe 90, 91.
Damn.
Well, I do have to add to that
Nah, that's crazy. That's next
Where,
back in
where,
the days,
where,
like the
where,
60s.
where,
yeah,
where were you? Where were you?
Who was that? I
Where?
was in Oklahoma. Oklahoma.
it was
This is
really,
southern Oklahoma, and y'all gotta know that southern Oklahoma is literally the little Dixie.
we had that in
Appreciate
the
that.
sense of I couldn't even imagine the age that you guys are both talking about in the sense of hearing that every day. or hearing it at all, and you know that they're using it as a derogatory. I know we will play semantics sometimes with words. However, we know that's how we communicate with each other as human beings. So you can make any word sound crazy or sound great, but we know if someone is using that and they're not playing around or nothing like that, we know that it's offensive. Shit, I was walking down the street and was called that. Like it's just this random that you want to say it so badly. And I know even in the 90s, it was off the hook in school. And when I was growing up, my parents would have burnt the school down if I'd have came home and told them that this is what they were doing. Because it was just like you said, it was the time. And plus my parents were militant. So I knew that if anybody said that word to me, they weren't being my friend and they weren't trying to be nice. And having adults and children say that to you, and this was in the 90s as well. So that's why I think we need our own schools, and I will stand on that all day. There you go.
Yeah, I was actually so nervous. I didn't even tell my mom or my dad. I didn't even know how to handle it. Like I said, I wasn't mature enough to even
You were
process
way
it.
too
So
young. Yeah, you were way too young. That should have never been in there. But like to what the other gentleman said, no, they weren't. They weren't worried about your education. They were worried about their children's education. And that's what it's always been about. It's never been about our children's education. And then when you do bring up, like, because I saw the title and I was like, yeah, why do people get mad when, like, for me, I'm proud to be a Black woman in this country. I'm proud to be a woman of color, whatever you want to come up with. I'm proud to be Black and I want to see my people do better. I want to see my children live better. I want to see our elderly taken care of. You should be proud to be who you are no matter what it is. But I do find that interesting that being a activist or being, especially even now and it's 2024, that you get pushback from, well, why do you want to call it a Black owned business, and why do you want to say this, and why not? Why can't I be proud of my people just like other cultures are proud of theirs? Go ahead, y'all got it.
hey, yeah, so I'm actually trying to ignore Roy in the chat, but he is triggering me right now. I'm sure you see it.
I'm on the
No, I'm
same time.
sorry,
I'm on the
I
exact
don't see
same
the
time as
chat.
you. Identity, like, why? Who you
I
putting
have
on
no
that?
idea.
Why?
He has
Why
an
are you putting
idea
on
that
this cape for? Like, this is the dangers, and he gonna push back towards this. But this goes right to what the sister said, and what Wale was alluding to. This is the problem with Eurocentric education.
Right,
That
you know more about European history,
the
and I
shit
had
that
to
we say
learn.
we're trying to make, like, we're just sitting up here all of a sudden making up this idea and trying to claim it as a Black thing, and it applies to all groups of people when it
Exactly.
doesn't. When it just doesn't.
Why can't we have our own? Why do we, as our own people, have to get upset or triggered because someone is proud to be Black? Yes, I would like to see a predominantly Black, successful schools, neighborhoods, colleges, hospitals, the whole 9 yards. I've been called a separatist. You can call me whatever you want, but I think it's necessary. And it has nothing to do with this segregation, and that's what. No, it segregation was a necessary, because at that time still they were still burning things down. You know what I mean? They were still taking from us. So yes, what choice did we have if we wanted to better our situation? We had to integrate. And so and we see what that does. We still have children that are illiterate. We still don't have a high graduation rate when it comes to high school across this country. There are things to prove what is happening. And it's like, You want to get mad at somebody because they give a fuck and want to take, excuse my language, and want to see something happen better for our own. Like, to me, that is that whitewash that you continue to drink, that we don't deserve to have our own, that we should be happy because they opened the door for us. Like, I don't get that. Sorry for the rant. Y'all go ahead, got it.
Who opened the door for us?
Our European counterparts.
To
I'm
me,
talking,
to
and
me,
just to be, go ahead. I'm sorry.
please continue. I interrupted you.
No, you're fine. Like I said, I have nothing against any culture in this country. However, when I wake up every day and I go out in the world, they see me as a black woman. When I look around and still see that we're the ones still suffering from lack of education, housing, financial access, this is still going on. Yes, we have a lot of black businesses, but we don't have the access to the resources that are available in our counterparts' resources. And that is because we don't have as many venture capitalists in our economic standing. And so that is where you get why we're not making things for ourselves. We talk about other cultures as if they're doing something so amazing. It's the same thing that we can do. It just has to be on a larger scale. You start small, but you got to continue it. And so it's just like you can take advantage of that now. You've got the internet. We can run businesses from all over the world now. We can do businesses with other black folks in other countries. So it's not just, oh, right here in America, but this is where I live. This is where I was raised. This is where I went to school, college, the whole nine. So why wouldn't I, being not one, there's many of us, many people who feel the same way, but I do get tired of that. Like, it's almost like, well, why do you care? And we don't need, and da 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 da. What? It, do you not see what's happening? Do you not see what's going on? How many of our children know more than one language? How many of our children know African history or just black history right here in the US, unless it's the same 5 people they use every year? So yes, I think even in 2024, there needs to be a hard look at, wait a minute, I think we need to work on our tribe. So there you go. I'm done. Thank you.
Roy, when it is applied to other people, when the British, in particularly,
Oh, damn, she
me,
left.
me,
I
me, and
wanted to agree.
Wale was speaking on these people earlier. If they used it and it's now Negrito, and it still had a an implication of being black or dark skinned. If they was to say Irish nigger, it was to insult and bring them out of the realm of whiteness and to insult them and reduce them down to being a nigger, a nothing in society.
Oh, man.
So to sit back and
Okay.
spew the stuff you're saying and mask yourself as highly intelligent and tell the collective panel that we're wrong and we're misusing the word and trying to redefine it, it becomes insulting.
Okay.
It becomes insulting at that point.
When you have when you go by a definition or derivation that you go by, and I go by a different one, uh, what's that called?
Well, this wasn't to you. This was somebody in the chat, though. Just so you
Oh,
know.
I'm just saying, does it really matter? I can do. I wanted to say right away, chocolate before she left. I didn't know she was leaving so fast. I thought she was bringing out very good concepts and everything. I agree with her summation as well. We do our own thing. Now, that's we did a thing called. I mean, somebody, one of the elders had suggested to me the concept of Ohunwa. He called it Ohunwa, which means do your thing. We do our thing. Ohunwa.
Can everybody hear me?
Oh, she back. Oh,
Yes.
beautiful.
Yeah. Hey. The wind up here is no joke. I've had to delay like a day of working because it's crazy windy. So I was like, oh, I want something to do. I need to work my brain. But anyway, yeah, I do not shy away from it. And I'm not putting any judgment on anyone else. This is just how I look at life and my perspective, the jobs I've had, the careers. I've worked in education, I've worked in transportation, um, I've worked in corporate America. I've done all of that. And it's still, we're still in this place where, oh, Massa might be listening. Like, no, let's do what we got to do. Nobody's watching because nobody thinks we're going to do anything anyway. It's been 60 years. And it
That's
is, it's
beautiful.
necessary. I think it's good for your identity to be around people. Representation is important. And then I'm done with my rant. And I'm just hitting mute. See, I got it happy and hit the back button. So I got it now. There you go.
So let me double dutch in here real quick. So I was actually waiting for Yasa to respond. He did to the situation in the chat. So Roy keeps pushing on the idea of context. So
Yeah,
let's give this context, sir.
can we put
Let's
that
give this
on the
context.
can
Which
we
one?
put it on the screen while we do it?
Which one?
If I put the source for it, because I can't share my screen, so I just put that in there. But we'll just
Can you
use
put it
the
in the chat?
dictionary. Give me a second.
Sure. So as Yasa does that, we can talk about context, Roy. Let's do that. So if we were to replace the word with, as you say, ignorant, if you're a child and your child, and I'm not speaking for myself, but just in general, a kid going to school, okay, we don't call them the N word. We just keep calling them ignorant. Does that help anything to what you're saying? As if that minimizes impact? Do you walk around raising your child calling them ignorant every day? Hey, ignorant, get over here. You're acting as if this doesn't have anything outside of the Webster's dictionary definition. That's where it stops. No, there's levels in that. And you're acting like that part of it doesn't have any impact on the context. It defines the context. As I said, I'll go anecdotal. My first question as a kid was, why do we have to keep calling him nigga Jim? What's wrong with just Jim? Like, his name didn't change. But again, I didn't understand the context back then. But even today, I would not even think to call my kid anything that I know has a bigger impact than just the word. That's why you give words of affirmation and everything to you feed your kids, you're smart, you're intelligent. You don't call your kids stupid just because. So, when you speak context, make sure you understand that includes just a definition, not just the definition, I'm sorry. So that was my point. I'm sorry. I was on the soapbox there, chocolate. My bad.
Can we put it on the screen
Oh, please don't apologize. You
so
good?
he can clearly see that there has never, they can't source, they can't find, they can't prove anywhere that the word nigga ever meant ignorant person. For somebody who
All right.
thrives to sound so articulate and intelligent,
Okay, let me share it.
l-
I got your link. Where's that?
let me breathe so identity don't get his wish and see me crash out. Let me just breathe because I can't
I'm
believe we
waiting
have to
for it,
do
bro. I
this
want you to come to the dark side.
as adults.
Oh,
We have to do this.
well, I
I know,
find
right?
it has to be done because what it is the push of I'm gonna push back what the narrative is. We don't have a dictionary of our own. Do we have a black dictionary? Am I missing it? Did we ever create one?
Uh, I don't know if you was just speaking freely, but whoever's sharing the screen, this conversation begins down towards the bottom. It said, "Did the word change?" You'll see a subtitle for that right there,
Okay.
and this speaks exactly to what he was just speaking on as an ignorant person.
You want to read it off or no? You want me to?
I won't be able to see from the phone.
Okay, I'll read it off. So, in speaking of the word nigger, for those who just joined, did the definition of nigger change? There's a widespread belief that the original meaning of nigger, as defined in dictionaries, was an ignorant person. Sounds familiar in the chat, doesn't it? And a related belief that current dictionary definitions describing its use as a hateful racist epithet are a recent change. We do not know the source of those beliefs, but they are not accurate. The word was first included in the Merriam Webster dictionary in 1864, at which time it was defined as a synonym for Negro, Negro, with a note indicating that it was used in derision and depreciation. I'm sorry. I don't know what the derision is. I don't know what that means. In derision and depreciation, there has never been a definition like an ignorant person for this word in any subsequent dictionary published by this company, nor do we know of such a definition in any earlier dictionary. There's your context, Roy. Appreciate this source there, Yasin. And this is Merriam Webster. Anything to add?
I'm saying the words you couldn't even hear me, and now it's gone off the screen. It said in depreciation and stuff like that. The words you had stumbled over.
Yeah, derision. I don't know what that word means. I'm looking it up now.
Oh, beautiful. I understand that word. But anyway, you took it off the screen,
Ridicule
so
or mockery.
you're right.
So
So
how was
yeah.
it not an insult then? Let's take it back to there. How was it not
Okay.
insulting?
This is what my father taught me when I was a little boy in the South after most people had went north. We are niggers. Niggers are us. And we are proud niggers from a long line of niggers. And he said to me that the reason the cracker calls us niggers is to see if we will confess to being niggers. Niggers was an ethnic identity. It was used as an ethnic cleansing. So he gave me the example himself that when people come in the room, when the cracker breaking the door, wherever niggas are huddled up doing their own thing, whether it's smoking a joint, because my dad smoked joint, whether it was smoking a joint or whatever they were doing, throwing dice, whatever they do, making niggas was not supposed to be able to meet more than 5 niggas at a time was illegal. More than 5 niggas meeting at a time was just, you can be arrested. Everybody in there can just be arrested, period. So they were kicking the door. Any niggas in here? But they see all these niggas in here. But they want to know if any niggas are in there. Meaning one who is not tamed and they referred to a Negro as a tamed nigger because a nigger was a wild one. He wouldn't go along with shit. I mean, you can see it in the rap music. Some of them niggas, them little niggas, they know. They say a nigga was the wild one. I think it was that skinny boy that went to Africa. We the one that wouldn't go along with shit. We were the one with couldn't pacify us, and for the most part, we refused to be converted to their assimilated in their thing. We wanted our thing, and we wouldn't accept. And they were talking to us about the Negro would say, "Well, we need to assimilate," and the nigga be like, "Nah, man, we ain't assimilating. We keeping our own ways, and we gonna do our own thing." And that's what a nigga. That's why they want to get rid of the term exactly because they don't even want us to remember what a nigga is. And so the cracker would break in and say, "Any niggas here?" And the niggas would say, "Oh no, boss, we are. No, ain't no niggas in here. We are Negroes in here. Everybody, you know, what's your name? My name is John. Whatever, you know." We took on them names, Christian names, you know. I know there's a lot of controversy saying that, oh, we had this, that was our language and this and that and the rest of that. I don't hear that noise from my ancestors. From my ancestors, my my grandmother herself said that those names were bestowed upon her when she was Christian, when she converted to Christianity. They got the name Smith. Otherwise, they didn't have those last names, those Christian names, what they're called when they were
I just wanted
baptized.
to make mention that this channel, there are many opinions to many topics, and they are of the person's opinion on their own. It does not represent the entire channel. So just had to make mention of that.
While we had opinions, can I ask y'all opinion? What do you use to source the definition of a word?
Oh, Yasa, you may not have experience with Roy. He denounces using the dictionary because I forgot why. I don't want to speak why, but he doesn't consider it a source for knowledge of a word. You know, definitions are not typically used in his world the way we use it here. So he
Eureka
trashes the
moment.
idea.
Eureka.
He
100%
trashes the
Eureka
idea of
moment.
using a dictionary as a source. So yeah, I just want to give you that context. You might not have been around. We've had this discussion with Roy many times.
I
So
recall now.
what does he use? A thesaurus or etymology? As the source?
Not sure. I don't know what the hierarchical breakdown of what he goes to first. I don't know, but he trashes
Oh,
us when we use a dictionary.
oh, okay, I could dig that. Yeah, I could dig that. But I see some of the stuff, you know. Well, you know, he's doing this thing. I can dig it. I invited him to come play chess and what's his name. But you know, internet on the internet. Because I see here how you know his logic. And so I find
Hey
it
Jackson
he's
2 times. I do remember him saying the dictionaries for the hood. I remember that.
all right. Well, it's for yeah, pretty much. I'll go with that. It's definitely for the common people, as it were, because that's what it talks about common usage more so than you know true meaning. It's beautiful. I
So
think I see a
I'm
right.
watching.
I'm
I'm sorry.
sorry.
Go ahead, brother.
No, I'm muting up, man. Talk.
Yeah. So just to kind of like parallel this, so I don't know if anybody watches that show. It's like it's called 90 Day Fiance, but it's like foreigners meeting Americans and trying to figure out if they're gonna marry in 90 days. whether they want to get married because they only know each other on the internet. So I bring this up because there's a couple that's on this season. It's a guy with autism, but he's highly functional. That's what they call it when you can still interact as I guess typical or the norm, but he knows he has an issue with um, expressing himself in certain situations, like reading a room or just understanding um, just his environment in a social level, on a social level. And so this is the first time I'm thinking like Roy has been showing that he cannot process his environment sometimes, and he shoots from the hip. And I'm not saying that he has autism. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying there is like I'm seeing a pattern of why is he not seeing like some of these things I think are just layups. They're easy. Like why are you debating this? This is the one that I think everybody who walked in this room should get. But that's
Damn.
my assumption based on assuming he can get it.
Damn.
So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he just can't. I'm giving that chance. I'll give Roy the chance to explain it, whether or not he has heard this before. But reading the room has been his issue for the longest time of just understanding. Like, do you understand the resistance you're introducing right now? And you have really no purpose in doing it. You're just doing it. Read the damn room.
Damn.
You're on a pro-black channel teaching black kids sciences, specifically black kids, and you're trying to explain why the N-word, I'll be politically correct, the N-word, oh, we have to keep that in context. It only means ignorant. So we should be okay with being called ignorant? I'm confused. I sometimes I just think Roy doesn't process the way I would assume he should. And again, that might be my interpretation of it. So I'll take that as my opinion only. And I heard you, Miz. You trying to take my tagline, Miz. I heard that.
I take great
I mean,
pride in
damn,
it.
son, you getting colder and colder, son. You following the seasons. You just getting colder and colder.
Personally, I take great pride in being a nigga. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Again, the opinions on this panel are of the speaker alone and does not represent the entire channel. Thank you. I'm assuming Sabio's mic is broken because he hasn't said a thing in like 20 minutes.
So I could dig it that you still feel that way. But like I said, when I asked my father about it, this is how my father taught me. And if you want to say it's derogatory to you, I could dig it, man. We actually were going through things. So whatever you were going through, and I understand what you were going through. I actually read a book on what you went through. And now I'm seeing the result of it. But the guy was saying how they wanted to put us in, especially, I forget who wrote it, but I heard it coming out, being reviewed coming out of New York. And the guy was saying how the book exposes how they're doing the interracial thing because they want to put white women in charge of our young children, young male children. He said specifically male. And then they can inundate them with a certain what is called position, societal positioning, and that would inundate them with a certain societal positioning to have the female Caucasoid in charge of the class. That would set the child up for a lot of things that can be called as crimes real quick, and the female dominating the child in some form or fashion by being the teacher. He actually wrote a book on that concept of the integration being set up and the way it's being set up, the school system being set up to create just that dynamic. that you described. You know. Anyway, that's what his book said. Not that I agree with him. It just made me remember that's what his book was about. So I think it has been looked at least by the scholars and educators of what you call a black community.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So what we on, man? What we talking about?
I'm ashamed to say, Mizzo.
You said you're ashamed to say?
I'm ashamed to say.
Oh man.
And the
Come
last
on,
comment
y'all said
was
turn up. Y'all said turn up.
the last comment that I seen going back and forth in between the screens was, and I'm paraphrasing, I gotta remember somebody might be on the spectrum and they're known to take stuff extremely literal. But white children now don't define the N-word to mean black people. And yet you won't see white people around black people saying the N-word when they think we're being ignorant. They'll just call us ignorant or foolish or any other synonym for it instead. But they won't dare say the N-word because they know the racial history behind it, especially in this country. So it's like, make it make sense. And if the dictionary is the wrong source to use, you got a blue wrench, provide us the material.
Great
So we can
point.
just move past this subject. But for the most part, it seems that you want to adhere to this, whatever it is, form of education and knowledge that you have and this stance. So show and prove. Let's get to the science of it. Show and prove. And to Wale's point, that's like, I understand the story you was trying to share, Wale, especially if you want to say the South, but in the regions I grew up, we all had to get that lesson at an early age. They're gonna call you this, they're gonna treat you like that. You can't go here and act like this. That's part of black education in America. And it's unfortunate that we have to learn those lessons in the sense of just go and have a good time, son, and just be a morally good person. We have to learn in um, what is it, Du Bois? We have to operate with dual consciousness.
Yeah, they call it code switching when you at work. The truth, you learn a lesson.
Oh, just personally, I don't do that.
Well, no, I mean how do I put it? With black kids, because I worked with in the I was the PE teacher. Anybody remember that?
Is it me or is chocolate coming in kind of choppy?
Yeah, it's in and
Yeah,
out. It's
you
in and
breaking
out.
up, chocolate. Chocolate, you breaking up.
Okay, how about now? Better or worse?
Nah, worse.
Dang, the wind. All right, I'm gonna leave and come back.
All right.
So you were saying something to me, but it's cool. However you view it, I have no argument with that. One love.
Sometimes two loves.
A faux love, FOE.
Faux love. Oh shit! Wow, dog Wale, man, he's back.
Whatever suits your circumstance is good. I'm good.
We with you, Wale. I was just trying to add to what you were saying. I don't know if you misunderstood what I was implying a while ago.
You said FOE. FOE, as I understand it, is
Oh no,
me.
I'm talking about in regards of the N word and how we culturally, at least, let's say anybody born before the 2000s, we had to get those lessons at an early age. We had to be aware of it. So we understood where you was coming from when you shared your story of being introduced to it or
Possibly.
the idea. That's all I was saying in regards to that.
Mhm. That's beautiful, man.
Yeah, Wale, Rias is one of our least combative panelists.
What's that?
I said Rias is one of our least combative panelists. So I'm sure there was a miscommunication somewhere in there.
Oh, yeah, I spoke with Nicolo before, and he spoke directly to me before, and our concepts and perspectives meet occasionally.
Okay. Got you. So we talking about chat. Let me see what's going on in the chat. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, they still on it. Yes, if a white person calls me that, it'll be fighting words. That's what it used to be.
Why?
It used to be that.
Why though? That's what the guy got mad at me about. I said, why? Because of course you'd see how I handle it. I mean, maybe you know it, but anyway, I asked him why, and he got mad at me. Like I supposed to know. I said, okay, I supposed to know, but tell me why. Oh, beautiful. Song come.
Yeah, as far as Wale talking about why and all that. Yeah, I mean, it's assumed, I'm guessing that when somebody using the verbiage, they know the history. And if you know the history, then it's almost like testing the waters at that point. Because if you know the history, then you probably wouldn't be so willing to use it around a certain demographic of people just because of the history around it and its usage. So
What up?
I can dig it, bro.
You.
What's the word?
I mean, I've been listening, and I think it's on one hand, I think that somebody having a different, like not having a visceral response to being called the N-word by a white person, like why they would do that, it's like that's cool, that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? I think it's like purposely obtuse to ask why would somebody get angry that a white person called them the N-word though.
Come on, Domo.
Like,
You be talking about Wale here.
No, I mean, yeah. Regardless, if anybody would ask, it's purpose. It's like that. It's like that's the form of purposeful ignorance. You know what I mean? That convolutes very simple conversations. It's an insult. The way that it's deployed is done so in a way to be emotionally and psychologically detrimental. So it's like if somebody's trying to hurt you, whether it's physical or emotional, mental, psychological, if somebody has a response to somebody trying to hurt them, it's like if somebody punch you in the eye, you're not gonna be like, and you be like, all right, I'm about to whoop his ass. You're not gonna ask them why you gonna whoop his ass because he punched me in the eye. The fuck kind of like? That's why I think like niggas, like we be trying to sound so smart that we sound dumb.
Damn.
Oh, that was beautiful, man. That was beautiful.
I said damn too. I just didn't have my mic on, man. You caught me.
I know. I was racing you too.
Oh, this thing is on. Oh,
yeah. Nah, you good. We can hear you, Wale. I think.
Yeah, I wasn't sure it was on. I don't want to be speaking while the guy speaks. But yeah, I thought that was beautiful, his assessment and whatnot. Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Carry on, man.
Yeah, no, I kind of feel the way, kind of sort of the way Dumbo feels, but in terms of when you ask me, when you say you don't see why people would get upset. Again, for me, I don't know if it's necessarily sometimes the triggering of the word more so than it's the actual nerve of the usage of the word, knowing the history that surrounds the word. So it's almost like you trying to play me more so than the word actually meaning something. It's just more so in my head, it's more so like you trying to play me, because if you using a word, then you know the history behind the word, and we just in a space where you just trying to play with me because you should know better at that point, just because of the history. Even if times have changed and all that, whatever the case may be, it's almost assumed that the average person has a gauge on the social climate at that point, in terms of what words should be used, what words might be triggering, and all of that. Like, and then that's a responsibility of people too. Like, you got to be aware of your surroundings. So to just assume that you could be using verbiage freely anywhere that you go, it's like, nah, you might want to get get familiar with the custom of that region where you at, because you might say something that's off-putting and then somebody end up going in your mouth.
Oh yeah, that's a concern, I guess, if you're concerned about those kind of things. But so far I'm good, and I've been around, a few places.
Yeah, well, you would be all right because you ain't a white person saying it. Now, like, you saying it, and with your meaning or your understanding behind it, the average person ain't really going, be particular or aware of that. So they just looking at you like another black person who's saying it. Even if you don't think that you're black, they looking at you as just another black person saying it. So they not trying to accost you or assault you in any type of way. But as soon as a white person said, it's like, yeah, you trying to play niggas, like, because you gotta know better.
Okay,
that's why it's like you gotta let niggas know. It's like, yeah, you got freedom of speech, but ain't no such thing as freedom for consequences. You know what I mean? Like, you can say, like, people can say what the fuck they want to say, but the impact of your words, of your verbiage, you can't escape that. Like, that's just the reality of that. There's consequences to even if we talking about shit outside of the N word. You call a nigga a bitch. You know what I'm saying? You talk about a nigga's wife, about you know what I'm saying, mama. That's free. You got freedom of speech, but it's consequences that come with it. And to think that consequences shouldn't come from that type of animus. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's not true in no other context. That's not true in no other context. Insults, regardless, whether it's the N-word or whatever else. Some people cool with being insulted. Other people, you know what I'm saying? Like, they respond when it comes to insults.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like,
that's why I feel like don't know right. That's how
it is. That's society.
Immediately that's what I'm saying, for a person who's running around this world, or in America, wherever you want to talk about, you might want to get accustomed with the people's customs and what's going on with them before you just run around using verbiage loosely and you don't have any meaning or nothing behind it.
Mm-hmm. But fortunately, I have meaning behind it, so I could dig it.
Well, not the literal meaning, but just when I say meaning, I mean the history. Because, like, don't the word is.
I never listen.
Whatever the word is, if it's offensive, then it got some history behind it.
Okay. I told you the history my father told me, and he passed it down, because everybody in my line, we all niggas, right? So that's how we go. That's how we roll. And ain't nobody got this thing about it being offensive to our people. So if that's how you see it with your people, I got no problem with that. I don't see it that way. Our people deal, and the niggas I'm talking about, as an ethnic conglomeration of people. If you're not in that, I could dig it. I met niggas from spaced all over the world, man. I found niggas from different, representation of them all over the world. So it's okay to admit, man, that you say this and you say that, you want to be mad. But watch this. This is the most important thing to me right now, just to point out, now, I hope you don't mind me pointing this out, that by your being triggered by a word, you having a la-di-da day, you walking down the street with your girlfriend, la-di-da, baby, you're just eating ice cream, whatever, la-di-da means to you, enjoying the day, and some cracker ride by on a bicycle or walk by with his friend, and he say, "What's up, nigga?" in a very antagonistic way. "What's up, nigga?" Nigger, you know how the pronunciation makes you feel antagonistic, and you break out in a sweat and get physical and bullshit. Hey, man, and you address that with all that feather and la-di-da because you triggered now. Yes? To me, I cannot put myself in that position. I have no reason to allow someone to control me like that. I refuse to be. Hey, I'm just saying.
Yeah, but
But while
I
that's
think
part
it's,
of all of our education.
and that's why it's like
It's
it's
part
like
of
two
our
things.
education at an early age, so we're trained not to make the wrong mistake in
No,
situations
it's
like that.
it's
So
two.
you having that, we're aware of it, and no, what I mean by that, Damo, is when the elders did teach us certain things, it was so
Yeah,
we would have the training to not make a mistake. Because while I don't want to say they're entitled to it, but because of the extra legal history of this country, they can come say that to us. We respond. At one point, it was not nigga get off the sidewalk, and we just stand still. That could be the end of your life. So they was teaching us this as a form of protection,
yeah,
mentally
no,
and
yeah,
emotionally.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. I ain't disagree with that, and I actually think that the reason why they was teaching us that, and what Wale is reflecting is what he calls, because like people, like we assume that, and how it's used on the internet is like triggered is like this. Oh, it's an emotional outburst. Like, nah, trigger is related to social relationships. You feel me? Like, if you don't recognize that you're being insulted, that don't change the fact that you're being insulted. You feel me? And
Right.
the reason why you okay with remaining powerless in that scenario is because you've been used to being treated like that. You've been taught to allow them to talk bad to you, and you smile, right? Because you're powerless. They can dominate you socially, because that's what white people attempt to display in those moments is social dominance. And so when we allow for that rhetoric to be used freely and we just smile back, that is a reflection of that social dominance. Yeah, sit there and smile, nigga. That's what you're supposed to do, right? So it's like what we aren't supposed to do is reflect our own social dominance. What we aren't supposed to do is respect our own spaces. Because outside of the use of the N-word, what's happening is my personal space is being invaded. Like I'm having a la-di-da day, and this motherfucker just walk up on me and start insulting me. That's not just a question of, oh, like what racial dynamics. That is a question of a social violation. In that situation, you are being violated. And some people are okay with allowing themselves to be violated, and that's cool.
And I
Other
think
people,
that goes.
and especially, and like people, and I'll just say this, I won't be too long, and then
No, go
I
ahead,
cap it
Joe.
up.
No, go ahead.
It's like some people feel that it is empowering to defend my social space, whether it be with my own rhetoric, whether it be with violence or whatever. But when this racist individual who holds certain beliefs about me is invading my space and spreading those beliefs in my space unwarranted. The idea that you would sit back and smile is what is the pacification. That's why they feel comfortable doing it, because they dealing with pacified niggas, as opposed to the niggas that they fear, and those are the niggas that will respond.
So let me
And
say
so
this,
that's all
Domo.
it is.
No,
I
I ain't even definitely.
I
I
said
agree
myself.
with a lot of what you're saying, or majority of what you're saying. I ain't even find nothing wrong with what you're saying. I just want that kind of add on in terms of when Wale was speaking, what kind of jumped out at me was pause, was the fact that, you know, I think it's more of a situation where that kind of surprise you that you get, Wale, when you like surprised that people allowing themselves to be triggered, maybe because there's different value systems there. Like what Domo was speaking to in terms of how you was raised or whatever the case may be, and the pacification and everything like that. That becomes a part of the value system that you raised under in that culture. So within that environment and in that space, you don't value the same principles that the next person would, who's allowing himself to be triggered. The person who's allowing himself to be triggered values their self-respect, they value their dignity, they value these different things that got to do with their selfhood and their self-esteem more than a person like yourself who may not have been raised to value those things in that type of way. Not to say you're not raised to value them, but just not in that type of way. Integrity may look different, and all those other things that somebody might feel is violated when somebody says something to them that they don't like. It really just boils down to value system. So your question kind of answered itself when you asked, like, I don't see why somebody allowed themselves to get triggered or something like that. It's just because of the value systems within the culture that they raised under. They value that principality, and their reaction is it goes along with the culture too, in terms of if somebody steps above this line or crosses this line, this is the normal reaction, and it becomes normalized, and then that's what it is. So it's not even, you know what I'm saying? It's
Man,
not even
being
like
in
it's
Norman,
different.
I was in Norman, Oklahoma for 10 years, damn near, like 8, 9. That Norman, what most people don't know, where the University of Oklahoma is a Sunday, was up until I think they said up until the 80s and 90s, Norman was a sundown town. It's 30 minutes from Oklahoma City. Sundown town. We know what that is. I have been called nigger on so many different occasions, just on random shit. I'm talking about I'm walking across campus, white people drive by in their car, nigger. You think I'm chasing their car down? No. No, that don't make no fucking sense. Why would I chase? Like, why would I? You know what I'm saying? Why would I do that? But in the specific instance that you bring up, though, in the scenario that we discussing, if somebody come into your space, that's not triggering to respond in self-defense. Shit, that's protection. That's what's it called? You know what I'm saying? What's it called? We're trying to self-preservation. What niggas is talking about? Do you recognize the type of space you in where motherfuckers feel like they can walk up on you and call you whatever? A nigga just got shot by his neighbor. I was just watching this news story. His neighbor had repeatedly been harassing the nigga. Nigga had 19 different 19 police reports on this one white neighbor. Neighbor calling them all type of niggas. All type of niggas. Niggas knew it was all racially motivated. The old boy, he ain't do nothing. He just went on about his business. Like, man, listen. He acting like whatever. So the nigga goes to trim a tree that was kind of on shared, like, you know what I'm saying, shared property line. As the nigga go to trim the tree, white man come out there telling him, you touch that tree, I'm shooting you. Nigga like, all right, I'm going to ignore this. I'm not going to pay any attention to him. This is this violent person. I'm not going to allow him to trigger me. with his whiteness and his racism, I'm just going to trim this tree. When the nigga went to trim the tree, white man came out, shot him. And it took a week for the police to come pick the nigga, the white man up. That's to say, all of this like being the bigger person shit, yeah, that shit's fine and dandy. That shit is cool. I respect it. But if you being the bigger person up until the point you don't recognize the danger that you in with the individual that feels comfortable violating your social, personal space every time you come into interaction with you, it's kind of productive.
Yeah, at a certain
Niggas be on the
point,
high
you
horse till they get shot off
entitling the
that
bully.
motherfucker.
Yeah, you entitling the bully at a certain point. But before you
Yeah,
get too far
you
away, Domo, I don't know if you was on here when I mentioned how the N-word got used in school in Oklahoma. And this was kindergarten, first grade. But to your point of it being a sundown town, Oklahoma
Oh,
City
you from
was
Oklahoma
not.
City, right?
I'm from Oklahoma, not Oklahoma City.
Nah, Oklahoma City,
Oklahoma
but
City wasn't even the original capital.
nah, for sure. What
Not,
city?
not.
What city you from?
I would say in between Tulsa and McAllister, jumping back and forth. I was actually
Ah, okay,
born.
yeah, yeah,
I was
yeah,
born. I was born in the city, just didn't grow up there.
yeah,
But
yeah. Nah, for sure.
the city isn't the original capital. They purposely moved to Oklahoma City, or what became it, because they didn't want to be around blacks. At the time, the original capital was supposed to be Guthrie, Oklahoma. The
Right.
problem was, um, Guthrie was also known. There was a part of it known as Little Africa. If they didn't call it Little Africa, they called it the Elbow. And the whites were so scared of the political body of blacks there and the ability to vote that they didn't want to establish the capital there. So they moved it, hence creating the origins of those sundown towns surrounding Oklahoma City and what Domo was alluding to. Hey, yeah, it's extreme. I haven't went to OU, but yeah, it's racist up there. Didn't they just get into trouble a couple of years ago because them white boys was on the bus
Yeah,
singing
the
them
SAE
songs?
shit,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
Listen. Like when I walked out, when I walked out my apartment, I would turn to the left, and it was a Confederate flag right there,
Everywhere down here.
right there. Matter of fact, when Obama got elected, the KKK, like 35 run like right through Norman. The KKK hung up white sheets all down I-35,
Yeah, I
all
was
through Norman.
explaining that when you get into southern Oklahoma, it's known as the Little Dixie.
All through
If
Norman, yeah. Like
and when
Ada,
if
Ardmore.
you're familiar with Tulsa, that's where the Klan, a huge part of their reemergence started in Tulsa with Wayne. Is it Tate Brady? I was gonna say Wayne, but Tate Brady. When the founder of the Klan, Forrest, what's his name? Nathan Forrest, his grandson came here. And a few years after his grandson came here and met up with Brady, that's when they burnt down Tulsa. And those riots was right by what is the Brady Theater, which he owned. It didn't get touched, and and when I say it's right by it, I mean it's just not even a 16th of a mile away from where all that was taking place.
Yeah, man. So it's like when we shit, I get the survival strategy. You know what I mean? Like when you in the South like that, hell no, you don't just shit. But out here in California though, I wish a white boy would jump like that. And they out here too. They out here
Yeah,
too.
but even down here, at some point, you do have to give some form of pushback, and that pushback, shout out to Martin Luther. That nonviolent approach and showing your humanity, it does serve a purpose. But shout out to our warriors because at some point that serves a purpose, and you have to navigate it intelligently.
There was
So
a cracker that came
I don't
in
want to
in the
get too
past.
long with it.
Oh, I'm open. In the past 4 or 5 years, five years, there was a cracker who had the same assumption that whatever his name is, has about me being pacifist or some kind of whatever, your idea is, because I'm not offended by the word nigger. And I told you why I'm not. It has nothing to do with your suppositions. I have actually explained that to you. If you want to make suppositions, of course, that's up to you. Be welcome. But I have given you the information as to why I look at being called a nigger a certain way. Secondly, the cracker, as I was saying, came to the same supposition as Domo, thinking that that meant passivity because I wasn't aggressive or inclined to be triggered by a word. So he came at me with a weapon, and he didn't even realize that I had put him on the ground until he realized he was seeing the sky. I watched his eyes the entire time, so I know what he was looking at, and I saw him realize he was on the ground. That's how quickly, this thing happens. And so since I do things in that manner, I'm not easily, triggered, because I know when I'm triggered, something may die. So I know
Yeah,
my
see,
power.
I think it's there's
No,
a
let me finish,
misunderstanding of,
man. Yeah, it's a misunderstanding of in your mind.
because I never
talking
said I
about
didn't
passing,
understand. I never said I
talking
didn't
about
understand
passing,
why.
talking
Hold
about
on. I never said I don't understand
about
why
passing.
you would respond like that. What I was calling specifically in the question is why you would think someone else wouldn't respond differently. Like, yeah, you choose to respond like that. But your comment wasn't just I choose to respond like this. You also expressed confusion as to why somebody else would respond. And that's why Miz brought up having different value systems. Because
That's for sure.
to someone else, that like what's there's something being challenged that they feel like that they would need to protect, right?
Oh yeah, see, I don't
There's a
have that.
standard. There's a standard that they want to establish. You may be like, I'm not interested in establishing that standard. Say whatever you want to. Somebody else may feel like that, like, and there's a way that I demand to be treated. And if somebody's
Oh,
crossing
that's
that
what
line
you said.
and violating that standard, then I have to respond to that.
Okay, that's what you said. A way to be treated. I don't allow people to treat me. I'm rarely treated. I don't allow people to treat me. I don't allow people to insult me. I have to allow a person or a thing to insult me. Otherwise, whatever they do will not be insulting to me until I allow that to happen. I had a girl, well, now I won't go into all that. But the thing I'm saying to you is the understanding that without my allowance, none of that means anything to me. So then, when I allow somebody to treat me, or somebody talking in terms of somebody gonna treat me, no one treats me. I don't allow that. I ain't into that. You can't treat me. That's for somebody else. I don't be treated.
Yeah, I mean that's
So
a
that's where
cool.
I started. No, that's cool. What you're doing is cool too. So I'm just saying
Yeah, I
I
mean
walk a different path. Is
that's
all I'm saying. I walk a different
right. I
path.
mean, again, that's cool. Like nobody's like I feel like you're happy on your path. I don't feel like your path isn't being called into question. Again, it's simply if you're curious as to why somebody else wouldn't respond like you. Like everybody don't play the semantic games with treat and other stuff like that. For other people, it's the material reality matters much more than the semantics. So
Whatever
with
you
that
say,
being
man.
said,
Yeah, I mean, I get you.
yeah, I
But
mean,
with that being said,
there's a much different focus. So it's like
of
you're
course,
good, like you got it. We see
no doubt,
how
I am
you
good.
move. You know what I'm saying? Like
I
there's a lot of yeah, we get it. You Wale, this is what Wale does. We got you,
ain't
Wale.
no
That's how
doubt
he
about
moves.
that. I know other
We
people
got
that
you.
move like that too, but as I
That's
say, no
cool, but
doubt about
you can only speak for yourself in this moment. So as long as you keep
it.
speaking for
So
yourself,
can
we
you
good.
only speak for yourself at this moment?
Right?
You say
That's
we.
fine. That's fine.
Uh-huh.
That's fine.
I'm accustomed to saying we as well.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, brothers. How y'all doing today, man?
One love.
Hey, I'm up here in PA, man. That stuff ain't gone. It ain't no none of that. It
You up
will
where? You
that
up where
type.
every day?
Say that again, sir.
You up where every day? You say you up here every day. What do you mean
Say-
by you up here?
I'm in Pennsylvania. I'm in PA, Pennsylvania.
Okay. All right. Beautiful.
Yeah, that
What
I
part
know.
of PA? You
Harrisburg.
in Philly? What? I mean, the east side, west side. Which part of PA?
Harrisburg. I'm in Harrisburg,
Harrisburg. Okay.
the capital.
I get.
I never experienced no like any type of disrespect like that will be addressed swiftly. You know what I'm saying? I stayed in Arkansas for a while, and it was like, man, them dudes down there, it's still like 1950. You know,
That's beautiful.
they don't even want to address it. Like they'll take getting slapped smooth upside the head and get up. You know how we used to see it in them old movies where you get where they'll stand up to the sheriff and get this snot slapped out of them, and they'll turn back with the strong face, and the sheriff will slap them smooth again. And this time he slapped hard enough down to the knee, and then he'll get up and get it slapped one more time, and he'll just, he'll be like, yeah, nah, that's not a sense of strength, or no, that's not it right there. That's not it. You got to demand a certain amount of you got to demand the respect that you want. You got to demand it. Now, in circumstances, it is certain circumstances where you may need to retreat because you got to live to see another day. I understand that, but like the brother mentions, the guy that got shot just recently. When one of them tell you they not playing, they're not playing. Like, I don't know why we would think they be playing. They not playing. And in most cases, they got the law on their side.
In that case, I agree 100%.
Yes, sir.
I don't take kindly to threats.
Not directly or indirectly.
Hey, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
To me, the word nigga, like I said, is a proud moment for me. Because most of the time I say thank you. Because I am a nigga from my heritage, my ethnic group. So that's what I go by. So that's what I'm going by when I say thank you and I don't upset me and stuff. That's what I'm going by, my culture. Whatever you go by, that's what you go by. And the guy was just explaining to me that you're going by a different standard. And that's cool. I ain't got no more problem with that, man. Go by your standard, see how far that gets you. No problem.
Yeah. What happened to the room, man? Y'all was chopping it up, man.
Who is that?
Black Rothschild.
Rothschild?
Yeah, Black Rothschild.
What's the implication of that nomenclature?
That's to the level of competition we need to be directing ourselves to. You need a black example of the Rothschilds. You need one.
A black example of a cracker. Okay, man. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put on my breakfast, man, to cook or something.
That's what you That's what you
Like
took from the black example of the crack.
that's what you said to me just now.
You you forget about the power and influence that group of people have.
No, I don't forget about that. I just focus on the influence this
So
group of.
so
I focus in on this
regardless,
group.
if you've seen the name, that's why the black is in front of it. You need a black example, a black competitive
Cause of
ideology
do I'm
with
just
that.
gonna go get the food, man. I ain't into that.
You say what now? Uh, in the building, they went to sleep.
Yo, yeah. What's the word, y'all? I'm back. What y'all
So,
over there talking about? What y'all
y'all,
talking about? Yeah, y'all.
y'all was going strong on the YouTube. I hit the link, and now I don't know.
Okay, we may have exhausted that topic.
What's the topic?
I'm still here. I'm just in daddy mode, y'all.
Oh, no, that's dope. That's excellent. It's dope.
Yeah, no, you good, Vyasa. I just had to run and come back. Pause. Yeah. So what's the word, chat? See, Judge Dredd, Leela. What's the word, sis? Kelly. What's the title? Building on core values for Black folks: communication versus education. So that's the title. I think Wale and Domo was just discussing the word nigga and people's reactions to it or non-reactions.
Do you respond to the chat on here?
Oh, I'm here for the chat. I ain't really here for the panelists other than to make sure
Oh,
each
no,
person.
I was looking at the chat and I seen Chocolate Earth Foundation asked, I want to know more about the Black Rothschilds. How would you put that into play? And the answer to that question, I don't know if they still there in the chat. I mean, it would be hard for me to put that into play as an individual. But I'm saying if you go look them up as the family and the whole origin of them and how my man sent his sons across European countries and took control over the infrastructure, I'm saying that we would need we need that type of enthusiasm to take control over things so we can have a better future for our.
Okay, you said you think that Black people need to be more like the Rothschilds.
To be competitive for the direction of the people. I mean, I like to look at the world
Oh,
the way that things going is competition, is sport. And like any sport, you know, you see the team that's winning the championship and any good coach, any good GM, they would take pieces of whoever's currently winning those championships, apply it, and add on or take away whichever way it needed to go to be successful and more competitive. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what all like the goofy stuff that I'm seeing in the chat. Like people can't comprehend certain things.
Yeah, don't let the chat trigger you or
I
nothing.
get where you're coming from. I sit back and say things like, we need to be able to teach our kids who the Black Isaac Newton is. So I get what you mean by it. You talking about in short, nepotism, generational wealth and power.
Right.
I get what you imply.
Because that one family, you know, look what they when you look at they only see that one family, but see what I see is I see that family and I can apply it all the way to what we now call Israel as a country. You see what I'm saying? So that's where my train of thought goes, you know, the application. It would be like you see how Golden State was doing the numbers, you know. You would be a fool not to try to go find the next Steph Curry. You know what I'm saying? Like, just retarded not to do that. So, you know, I wanted to explain that just a little more for I don't know, chocolate. I would like to say that was a ma'am, Chocolate Earth Foundation. I don't know. I think that was a sister. Somebody talking about eating mummies and shit. Excuse me.
I'm a girl. Thank you for answering the question. I just was wondering where you were alluding to. The same thing. I thought you were talking about. Is it real windy? Can you guys hear me? Okay, I'm sorry.
It's a little windy, but I hear you.
Wendy.
Last time I was being Miss Roboto, so let me see. Okay. Well, I do. I got what you were saying, and that's why I said earlier, and I'll keep.
You broke out, sis. If you can hear, you might want to stop talking and get it right, so that way you can say everything you just said because you broke out.
Yeah, Chuck, you want to check your sound? I don't know if you pulled up. If you want to join the conversation.
Salute. Can you hear me okay? I don't
Yeah,
know if I'm being heard.
you good.
Cool.
And Chocolate Earth, you fell off. I don't know if you were.
Yeah, man. It's windy up here. Like it's like 22 miles per hour. But I don't have any trees or anything to stop it. So it's like it might as well be 50 miles an hour. Anyway. So what I was saying was that yes, it is necessary, I believe, for us to get that. Again, I'm not necessarily in regards of that particular family, but what also was reiterated, which was, hey, we need more of our own hospitals. We need more of our own stuff. And that's just not happening. That's it. We need more options for our people. And that's how you bring about economic power that goes into the educational piece, health, technology, and infrastructure. Like it goes all into that. So yeah. I was just wondering where you were going with it. Thank you for answering. I'm gonna mute up until the wind dies down.
Yes, man.
All right.
But there are two different narratives to describe persistent racial inequalities that we see. There is a biased narrative. This is the narrative that says that all the inequalities that we see, racial inequalities that we see, are due to broad societal discrimination, systemic racism, and the only way to combat this is through political change, making the system more fair for Black people and combating systemic racism. But there's a development narrative that says that persistent racial inequalities are due to different social problems, like related to family breakdown. So the fact that 75% of Black children are raised in single parent households produces an underdevelopment when they start to go to school, and this underdevelopment persists throughout their education. Like it's like the undesirable circumstances produce effects that impact the education, and it's like a hurdle that you have to. It makes it harder to compete against other groups of people who don't have that the same issues. So the way you treat this will depend on whether you see things from the point of view of the bias narrative or the development narrative. So the conservatives usually favor the development narrative, and the liberals usually favor the bias narrative. I just wanted to throw that into the conversation.
Which I do agree with you, sir. I agree that is also part of what's on this plate, buffet, so to speak. To you, what you just stated, do you think that this is just for everybody on the panel or in the chat, when we discuss households, right? And we talk about, I'll use what you said, if that's okay, the 75% of our children are being raised in single family homes. That was my understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to take that and go with, now let's break that down to the community level. Because there were single parents have been raising kids for millennia. However, in this era, if there's still not a community behind those single parents, men and women both, also attached to, is the parent there because they choose to or choose not to? If the parent has passed, if the parent has been incarcerated, if the parent is an abuser, if there's so many different nuances to that again, if there was more of a social cradle to that, we would probably see a huge difference. Whether the parent is single or there's two parents, community around that is necessary. The schools, the doctors, the neighborhood, all of these things play into that factor. So that's why, for me, I say, well, if we can start with anything, let's start with the infrastructure and the opportunities. You build more, that's jobs. You have more positions available, jobs and opportunity. If we have our own school system, in the sense of, I think, and don't quote me, I might be right or wrong, I don't know, but when last time I checked, they said there was 305 Black schools, Afrocentric, whatever word you'd like to use, in this country. Now, a lot of those are elementary schools or charter or put in position saying, okay, I'm going to give you or your child a better education, but they're still in the same community type. Like the gentleman said earlier, you're not seeing representation. You're not seeing, well, okay, I want to be an astronaut. Oh, I want to be this, or I want to run a business, or shit, I don't want to do nothing, whatever it may be. But I don't think we have enough representation in those same fields of infrastructure, education, science. Well, that falls all into that. Education, our healthcare, because that also plays a difference too. If you have a child that's sick, if you have a child that has special needs, there's not a lot of Black schools that are directed at Black children with special needs. You know, there's a lot there's big gaps and holes in this that if the approach was taken, we would start to see a difference, I think, a lot quicker than we believe. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Since we got here, we've operated on the extended family concept. This 75% single parenting, that doesn't necessarily mean that there's not two parents available. Even the CDC, it was talked about, if not last night, the night before, that Black fathers are the most active f- group of fathers in this country. So that kind of brings that once again, that propaganda down to a minimum. It doesn't remove it absolutely, but a lot of the solutions that we're looking for and saying we need have been here. Um, there were schools for Negro blinds, for blind Negro children, orphanage for blind Negro children. This produced superstars. It came via gospel singing, and I'm only mentioning it to say we have a prototype for everything we're looking for.
Yes, I agree. So I don't know why it's such an issue or why it's hard to replicate it. I don't understand to what the title is.
This is
Why are you not you, like, I'm not saying, I agree completely with what you're saying. I just, to add to that, is when do we really delve into assisting the social construct of it, in a sense of, yes, we have had these things, people have decided to do it and open it. However, it's 2024 and we have less schools than it was in the 1950s and 60s. And see, that's the thing that I don't like. The conversation you guys had the other day, just real quick, and you guys were talking about that, and the gentleman was like, well, why do you think you need Black this? Or I don't want to misquote him, but my thing is, who's taking care of our kids? We talk about the future, and I mean, I use the platform that we're on. If we had enough of these things, we wouldn't have to create programs to or do certain things. It's just like Q School. You know what I mean? It's hitting on a demographic that's needed. We need more children that understand science. We need more adults who understand science so that we can teach it and we can do those particular things and keep that part of us there, because we're talented community of people, creative and withstanding and enduring. So that's why I don't understand why now it sounds so far-fetched to have our own communities. Doesn't mean we got to have our own money or nothing like that. I'm just saying, like, as men, and I'm gonna ask you this question: as men, if you could choose to raise your children in a community that the representation is more you than not, where you can let your child go outside and play, and they don't have to worry about be calling the name, you know what I'm saying, while they riding their bike down the street. Those are the things that, in my opinion, are necessary for that family dynamic that is discussed. Because if the household is in an uproar, money ain't right, the neighborhood ain't right, you can't do this, you can't do that, whatever it may be, the obstacle, there's no community behind it to assist. People break up over money, sex, their kids, and property.
Hey man, let me jump in with you. I want to say this. The brother, when he started, he gave two separate groups and what they do. You know, one was for development, and the other one I forget exactly what he said.
Bias.
And bias. And man, when you came in, you gave it to where I was going with it. The household, that would be mom and dad. Dad would be more on the development side, and mom would be more on the bias side. And it's
Well,
not, and let's not use bias as a negative term. Bias would be more of the, I would put nurturing under there,
oh no.
understanding.
Just to be clear. So the bias narrative is that the disparities that we see, the racial disparities that we see in society, are due to broad societal racism. So it's because Black people experience systemic racism. This is why you see greater incarceration rates, higher teenage pregnancy rates, lower home ownership rates, things of that nature, to do with the society is systemically racist against Black people, and that explains the disparities that we see. The
I was with you, sir. I was just saying what you how now with that what I was trying to say for me, the way I'll be thinking, how you deal with those. I was able, for me, looking from our perspective, how mom deals with that side of the, and how dad deals with that side, and then how they deal with it inside of the home as well. You know what I'm saying? So I understood what you were saying. I did. I was
right.
just trying. I just was under. In dealing with we deal with dad, dad, or the developmental side is going to be more uh aggressive in how to deal with it, defensive, offensive. You know, that's how I was applying my thought to what you said, because I like the way that you said it. The mom will be, I mean, and this isn't across the board though. This isn't for everybody. Mom will be more a negotiating, more survival. I want my son not to go with his dad in the middle of the night to go protect us. We gonna go along a certain manner so we all don't just get messed off. You know what I'm saying? And what Miss I don't Miss Ma'am, what you were saying is, if you see men raising their kids and they with their friends, they with their circles, the good men, they kids end up calling their friends uncle. Men that raise their kids, they do it together. And I would say to what you were saying and what you was alluding to, you guys, y'all have to allow men to be men. Some of our tactics and rearing children might seem harsh, but we understand the world is harsh. When you walk from up out of that house, it's harsh. Don't nobody care, especially if you got a son. And then also to what you were saying, this will be my last thing. When you was talking about the community, it's hard to have a community when you have a landlord, especially of a different ethnic group, that's willing to rent to anybody. So you can go up and down the city block and it'll be 5, 6, 7 different groups of people on that block because your landlord is not even of your ethnicity. So I'm gonna take my break right there for someone else.
Right, but just to be clear, the um, the development narrative is this idea that the adverse of events of your childhood outlive your youth. So um, the majority of children in single mother-led households are living in undesirable circumstances. They're more likely to be financially challenged. And as a result, these children are more likely to have lower incomes than people who grew up in more affluent two-parent households. And so, for instance, so when a single mother is working and balancing the requirements of overseeing the households, she's going to have less time to monitor her children and act as a disciplinarian. So as a result, the boys in that household tend to be idle and have more time to get into trouble. And teenage girls have a greater risk of teenage pregnancy because there's no disciplinarian, there's no monitoring, things of that nature.
And I'm with you, and what you're describing, the absence of that is dad. That's the role of a dad to to do those things. And so I'm with you all the way. I understand what you're saying, sir. I'm with you 100%. And if you go watch some of the documentaries about how, when they came up with the welfare and, how they made mom make a decision, do you want a dad in the house or do you want the government in the house with those benefits. And I also would say to that, us not freeing ourselves in its totality also plays a big role in that absenteeism, or you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I totally understand that.
I'd like to hear the lady's perspective. Is she still here or did she drop off?
Might have got blown away. She said the wind was up there. I'm just playing. I'm being silly.
But this also points to political differences. So people who are more conservative tend to favor the developmental narrative, and people who are more liberal tend to favor the bias narrative. So if you favor the developmental narrative, there are the thing that you have to do is make sure that your children are raised in a two-parent household, and that they are have monitoring and people to act as a disciplinarian. But if you favor the bias narrative, then you have to petition the government for special programs and uh, to deal with systemic racism. So, but it's not clear to me how you can use the levers of the government to fix these issues. I don't see how government can help fix issues at the level of the household.
I would say if it was your government out of your creation, out of your imagination, it would be very applicable and capable of fixing. Those things wouldn't even they wouldn't be existing, so they wouldn't need to be fixed because your governance comes out of your people's imagination and dictation. It's your creation. Your governance for your people is your creation. So when you're under another people's governance, it cannot it cannot help you in no manner, because especially when their governance was made to destroy you in the first place.
That's true too. That's true. Uh, what was that saying? A system. You cannot be failed by a system that was never created to help you. Something like that. I can't remember the exact wording.
You just use yours. You made up a good one. That was a good one. We use yours. It made perfect sense. It would be like, you know, I know. I just listen to the elders, and I listen to the most. I just listen to the ones that are black first, and they like Dr. Clark. You got that saying, nothing, not one thing out of the mind of the European is made for our benefit. So nothing. It means nothing. So how can I maneuver with inside of some man's creation, trying to find or find a way to make it better just for my benefit? It's not going to be in the equation. It's not there.
My parents always told me that this country is not fair. You're going to have to work 10 times as hard just to get to the same places as the white people. So, I, you know, I already know the systemic racism is real. So I could just look at what happened to Kanye, and that's proof enough to me that systemic racism is a real thing.
It's like if you are a white person, like if you are a white person, there's no reason for you to be a failure. If you're a failure as a white person, it's just that's your choice. So, I mean, the minimum out is to just go be a soldier. Just go be a soldier. But when you look at the masses of our people, we don't even want to be a part of it at all, no way, shape, or form. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather not just me, but I'm speaking as far as the whole. So many of us would rather turn into some what will be labeled a criminal to survive and stay instead of being totally integrated because it just doesn't sit right with your spirit.
True. And the reason why I mentioned Kanye is because he went from a billionaire to having his fortune cut like in half or a fraction of it, just based on, you know, the system took his money away, essentially. That's all I'm saying.
I totally understand. But since you brought that up, you can see if you're watching the news, it's across the board. Because see, white people move preemptively, so they strike potential. And as you can see from the top to the bottom, now they're targeting potential. They're targeting the young men that have the potential to be the next Kanye's and whatever. You know what I'm saying? And I'm talking about, you can see the young thugs and them dudes that they're early 20s where we make a lot of our crucial mistakes. And they're targeting them now. They're targeting any group of black men that have the potential to have influence over 3 or more people. And that's crazy that the number is that low, 3 or more. But that goes to the colonial laws. Black people getting in a group of 4 or more people was a crime. You couldn't do that. That was against the law.
Good point. Very good point.
Oh, except that wasn't just colonial law. That was law as I grew up in the United States. I'm just saying.
Say that again, sir. I ain't hear you.
I said that wasn't just colonial law. That was law as I grew up in the United States, specifically in the state of Florida, where I am told you can still find that law on the book.
Yeah, no, it's American law. It was just called the colonial law, I guess, when they were still the colonies or whatever. That's just what it was called before it, transferred over to the black codes.
Yeah, that's how long it's been, and they've been running their thing. And that's how long it's been.
Yes, sir.
It's like I say, man, we have great power.
I got a phone call. Be right back.
Enormously great power. You know what? When a dog is very powerful and all that stuff, you have to put a strong cage around it. One of them chihuahuas or something, you don't put no cage on them at all because they're not intimate. They're not gonna, right? But a dog that can cause a lot of havoc because of its strength and power and tenacity, yeah, you got to put a strong cage around that one. And y'all were talking about education. And what about the school to prison pipeline? Is that still in effect? I think it's still in effect from what I last heard. I last heard about it about 2 years ago, but I see everybody real quiet about it now since the election has taken over. But about 2 years ago, it was all the talk. School to prison pipeline.
No, it's still in effect based off based off your 4th grade testing scores is still in effect. It's still in effect.
As I said before, when I was back in the day when we were colored, when I was going to child schools, when I was going to colored schools where people were colored, teachers, everybody, we had a school to college pipeline. It was set up. We go from one school to the college, the other schools over there, they go to that college. We had schools to college pipeline. Some people would get their scholarships. Some people would pay their fare, whatever, but that was our big thing back in the day. Now I'm understanding a school to prison pipeline. And we know what prison is. I was asking about a guy about prison, and then, it's contained in the 14th Amendment, the prison pipeline. It says there should be no involuntary servitude or slavery or whatever it says, except when a person is imprisoned. And so I call them the accept people. They're slaves by the accept clause. So the United States never gave up slavery. They just put it in an accept clause so they can define it. And when you're in that condition, then you are, according to the Constitution, involuntary slave. Whatever they say in the Constitution and the amendment. But that's beautiful, man. I think like I say, look at a thing for what it is, not what somebody told you it is. Just look at it for yourself. See what it says.
And
not even what I know it says. Go read it. It's only 2 sentences.
When you said that, it's Wale, right?
Yes, that'll work.
Yes, sir. When you said that, I'll put the Mr. in it because I'm sure you got me by 20.
Okay.
Mr. Wale, when you said that, I think you said we were sending them from high school to college pipeline.
For sure.
And when you said that, the great minds that came out of that, the Dr. Barbara Sizemores, the Dr. Clarks, the Dr. Amos Wilsons, when you got those bright minds and they trying to speak to the masses, what is in front of them, the masses ran away from them. They wouldn't listen.
That is not my experience, but if that's your contention, I can dig it.
No, that's my mathematical equation, because I'm saying more black people during these times, they chose, instead of following and I like my man, he said this, he had to take a call. They chose the pastors, they chose the reverends more than they chose the scholars, the doctors, the ones that was able to comprehend the obstacles in front of them.
Okay.
Okay. 20 hindsight is 20. We can just look back and see the results.
Well, when I look back, that's not what I see. But when I guess you're looking back, I don't know if you can because you weren't there, but I was there. And when I look back, that's not what I see. But you say that's what happened. So I just say, okay, I tell you what I saw and what I see.
Hey, Mr. White, it's not for you to just say, okay, at least if you got a jewel to drop, a gem to drop, I definitely appreciate hearing it. You know what I'm saying? It's just me and you right now, so I want to listen, talk to them.
I'm saying that's not. I said before that's not how I see it. That's how you see it.
But don't leave it there. Maybe you can give me a perspective. Don't leave it there. Like explain yourself, because I don't understand.
Mm-hmm. Like I was saying, when you even said that, you said that into response of what I said. We have great power. That's what I had said, and then you said this statement that you made as a result, I guess, of what I had said. And so I'm saying we have great power. We have to utilize that power. And first we have to recognize what we are. We seem to be confused with that issue. What we are. That's the biggest issue. I would go with that first. That's the first issue. Yeah, I would say that ain't much going to happen until that is discovered. I mean, you might look up, but until that is realized what we are. You know, some people, some of us think that we are humans, right? Some people think that we are citizens, right? Some people think that we are part of the Constitution that says we the people, right? Some people think that we are Americans, right? Some people think we are Moors, right? Some people think that we are, you know, all kind of things. So I'm just saying, until we realize what we are as a nation of people, we are a nation of people. Until we realize that, and the nation that we are, we're gonna founder. Because I just saw the thing yesterday, and I know it was going to be a problem when I heard it. The guy said, it was an Asian guy too. He's an American though, you know what I mean? He's a citizen. He was saying that Kamala Harris is promising certain policies for certain particular groups of people based on race. He said, yeah, she says you're going to do this for the black man. And that's a racial distinction in la-di-da, the rest of his story. But I'm saying that according to the governmental structure as it stands anyway, that I've heard it saying, that's not going to fly. Like that thing with Obama with the, what's the name of that stuff he did with the insurance? I forgot what he called it. You know, that everybody knew that was not legal. What that insurance program he set up, everybody knew that wasn't going to leak, wasn't going to be able to stand, and everybody knew it wasn't legal when he did it. So, you know, it looked like they turned his thing on. Nah, man, everybody knew that wasn't going to stand when he did it. But you can get away with certain, you know, there are certain tolerances inside the government where you can get away with certain things to a degree for a couple of years here, there, to, you know, administration changes, stuff like that. It's up to you how you handle it. But at least look at it for what it is. That's all I'm saying. Look at it for what it is. People think, oh, yeah, he treats me better. Trump treats us better than the other guy treats us and stuff. And I'd say to them, I ain't trying to be treated by no man. What man wants to be treated by another man? That's soft. And then they want to call me soft. Hey, huh. I don't get the logic of that. But, you know, they got some logic somewhere. I just don't understand it. That's all. I'm sure they have some logic somewhere to support that. Yeah. I'm good.
Hey, no, Bob. I'm sitting here, Mr. Wiley. I'm sitting here looking at some of the chats. It's crazy when you see the chats and their point of views, but none of them had the courage to hit the link and come in and talk like in the dark. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I don't see all that. Oh, try to find it. I keep hitting X's and knocking the channels off. Because sometimes I just have too many windows, man.
Yeah, man.
$30. That's what I see. I was like, 2 for $30.
Well, you kind of chopping up.
Yeah, and you don't know who they is. It'd be wild seeing the, you know, people even. It's like, man, what is we talking about? You'll see the mind state of some of these Negroes, man. It's like, man.
This is what I'm saying personally. We focus on the people instead of the concepts. The mind state of some of these Negroes is accompanied by thousands of people. It's a mindscape that they've been introduced to mostly through propaganda and education. It's not really their fault. They just like us. They just have been miseducated. The guy calls it the miseducation of the Negro. So then what we're looking at is, oh, he's a dumb motherfucker. No, man, he just miseducated, man. Just like another person might have been miseducated yesterday, who is now today in they understand this and that, or they are aware of certain things, they coming up out of what you might refer to as the matrix and realizing what the real world is about. And so to have that vitriol at somebody, that to me, that's counterproductive altogether, because I'm in this for our people. If I'm not in this for our people, then what am I doing? I don't know. So I'm in this for our people, not to be calling our people stupid and all that. There are other people already doing that. I see little Indian guys come on, the Asiatic, Native American guys come on this channel as well and call somebody an elder, nigga, elder nigga. Oh, you're a fool. And the little young niggas be talking about, that's right, you're a fool, just like he said. I'm like, damn. And then if he said nigga, then it's a problem. But they can disrespect the elder, and you are disrespect the elder. Like, what kind of culture? Where you get that kind of culture from? I mean, just something to say. Like I said, when I first came in this morning, I think it was this morning, other people swear by their ancestors and their elders. Our people swear at their ancestors and their elders. And so far, people have told me why they should maintain that.
You said you're not. Yeah, I'm with you, Bob. I'm with you. I'm Mr. Wildlife. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I'm just looking at some of the goofies in the chat, man. Just looking at some of them. I'm with you, man. Everybody's entitled to everybody's entitled to their opinion. But then, in order to go forward, in order to lay some type of foundation, we need one solid thought. Everybody can't have their own opinion. Everybody having their own opinion is going to cause too much confusion and demise. You know what I'm saying?
Are you familiar with the United States military and how it functions?
Be more specific about that, sir.
The United States of America military don't really care about your opinion. That's why it functions, because it's not a matter of your opinion. Everybody got one. Who cares? Put that to the side. What are your orders? That's what the military deals in. They don't care about your opinion. Well, I don't. Yeah. What are your orders? That's how the military functions. You're carrying out your orders or not. Let us know so we can do something about that. But that's where it pivots from. If you want to go into this opinions and it's up to you. And then I look at it, the military is like Trump and other people who are running for these presidential slots. They're 80 years old. And yet when I see my elders who are 80 years old and some little young nigga talk about, shut up, that's why we don't fuck y'all elders, y'all need to die, all that kind of garbage. Our ancestors made all these mistakes, yet I see the same crackers talking highly of their ancestors. Yeah, our ancestors enslaved the fuck out of y'all and we run the world. Now what? But we want to talk bad about our ancestors and hey, if that's what you want to do. Yeah, our ancestors made this mistake, that mistake. And I say the biggest thing that our ancestors can be blamed for is you. Whatever you blame your ancestors for, the first thing you must blame them for is you.
No, I blame some ancestors for taking some you know, as they came up to different forks in the road, they chose to take the wrong path. Yes, yeah.
What you see is the wrong path. What you see is the wrong path. See, you got to be qualified. I mean, say what really is going on. You are making a judgment call, right? And what you see is the wrong path. Yes, they told you, oh, little grandson, I made the wrong. Did they tell you that, or is that your judgment call? I gather that you
I
know I would
mean,
possibly
I
judgment.
like like you would say, you know, hindsight 2020. You know,
I
so
wouldn't say that. No, I don't say those words. That's somebody else's cliche. I wouldn't say that.
I would say that, you
Oh,
know, older
I
than
hear
me,
you.
hindsight 2020. When you can look back and see different wrongs, and then you should start maybe with yourself, and then after yourself, you can go ahead and take it to your family, and then after your family, you can take it to your group of people. You know what I'm saying? So
If that's what you want to do, be welcomed. I could dig it. You make those judgments on your ancestors and stuff like that. That's exactly what I was just saying. But hey, you know, if you don't see it or you got some kind of way to explain how, ooh, you should continue doing it, then be welcomed.
I mean, all ancestors didn't take the same path. So when we look at the different paths that ancestors chose, we can see which path would have been more beneficial and which one has been more detrimental.
According to your perspective at this time. Furthermore, I will say that the path that they definitely took was the one that got you here. So no matter what their position in society, no matter nothing else, the fact that you are here is because of them. The biggest mistake that I could for surely point at that they made would have to be you.
So I should say thank you for allowing me to be here in this messed up situation that you created. I appreciate that part for being here.
Like I say, however you want to do it so that you can continue with that sort of frame of mind where you know, like I said, what did I say? Some people swear by their elders and ancestors. Our people so far seem to swear at their ancestors.
No, I'm with you. I swear by. I'll swear by my ancestors, but because my ancestors don't match the ones that you may swear by, does that you know I'm wrong?
Swear by my ancestors, cousin, not yours.
Excuse me.
You understand? I swear by my ancestors, not yours. I don't know you.
Oh, okay. I guess we have no mutual ancestors.
We may. I say I don't know.
Throw a name out there. I'll tell you if I swear by him.
I ain't throwing no names out nowhere, cousin. That's not how ancestors for me works. That's why they call it ancestors. Otherwise, I say my foreparents. You say which one? Oh, my great grandmother. Her name was Lottie Dot. Those are foreparents. Ancestors.
I'm sure we weren't that naive. Me and you are in two different corners of the country, so I mean, I would think that you would name an ancestor that we would both universally know.
Okie dokie. I could dig it. You're saying that. Just by saying, to me, my understanding of ancestor is just by saying that has already described what you want.
Oh, okay. I would think that we were talking about something more, you know, universal. Like I said, that me and you both could possibly relate to. So if you were, when you say ancestor, I'm thinking maybe you're talking about maybe the Martins, you know, and
not at all. I guarantee you, not at all.
Okay.
Them would be, in my estimation, that would be foreparents and stuff like that, not ancestors. Ancestors to me is an automatically ambiguous term, and it's used in that fashion because it's an automatically ambiguous term. It goes back to the okay, go ahead, man.
Ancestor with me would be anybody that's on the other realm of existence, you know. Anyone that passed on would be an ancestor.
Yes, that's not how I deal with it in, you know, the way I deal with ancestors. So if that's how you deal with it, fine.
Tell,
That's not how I deal with it.
tell me how you
Okay.
deal.
I was, and you started
I
talking.
apologize for interrupting you. I apologize. It's no big deal. Continue, sir.
Mhm. Ancestors, the ancestors in that terminology and fashion of thought is automatically ambiguous. And it's not a person you can call out. Those are foreparents to me. People you can call out their name. Oh, my great grandmother was Bessie Ann and this and that. Them foreparents to me. Ancestors go back so far you can't even. They don't. No one knows their names. That's the power of the ancestry. When we call on the ancestors, we call it on power that no one even knows their names. Not the foreparents, not the Martins. Who the fuck is the Martin? I don't know them people.
And Mr. Wiley, when the family is pouring libations, they're calling ancestors' names.
And I hear them saying those things, and I'm telling you, they are calling the names of their foreparents.
They're calling the names of the names that their foreparents taught them, or that they
Okay.
chose,
How do you want to do it?
or that they looked up and through study found who their ancestors were.
Okay. Whatever you say, man. I'm good.
Nah, don't shut down, Bob. Don't shut down.
Oh, cousin, I'm telling you how the thing goes. And I know you have a presupposition by other people trying to link it to different concepts, but I'm telling you from the culture of the whole manner that gets you into their ancestors is what it is. And you say, well, I've seen some people do this. And I say, yeah, I know that. Matter of fact, I participated in those events. And I'm telling you what they're doing. And then you tell me, oh, well, this is that and that is that. Man, I ain't got no argument with you. Carry on, please. I'm good.
So is Dessalines an ancestor?
Hey, I don't see it that way, but you know, if that's what you want to
mean,
do.
I'm asking you. What would Dessalines be?
I don't see it that way.
Tell me what I'm asking you.
Dessalines is a legend. I see that. Dessalines, yeah.
Not
we
a
talked
real.
Cuz we just talked about earlier today. I don't know if you were acquainted with the conversation, the legend of John Henry. And we started off saying it was a folklore or some kind of folk tale. And we come to find out, according to historical accounts, it is a legend, meaning it actually happened. That's what they call the legend. Something that it's otherwise it's a folklore or a folk tale. We don't really know. This is what people say, but a legend is some someone that actually occurred. That's my understanding. You can look it up. I looked it up at that time earlier today when we were talking about John Henry, and that's the impression I got from the use of the words. But like I say, you can check it for yourself and see what it says. I'm good.
No, I would and I think I know Dessalines was a real person.
I'm not that he was, or was it?
John Henry was a folklore.
I'm saying Henry was a real person also. From historical research, Henry was a real person also.
Just say he was a real person. I give you that, but he's an ancestor. Right? He would be an ancestor, correct?
I don't know. I wouldn't say so. But you know, others do, so they doing their thing. I ain't got no problem with that. Like yourself.
Could you possibly name an ancestor that me and you
Not
could
at all.
universally agree on?
Not at all. I just told you that already. Ancestors, the ancestors, as it were, is intended to be ambiguous. It's intended to not have names and stuff like that. That's the power of it. It's an accumulation. It's not just this one and that one. No, it's an accumulation of spirit, power.
And ancestor can be. I understand
Okay,
if you don't want to name an individual ancestor, then you would say ancestors to just deal with every single one. I'm fine with dealing with every single one and saying ancestors, but we do know people that passed on to the ancestor realm, and we can say their names individually. Like, if you can't say one name of a person that's an ancestor, then I don't like that. Doesn't make sense to me.
not one that you would recognize, but I could dig it.
How you know? Like, you don't know. You don't know what I know.
Oh, that's right. And you don't know my ancestors, but you can
That's
carry
why
on. From
that's
what you're
why
saying, you're not understanding what I am saying, and it's getting how did they say
I'm,
tiresome to me to keep trying to explain to you what I'm saying, and you still don't even get a glimpse of what I'm saying because you still want to say what you're saying, and I'm saying you're welcome to say what you're saying. I'm done with that.
okay. I'm just saying you're about 65. I'm about 45. I'm saying you should have the ability to put the name on someone that you would categorize as an ancestor.
Cousin, whatever you think I should have the ability, I shouldn't have the ability to, and should and shouldn't, and all that stuff you just talked about, do your thing, baby. I don't need that in my life.
All right, I got you. And see, this is where you're supposed to be the elder and
This is where I'm supposed to what?
be an elder and give a lesson. You don't shut down. You're an elder. You give a lesson.
Cousin, I have been talking to you for 15 minutes saying the same thing over and over. You have been going around this side and that side to tell me how this is and how that is. What am I supposed to do with you?
You can't name a ancestor. That's
I
like
already said that.
you can't name a person 50 years, 100 years, 200 years, 1,000 years. You can't put a name on an individual that you would categorize as an ancestor. That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense to you. When hey man, that's why I'm saying I'm not gonna go through this over and over with you. I went over it and over it with you already. How many times? No more. That's all I'm saying.
All right, I got you.
Beautiful.
Somebody said Wale is older than walking. They funny in the chat, boy.
That's beautiful. Yeah, that's beautiful.
They funny in the chat, bro.
Oh, here it is. Light. Oh, I have to update this. Baby. Like a guy once told me, he said he don't pay no attention to the chat. When he's on the panel, he pays attention to the channel, and sometimes he look at the chat every now and then. I look at it every now and then and say hi to people. Maybe I'll address a question if it comes up. People have their, what do you say, opinion. I welcome them all, man. I ain't tripping. Everybody has a perspective. I got my food on. I was out there while y'all were talking and gathering up food from the yard to put in my pot.
What you got? What you got? What you got cooking?
Some vegetables and stuff.
Mm.
I don't eat ground meat.
understand. I understand.
Yeah, y'all gonna remember prohibition because now y'all can smoke weed. That was a prohibition on weed. So I eat vegetable food because of my health. I eat vegetables and seafood. About 20 years ago, I was very much suffering from malnutrition, even though I ate a lot of food. And then, of course, the doctor said, "Yeah, you eat a lot of food, but ain't no nutrition in it." So yeah, I had to change what I ate, and so it can match what I need as far as nutrition, not just to make me full. So I was eating 2 giant double Big Macs at a time. I thought it was food.
Oh, wasn't supposed to be eating that.
Huh?
I said, no, you weren't supposed to be eating that.
I'm just saying I thought it was food. So I ate of it and got sick about a moment. So, right now I don't eat that stuff. Ground food, chicken, none of that stuff. Nothing that walks the ground.
That's working out for you?
Oh, beautifully, man. I'm in such good health. I mean, 20 years later, I am in very good health. Especially compared to how I was at that moment. Shoot, I was close to not being here. And I could dig it.
I'm glad that shit worked out for you.
And no doubt, man, no doubt. And I learned a lot of things as a result. It opened a new panacea of information and idealisms and stuff like that. So I learned about even plants themselves teaches us that nothing grows only in one place. That's why I don't go for that out of Africa theory. They talk about man thought it here. That's all crapola. It's just some crap they shoot at you. If you hold to it, I mean, good for you. But meanwhile, our culture, the culture that I hold to, which is voodoo, we say that didn't happen like that. It's a whole nother thing. And then when I go by that, and that's what I'm going by. Yeah, they call it roots. About roots, voodoo, roots, hoodoo. It's all very similar and speaks to the same ideas. Yeah.
It's a gentleman. I don't know if he's from Jamaica or if he might be from Barbados or somewhere, but it's called sun fried. Sun fried. You know what I'm talking about?
Stir fry, you say?
No, sun fried. It's a gentleman. I can't remember.
You know Dr. Iris something.
Sun fried. Yeah.
Put it in the sun and I think of Iris without a D. Yeah, I've met him a couple of times. Well, at least once for sure. Had the food and everything and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's right. As far as you kill a lot of the nutrients in the food by preparation. That's why I never used a microwave. I think I gave them away. I had it, and when I found out what it was, my brother alarmed me. He said, take 2 plants, put one beside the microwave outside. No, he said, take the water for the 2 plants and put the water from somewhere else, and then before you put the next water on the next plant, run it through the microwave for a while, and then put it on the plant. And the plant microwave water died with the So he explained to me that what happens is it kills the stuff in the water. Some people think they want their water clear all the time, like distilled water, but that's not the best water to drink. Spring water is, but there's stuff in there that I'm not talking about E. coli and stuff like that. I mean, there's other natural minerals in spring water that are actually good for you. So when you distill the water, you're only getting bare water, H2O.
It's called Sun Fried Academy. That's what it's called. Yeah. He got some
worldwide too. He takes in students worldwide. He's a good dude, man.
Yeah.
It's IRIS, right?
It's
His name.
yeah, Dr. Iris Latham.
IRIS.
That's
Is
exactly
the
it.
spell- Yeah, the spelling is IRIS. Okay, beautiful.
But he got some good. He got some good recipes on there. I be checking him out.
No doubt, the food tastes delicious, and he's international. Here it is.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, man, he's
You go
good.
stay, you go stay with him down on the island for about a week or two. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. Uh, well, I'm glad that journey's working out for you, though, sir. That's what's up, though. I ain't got there yet. I still sometimes got to go to Five Guys and get me a burger with everything on.
They do. You know what? On the real tip, I'm like this. I'm a vegetarian by decision, which
Yes, sir.
means this: at any moment that I feel like I want some meat, I just get the meat. That's why I don't eat fake shit. Like they have it's phony meat. I forget soy meat and all that kind of stuff, and it looks like meat, but it ain't.
Impossible burgers.
Whatever. I don't eat none of that garbage. To me, that's just trash. If I want to eat
Yeah, I
meat,
ain't
I'll
never
eat.
have one.
I ain't got to trick myself thinking, oh, I'm eating soy chunks that look like meat, that taste like meat, Mr. Stupid. I ain't gonna say that to myself. If when I want meat, I'll go get some meat. I like lamb. Shoot. When I want lamb, I'll go to the restaurant, the finest restaurant I know, and get me some lamb. If I want some salmon, because I do eat seafood on the regular, go to get me a shark or whatever I like. Yeah, I'm willing to do that. I'll go and get a what they call that other stuff, filet mignon, or
Yes, sir.
another thing. What's the thing with the bone in it?
A T-bone.
A porterhouse, man. The T-bone too little.
Mm-hmm.
Porterhouse. I
Yes,
say
sir.
when I told you I eat two double cheeseburger McDonald's cheeseburgers, two doubles. That's what's lunch to me. So I eat food, man. I want a
You eat
porterhouse.
McDonald's, Wale?
Huh?
You eat McDonald's?
I have eaten it. Yeah, of course I have. I
No,
don't
I was
do that
asking,
now.
do you? Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Not now. No, I'm on a different path now. Uh-oh. Look at that.
That's what's up, man.
Yeah.
Right.
Somebody pointed out to me what was happening because I didn't know what was happening, what was wrong with me, why I was sick. And someone pointed it out to me. And so I've been following the path.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I understand. I I still got shortcomings. You know what I'm saying? I do. What the guy off the Matrix said, he said sometimes I just want a nice bloody steak. I don't like my steak bloody though, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's why a reason I stopped eating steak too, because yeah. Actually, I used to sell meat. I think I told y'all that. I mentioned it anyway. I used to sell meat. For 7 years, I sold meat, premium meat, steaks, all kind of, you name it, I sold it. You can't name a cut I didn't sell.
You wasn't in them trucks going door to door with it, was you?
I sure was.
It was. I was trying to be silly, man. You sometimes them people come door to door, they be having a good deal. You get your 10 T-bones and 5 filet mignons and stuff like that. But as I study more and more and more, the natural diet is the best though. So I understand where you're coming from. We got. I just be watching the chats though. We got L, Lil Indian Pigeon Feather Bay. Oh my goodness. You want to name yourself after a pigeon? Like, come on, man. You supposed to be Eagle Hawk or something, man. Pigeon. You must be a New York pigeon. Like you just grabbing rats off the sewer traps and shit. Dumb name. L Pigeon.
Hey, maybe that's the thing, man. He has a reason. Might be valid.
I don't think I would name myself after no pigeon. Not no pigeon.
I mean, I wouldn't go with the pigeon thing, but everybody got their thing. I don't mess with pigeons. When I was a youth, we used to hunt birds. Like, see, when I was a youth, we didn't know what y'all know about wanting things. Y'all want things because mostly you see it and you want it. So when I was a youth, when we wanted something, we made it, and that's how we handle stuff. So we didn't see ourselves as poor or something like that if we couldn't have something, or we didn't have something, because we could always get it or make it. That was always our premise. If I don't have it, I can make it. And that's how I grew up, with things being made. So we made our clothes, we made our this, we made our almost everything. And then we started getting into the swing about exchanging money all the time. And there was no more community. And the community is the breakdown. If somebody would talk about do like the Jews, I say do like our ancestors. Our ancestors used to have community meetings, and our ancestors used to have community fundraising groups where we saved money amongst ourselves. You can find the name and concept under the name Dopwe and Susu. You can look it up on the internet. And they'll tell you it's one of the best forms of self-government and self-initiation into economics known to man. And it comes right from our people, man. Y'all just not following the lead. Our people have given us the thing, but we want to follow somebody else like the Jews, or if I do like the damn. You can't do like them. They speak Yiddish. You speak Yiddish, nigga? No, you don't, though, so you can't do like the Jews. Oh, well, just take this part. If you just take that part, now you got to go ask where you're going to get the rest of the part. Just do like your ancestors do, man, and get this over with. Because all of the businesses, housing, towns that we had in the 1800s were based on us doing just what I'm talking about, following our own ancestors in the path of our own ancestors. We didn't have to have. The man did open a loan and an insurance company in Oklahoma, but it started with our people saving up money so we can all go into business. So you get a susu, everybody save the money, and it spills out to each member of the susu. Maybe they can get their daughter something. Maybe they could open a business. Maybe they can buy a car. Maybe they could do something with that money. But then that's how we build a community. And all we have to do is follow that. The reason we don't follow that is because we don't have no unity. We're not coming as a nation. We're coming as a race. And a race, as everybody knows, is a contrived thing. It's not a reality. It's a contrived thing. So that's why I was mentioning that Kamala Harris is going to have trouble delivering that race-based stuff. You're going to have trouble with that, baby girl. Everybody been telling you, hey, they can't just say it's for black people only. That's race-based according to the government. That's not allowed. But you can still say you're doing that. It's going to fall, though, when somebody take it to court. When they take it to the Supreme Court, you'd be like, oh, wait a minute. No, I'm telling you now.
Well, hey, Barbara, that was probably me saying that you should using it because I got the name on there, Black Rothschild, to use an example to be to the extent of how competitive we should be. But someone asked me to take it easy on our people because some of them is kind of slow.
Oh, okay. Well,
So
meanwhile, I would say,
so you try to you try to dumb it down a little bit because you try to catch
go
more.
ahead.
You catch more. What they say, you catch more bees with honey, or whatever how the saying goes. So you try to dumb it down for them a little bit.
If that's how you see it, I could dig it. I could dig it.
Yeah.
That's how you rolling with your vision.
But I understand what you're saying. Though my first example wouldn't be a Jew. You know what I'm saying? But even if I told these niggas Mansa Musa, they wouldn't follow that. And then I could also point out some things that Mansa Musa could have done differently too. So that's why. Sorry, sir.
You're deep, man. I'm gonna go check my food. You
All
can
right.
point out some things Mansa Musa could have did differently, and there's very even little information on Mansa Musa at all. Yet you can point out the fallacies of the. Damn, you good, man. You're a fucking expert.
I mean, I could tell you what I'm talking about if you like to know.
Please enlighten.
All right. I mean, Mansa Musa could have stayed local instead of taking his wealth from where he was from all the way to Saudi Arabia, giving up so much money that he messed up them people's economy and just developed where he was at. Just that in itself. That's something that I totally didn't agree with. You know what I mean?
How did I know Sabio was listening?
What up, Identity?
What up?
Chilling. What was he just saying about Mansa Musa? I didn't catch the last end. What was you saying about Mansa Musa? What he could have done differently?
Kept his money locally and developed locally instead of taking his money from where he was from to Saudi Arabia, messing up, spending so much money that he was messing up people's economies going to Saudi Arabia.
Oh, okay. Well, he could have, should have, would have, but he did it.
Oh, most definitely.
So,
But that's why I chose.
so hold on. The one thing we're not going to do is talk about hypotheticals and about situations that you would have done or you think you would have done, but you weren't in that situation. What we can do is talk about what he did and how it messed up the economies or the civilizations that he built or something like that. But one thing we're not going to do is sit here and try to slander him because he did something that you may not agree with.
Well, I think maybe you could have just came in here and just gave your opinion all around whoever you felt like instead of thinking that you would come in here and tell me which way did I get mine. Now, if you
I
got
did.
then you got
Oh, I
something
did give you my opinion.
you got something if can into the put into the conversation, I'm all ears. You know what I'm saying?
Like the one thing we don't do over here is slander our leaders, our ancestors.
I didn't.
So what was wrong? So let me ask you this.
Hold on. You ask me whatever you want, but let me give clarification. I wasn't slandering Mansa Musa. The elder asked or said something about using the Jew as an example, because as you can see, my title says Black Rothschilds, and
that's really why I joined the panel.
And I didn't want to use that as an example, but just being merciful and coming straight all the way down the middle, I tried to lighten up a little bit. I could have and would have used Mansa, you know, but I also have it's all different types of ways that I could have flipped it, but I chose to do it my way. So I wasn't slandering Mansa. I was giving the elder an explanation of why I didn't use Mansa.
Oh, okay. All right. My bad. I misheard everything. I was coming in the show, so I was joining the show. Pause. I was joining the show, so I didn't hear everything that you were saying. I just heard you
No,
mention Master Musa.
no, black is the excellence. Is the example. I wasn't no slander towards Mansa. None at all.
Like I said, I apologize. My fault. I misheard the things that you said. So I was finna ask you something. I
But
forgot
no,
what I was finna ask.
go ahead and ask it though. Don't not ask it.
No, I forgot. I
Uh
forgot, and I'm trying to remember.
no. We are the
Oh, it was
example.
it was it was on your name. It was
Oh,
on
okay.
the Rothschild. You know that's Jewish, right?
Exactly. I do. I do.
Okay, so are you representing Black Jewish people?
Hell no.
Okay, so why
I,
the Black Rothschild?
I'm using the zenith of white people. I'm using the zenith of white people. Their best as a correlation to the level of competition we need to step ours up to.
Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm trying to digest that and get the words in my head correct so I can.
So here I'm
It's
an
like
African
saying
American.
it's
I'm
like
here in
saying
America.
it's like
So
saying Black Disney
Yeah,
and somebody
that's what I'm trying not to say it like that, Vyasa.
yeah,
in the regards of setting up a Black Disney. Don't overthink it, Savio.
He said zenith of white people.
Yeah, yeah. But don't
That's
overthink it.
that's the word zenith. That's like the
Yeah.
top, the epitome, the highest of white people. What are you on that IC3? Have you been talking to a dude named IC3 from the UK?
never heard of him.
Cause damn,
He ain't giving
oh,
those vibes, Savio. He
that's
ain't giving those vibes.
that's a talk, that's a
I
similar
took
line of
it
thinking.
as I take it as he's promoting black nepotism, and I left it at that. He's just using them as an example of it.
I don't. I mean, I see how you
I don't.
trying to. I see how you trying to.
I'm African
That's just
Because
where I
American.
took it, and I left it at that.
And so what
I
I'm
see
saying,
what's going on.
all I'm
Uh,
saying is, as being an African American, let me just say this. If this will maybe clear what I'm saying up. As I said, the Black Rothschilds, we should have a Jackson. You know what I'm saying? A Johnson. You know what I'm saying? Understand what I'm saying? Not to say that we should even still have the slave master's last name, but I'm saying that's something that that's a black name that I can think of, and we should be trying to compete at that level to develop for black people the way that the Jewish Rothschilds has developed for that group of white people. That's all I'm saying.
I got you. I just wanted to get a better understanding of the name.
So
Why
if you
you
go,
have Black
go read
Rock
the book,
out up
if
there.
you go
So
read the book,
it wasn't really trying to argue. It was just trying to get a
no,
because I
it's when
seen that and it struck my eye. I'm like, did that say Rothschild? Like for real?
yeah.
That's
So
all.
if you read, it's a book called The Secrets Behind the Federal Reserve, and they name about 5 families, and I'm sure all 5 of them are Jewish, and they show the direction that these people and the different things that they infiltrated in order to make themselves successful. And now today in 24, we have the Jewish state based off of these groups of people that are from Jewish descent, and they're competing. That's all. I don't like. We're on a public platform. We're on somebody else's platform. I don't want to say nothing that'll get this platform flagged, but I'm only using it as an example of how hard we should be competing, yo. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. No.
I got you. Then it just
I'm
it
from
didn't
a
trigger
time
it.
before. I'm from a time before Jews were considered white. On the doors that I know, when I saw the placard, it says no dogs, no niggers, no Jews. South
Oh
Florida.
shit.
That's how I read. They didn't see Jews as white people. As a matter of fact, even in actors, the actors would change their name to pretend they were white people. They knew they were Jewish, like Jackie Gleason. Other actors, they would use names that were more Christian friendly because they didn't want to be known to be a Jew before they got their popularity up, like all them late night talk show people.
All right, Wale. I'm glad you just changed the conversation. We weren't talking about anything that you're talking about. That was just a weird misdirection to talk about Jews. We were talking about a specific thing, his name, the Rothschilds, and how I didn't understand what it meant. Nothing about Jewish people specifically, just about what his name, why he uses it, and why he using it. That was it. Had nothing to do.
Cousin, he said they were white people, and I was saying that I'm from a time before they were white people.
Oh shit.
That's what I'm representing. It's his statement exactly.
Wale, no, I don't. I want to ask you a question, and because you said something that's very key. At that time, when you saw those signs, and they said no dogs, no Negroes, and no Jews, it had commas in between those, right? Separating each entity, right? So the dogs that had a comma after dogs.
No, they didn't have commas in the thing I saw. They had steps, like one was one was higher than the other one. It says
so they were layered. They were layered. So that means they were talking about individual things or separate things, right?
Yes.
That means they were not grouping the Jews and the blacks or the Negroes together, right?
Agreed.
Okay. Afro-Asiatic, go lay your dumb ass down. Cool. Thanks for that, Wale.
You remember an actor named Chuck Connors? His children are actors now. That other guy, I can't think of his name. They all passed for white, but they were Jews. And then they came out later and admitted they were Jews. A lot of them, even now they're doing that. What you don't know is a lot of Jews are raised Catholic. Like, what's his name? That late night talk show guy. There's two of them. They were both raised Catholic. They both are Jewish.
I don't care about that shit, Wale. I was actually trying to, because it's been the Kumbaya day, and I don't want to ruin the Kumbaya day. No, I'm the Kumbaya killer. So y'all can get back to the Kumbaya.
Hey, brother, listen. Hey, before you go, let me be clear.
I ain't went nowhere. I just went on mute.
Oh, okay, but this is for you though. Let me be clear. I am in no way, shape, or form with integration, with anything. I'm all the way on the black side. I just use that as an example to where our level needs to go up to. And if you know anything about what those people stand for, you're studying your Bible, we are the ones that's cursed by him and da 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 da. I am not no way, shape, or form promoting them in a positive light. I'm just understanding to the level of where we need to be. So if we wrote a Bible to match theirs, and they would be the antagonist of it, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, to that state. So no kumbaya and all that. And just being here yesterday, Q was talking about empathy, so I try to show it just a little bit of empathy, but I don't want to scare too many black people away because they damn sure not all the way on just whatever it should be. You know, we should be fighting. I'd rather fight to extinction than just go along to get along to extinction and allow people to experiment and do different things on us. You know what I'm saying? So don't misconstrue what I'm saying. I just see the parallels and different things in the manner for me. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm not. Total separation, all that. I'm with that. That's where I ultimately stand on. That's where I stand on. You know, just to clear it up. No kumbaya. No kumbaya. You can throw the civil rights movement away. You can throw the integration movement away. You can throw as far. I'm just being real quick with it. You know what I'm saying? So, but no disrespect to no elders. No disrespect to no elders. But just seeing that different forks in the roads, which paths we could have took. Malcolm Martin, I would have chose the Martin path. You know what I'm saying?
Look, I'm gonna say this, bro. I hear some of the things that you're saying, and I was taught this by my elders. I do not give my respect, especially when it comes to intellectual things, to a person who is not teaching me anything. To be an elder comes with some pillars and some leadership qualities and ideals that you're supposed to adhere to. So
Are
I
you
just don't
referring?
get no,
Are
no,
you
I'm not referring to anybody. I'm just speaking in general on
okay?
just just how people are supposed to on eldership. Um, One thing, and respect isn't earned. Respect isn't given; it's earned.
All right, right. I'm
Until a person earns my respect, I don't feel like I deserve that respect.
in the
So cool.
arena.
If you don't respect me, that's how it goes. If you
In the
don't,
arena
cool.
that again, I'm gonna still show Mr. Wale a certain manner of respect,
I
even though,
was I would show him the deference of an older.
yeah. But I'm not gonna. I'm gonna show him a certain manner of. I'm gonna show him and the platform we on, the arena we on. We sitting here hanging out.
I don't.
I'm
He's not the only one that I put in that box. That's his
okay.
age, around his age.
I understand.
Why? Because they haven't earned that level of elder respect from it. And there's other men out here on that's their age and older or younger, around my age, maybe 55, that are worse than him. Billy Carson, Terrence Howards, they don't have any of my respect.
And that's why if you listening, you might hear me mess up and say that jump between Baba and Mister. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm used to speaking with my elders and I call them Baba. So and I catch myself and I be like Mister Wale, but I don't mean no. We not here for that. We just chopping it up. So I'm just trying to still be respectful.
I understand that, but there's levels and there's conversations that have been had, and there's certain things that people are going to say because there's like a certain dislike for the Africanness and the way that we push for Africa, and there's certain people want to push for Asia and
Oh no.
America
Oh no.
and we are the world type shit.
Oh no.
All melanated people are black type shit. So
I've been here for the past three or 4 days, and I was here when we was talking about the brown. Everybody's brown, everybody. No, we're black, bro. Like I've been here for the past couple days, so I understand where you coming from. I just try to show the panel, the platform, a certain manner of respect. You know what I mean? Because somebody called me a name, and I almost went left, and somebody pulled me up like, nah, that's just how we do on it. Because I was going crazy too. So I
Yeah,
understand.
it gets heated.
Yeah, it does, and it does. But I love to be on the platform where I can talk to uh, at least those that should be black. You know what I'm saying? Trust me, I see my man in here, L Little Pigeon. You know what I mean?
Hey, he trolling. That name is a troll, so that's a troll on the Christians, the Moors, the Hebrews, and all those people that try to be everything.
Okay, he
That's a
trolling.
troll name. He's trolling them.
Oh, okay.
So the
I
L is for the Hebrews.
yeah.
The little Indian is for the people that try to be Indian. The Bay is for the people that try to be Moor.
Oh, okay. I got you. That's dope. Then shout out to my man, Little Pigeon, my man.
Yeah, it's actually pretty dope. Actually, when you think
Yeah,
about it.
it is dope. Now that you broke it down to me, I appreciate Little Pigeon. That's dope. Nah, I ain't on. Trust me, I'm all the way on the black side. You know what I'm saying? Pan African all day. You know.
Oh, y'all stupid! I ruined the fun, Achilles. I ruined the fun. My bad, y'all.
Is that what they
They
said
were
you?
having, yeah, I ruined the fun. My bad, dog.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you. I'm just getting up to speed, man. I'm coming in here seeing the titles, thinking we having that conversation, though I know it's running 24 hours, and so you probably miss it because the first hour or two, those that got the time, they jumping right into the conversation. You know what I'm saying? So I don't mean nothing. No, I'm all the way on the black side.
Who changed? Who changed the? Who changed it to who make what makes you hate pro blacks?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I'm all the way. I'm all the way on
That
the
had
pro
to
black.
be Q Butter.
It's been this all day, Sapien.
Oh,
Yeah, it's been this all morning. Communication and education. I can't remember what it was.
yeah, that's what the
Verbatim.
first one. That was the first one. Communication and education.
Oh, so it
Is
has
that?
changed?
Yeah, it's changed.
Hmm.
No, I normally
I
come on.
blame I
I just
blame identity.
I
I
normally
blame Q.
I
Q
normally come.
changed it and shook.
I'll take that one. I'll take that one.
Oh, you took. Oh, it's on your identity.
I've been blamed for worse, so I'm okay with it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, as long as you ain't the devil,
No,
because you don't
brother.
believe. Nah. I'm talking to identity. As long as you're not the devil, because you don't believe in a book like I was, then you
No.
all good.
Hold on,
And
what title y'all seeing? It still says building core values, education, and communication when I see it. What title y'all got?
I'm looking at Black YouTube. What makes you hate pro blacks or wokes? Join the discussion.
yeah, that's what I
Oh,
got. That's what I got too. That's what I got
Yeah, I
too.
got building on core values for black folk.
Y'all
yeah, I got
behind.
building on core values.
Y'all need to refresh or something.
Core values, sorry, core values for black folks. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all need to refresh or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it might have been on there too long. We didn't get that update.
Something. I
Nah,
don't know.
like yeah, we can throw all those different type of ideologies in the trash. You know what I'm saying? Farrakhan said, "Don't you wish the hair on your head was straight as your eyebrows?" Throw that nigga in the trash, man.
Throw him in the trash.
No,
What?
I ain't throw him in the
Yeah, he
trash.
said that.
I
Yeah, he
said it.
says that.
Throw it in the trash.
All that Asiatic black man shit, throw it in the trash. I
Oh,
agree.
that's what. Okay, okay.
And here I even go a step further. All praises due to Dr. Collar. He said, "Listen, I'm at the crossroads, man. I'm at the crossroads." He had the ring on the or the unk on his finger. He knew what he finally came full circle and knew he was at the crossroads. So you know, yeah, no, I'm not on that. I'm not on that time, brothers. I'm all the way on our team, all the way. I would say South Africa should have took the page out of Shaka Zulu. No matter how crazy we might have seemed that he might have been, they wouldn't be in that situation they in right now. I'm on the team of barbecue. I like what barbecue is doing. I hope he gets control of Haiti so he can get his people back on the path of Dessalines. I got the red and black Haitian flag tatted in my skin, not the red, white, and blue one. It's the one that Dessalines raised. You know what I'm saying? I'm all the way over there. So, yeah. Nah, I just use the name Black Rothschilds for the dudes that need to escape. They need a, yeah, that's all. So I'll change it back to money if that's what y'all want. But I'm sure it's a person in here and that'll be like, oh man, the American dollar, we dabba dibba dibba. So yeah, no, I'm all the way with y'all. That's why I say the names that I say.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, did a barbecue like delete a lot of people? Wasn't he like killing a lot of his people though?
I'm saying I'm all the way for that. Shaka Zulu killed a lot of his people, and understanding that we can't be integrated or take mercy on these people, because what white people do is when you whoop on them, they'll retreat and they go back home and they'll wait 40, 50 years and they'll come back. So when people think of the wars that's going on against us and they only see it at the moment that is happening, it's longer than the moment. That's just them retreating and regrouping and coming back.
I'm trying to figure that one out, Jackson.
What I miss?
I'm trying to keep it on the kumbaya moments.
Nah,
I'm
that's
trying
no
not to
no
like.
kumbaya.
So I'm gonna
No
just meet out.
no kumbaya. I'm reading the chat too. Tell Jackson he got a wrench at the blink. Nigga, get in the conversation. Shit. I don't want the kumbaya. Wait, what? What I say? Did I say something wrong? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess everybody confused because you talking about deleting people as if it's a good thing. And that's kind of confusing to me too. So that's why I'm like, I don't know
I'm
where
not
to go with that one.
necessarily. See, the thing is for me, what I'm saying to you is that, or to the panel, or to the chat, mostly the chat, because I'm in here too watching the chat too. Uh, I don't know. You ever see Blood Diamond? See Blood Diamond?
Unfortunately, I seen the movie, but what
Oh,
does this have to do with
I'm about to tell you.
killing people? I'm like,
Just walk with me. So you
I really
knew.
don't want to, but
Oh,
damn.
no. I mean, it's up. I mean, it's up to you. Like I said, I'm chilling. I'm just chilling.
Go
Got
ahead. I mean, we didn't started the journey. Might as well finish it.
well, on the Blood Diamond, there's three factions of the people on that in that movie. It's the faction that's willing to work with the Europeans. Then you have the rebels, and then you have the innocents that just doesn't want to be involved with either part. And the group that's the movie is centered around is the group that doesn't want to deal with either part. But in the understanding what's going on, the rebels had the right philosophy, and their philosophy is long sleeves or short sleeves. You either gonna get with us, because eventually you're gonna team up with the other team that's working with the Europeans,
So
and
it's get down and lay down, basically.
that's basically because when the European comes to you and he invades your country, it's either get down or lay down. There isn't no no.
So is that what like? I don't know. I don't want to. I'm gonna just leave it alone because that whole situation over there with BBQ is kind of weird to me. Like I don't know what's going on with dude. I've been like listening when I hear stuff about it and watching, but it's like what is going on with dude? But I don't want to go down that route.
It's three factions over there. It's three factions over there.
I understand that.
So I mean, you have to pick one of the two factions. There is nothing innocent. There's nothing innocent. I mean, it's a major part of the human population across the
So there's
globe.
no so there's no so there's no one innocent over there.
No,
Basically, the newborns are guilty of what? The babies are guilty of what? Being born in Haiti.
I mean, I know you. I know. I'ma
I
expect.
mean, I ain't trying to pull on no heartstrings. I'm just trying to get
Wow.
some sense of this shit. You
I
feel
mean,
me? Like it's weird, and I don't even think your heart got strings. I'm not trying to play no emotional mind game. I'm just trying to wrap my head around, like, when are the people, the so-called leaders, going to say this shit is enough?
from your perspective on how you pulled me up when you came in and you hit your unmute button and you pulled me up, I understand what you're saying.
Like
But
it's kind of like the same shit in Israel. Like I'm tired of, like it's like people can't just put the guns down and sit down and talk. This shit is all this death is annoying. I guess I need to just shut up because all this death is annoying as hell. I mean, I'm tired of seeing people die, but people gonna always die. So let me just stop.
no, I don't want you to stop. But you know the aggressor doesn't care. You know what I'm saying? The aggressor isn't losing the numbers that you're losing. And so that compromising element of your people, their numbers continue to rise because they're willing to submit. And you cause a lot of psychological dysfunction amongst your people when you make that submission. And then they turn their guns on self under the chaos that they live under based on that submission. Yeah. uh, hey, Tim Black, I live in the inner city. It's a war zone. All praise is due to the most honorable Edie Amin Jackson 2 times. Comment section is booming.
Yo, they talking shit. Somebody said, "Can we get a desert doula up in here?" Roy Chess, you stupid. Roy Chess, you a fool. You asked for the desert doula. Yo, you a fool for that one. Yo, that was the best one of the day so far. Yo, that was the best one. That man said, "Can we get a desert doula up in here?" Yo, I'm weak. Yo, I'm weak. Yo.
Chat is booming. Man, y'all should probably put the link back in the chat so some of these people can come talk. No, you think?
Nah, a lot of them just contributed by watching
Yeah,
and sharing and donating and
yeah,
supporting. Some of them join when they want to.
yeah. I know they fingers hurt.
I gotta know one of my stalkers has joined the show.
See, he said one of my stalkers.
Oh, shit.
Hey, brother, are you a part of the school?
No, I don't work for them like that. I'm part of the show though.
Oh, okay. No, I just want if you were, I just wanted to give you a major shout out. You know what I'm saying? But even way, you contributing as far as part of the show. I'm glad that you brothers is providing a platform for like this where people can talk. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate the moment. Thank you.
Oh, it's crazy.
But yeah, I like Edie Amin. I did. I like the principles of Edie Amin. I
Damn,
definitely.
this man brought up Edie Amin. Oh shit, I gotta mute.
Somebody said it in the comment. That's why I said that. Somebody said it in the comment. Thing on Capone and Noriega, real report, CNN. Hey man, I just was giving you a major praise, man. Mr. Pigeon. I was shouting you out, man. Me.
Who was that? You Mezzo?
Hey, Tim Black, I know what Edie Amin did to his baby mama. She ain't had no business sleeping with that white man. What the fuck you talking about? You shouldn't have slept with that white man. She bought that.
Yo, no cursing in the daytime. No cursing in the daytime.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry.
All right.
Is be disappearing like lighters when you need them.
Huh? What'd you say, Vyasa?
Said you be disappearing like a lighter when you need it.
Yeah, that's funny, sir. 'Cause I've been definitely punching in and punching out. Or I had a couple of, and I thought I was definitely going to be on today, regular, because I ended up having to take care of some things. But we here though. What's up, Ryan? L, what's the word? Achilles, what's the word? Jackson, what's good? Yeah, crazy. Oh, y'all still talking about the Rothschilds? I think y'all was talking about that last time I left. Afro, what's good, Afro? So yeah, I don't know where y'all was at in the conversation.
Hey, nothing more than this. I see they keep saying the Rothschilds in the comments. Just look
Yo,
at
L,
the
that's a fact, L. Oh,
just
go
look
ahead,
at
my fault.
the Rothschilds
Go ahead.
running the triangle offense for the Lakers or for whatever offense Golden State runs. Stop being messed up on the name and think about the game plan that they run. We're talking about the game plan. Nothing. Never mind the name.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I don't know if you're gonna be able to get past the name, because a lot of times, people here be more like these people, be more like these people, but they're not really necessarily. Sometimes I don't want to say it, sometimes the thought is off a little something in terms of where the Rockefellers or Rothschilds, I see you talking about the Rothschilds are at, or where they're at in terms of demographics, everything like that when they started. And yeah, and where we're at. And what it actually means, what I mean, to be a Rothschild. It's like, I get it. I get it in terms of what you're saying, but just like the name is like it almost forgets about the negative things that came with being a Rothschild. I think that's what the problem some people may have. You got people who feel like it's an unfair comparison or an unfair goal to try to achieve, and you got other people who just like, what about the
And
Rothschilds
and understanding what you're building, brother, and understanding what you're building in the direction of as far as the math and the sciences that you're talking about. In my brain, I can correlate that to them gentlemen. They are doing it now in the math and sciences, but theirs was founded in economics. You understand? And so, and much love in your platform, and that's what I'm trying to say. I hope that when we develop these scientists and mathematicians, they can monopolize the industry of science and math for the benefit of the people, the way that these people did for economics, to develop their people to become self-sufficient. So I try to explain it, but I mean, if someone cannot grasp the explanation and why I'm using it, that's on them, you know, because I'm showing empathy as you taught yesterday. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, like I said, I get what you're saying. There's been a few people who came to the channel, and they try to motivate the people or get people's attention in a bunch of ways. It's sometimes it's not going to always be the attention that you asking for. So
I'm fine with it. I got my what you call it, the 4A. I got my 4A on today.
Yeah. Whatever you gotta do, man, word, or whatever you gotta do. It's just like, you just gotta be okay with people who may
I'm
be
okay.
put off. People may be a little put off, and this chat in particular is pretty rough. So if you ain't got your fatigues on and Combat boots.
I don't got on my Amazon. I don't got on my Amazon biker jacket, man.
Whatever protection you can find, whatever you can afford, you're gonna need it when you approach this chat with certain ideologies that you may be, because I know they've been through a number of ideologies and people who feel like they got, I don't want to say the answer, but you know.
I'm protected by neuromelanin.
Oh man, they got a guy by the name of Dr. Death out of South Africa that has invented things that just attack your melanin. Man, so
Yeah, it's always something about melanin. It's always melanin is worth more than gold, all kind of stuff. Yeah, it's just a thing.
not just as long as y'all know I'm not a op. I'm here for whatever purpose I need to be used for to make sure that what you doing is successful.
Well, that's cute. Well, you talking about Q Butter essentially, though. You know what I'm saying?
Is this what's my man's name? Say your name again, bro. I know who you. It start with the M.
Yeah, this Miz right here.
Miz, yeah. Y'all sound close. Y'all sound close alike, bro. Y'all sound close.
All right. Yeah, but no. So but he probably around listening something like that. So I figure he definitely appreciate it or whatever your sentiments and all that.
Yeah. I know this is what it's about. It's about black nationalism. It's about black Pan-Africanism. However, those of us that understand that we black people and we of African descent, it's about that. So how I bring it is how I bring it. If you don't agree with it, that's fine. But I'm just trying to be a part of some people that's doing some black stuff, and y'all doing it. So yeah, that's it. I don't care about. I got the courage to at least hit the link and say what I want to say. Hit the link.
That is true. That is true.
Y'all got a lot of wrenches out here too.
I see. Yeah, that's Q Butters. That's Q Butters thing. Definitely not afraid to give people a wrench. Who as long as you ain't too weird, you can end up getting one somewhere down the line. Yo, what's the word, Corey? Bullock says like a Rothschild. We not against you. We just didn't know what you were saying.
Mute up, bro.
Who is that? We got Woke
Smacking that shit.
Who's that? Woke
What up, y'all?
What's the word?
Ain't nothing, man. I was just coming to bring some scientific information, man.
Okay.
Just letting y'all know, man. You know, for these snifflers out here, man, it was brought to my attention that Black Rothschild is one of these snifflers too, man. And just letting y'all know, man, swallowing phlegm can lead to diarrhea, man. So y'all should watch that, man. Blow your nose whenever possible, especially when you on a panel, man. That shit is not. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. No cussing during the day. Yeah, that's not something that people listening in is trying to hear. You know what I'm saying? Grown men that don't know how to like blow their nose and stuff, and then Black Rothschild was just up here smacking and stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? Work on y'all etiquette, man. That's all I'm saying. Like,
And reading in the reading comments, I ain't have enough time to hit the X out button to get to the mute button like I tried to. I'm a little under the weather, but not too sick to indulge in the conversation of black empowerment.
Yeah, I
No,
was
I'm with
talking
you.
about
Oh
that
yeah, I
the other
appreciate
day.
that too.
Yeah, and all of your
Go ahead, man.
people.
What you say?
No, I was talking about that the other day, yo. And, when y'all joining these panels, no belching and none of that. Like, you keep all that stuff.
Yeah.
I get what Woke is saying. So yeah, I try to keep my outside noise or whatever the case to myself as well. So yeah, I
Yeah,
just
that
do.
shit is kind of annoying on the ears and shit. I mean, most of us, we got headphones on and stuff like that. So it's like you picking up everything. So
I
that's
apologize.
all. I just wanted to add that.
Where you at with Marley eating his sandwich?
Huh?
Where is he at when
I
Marley
know,
eating his
right?
sandwich?
Oh shit, Marley is different. Marley's just different.
Oh man,
I just
don't
try to
let me
keep
catch
Marley.
that.
Marley
I
probably
would
listen to
stop what
Kid
I'm
Marley.
doing
I
to
just
join the
stop there.
panel to say something about that. I ain't never heard him. I never heard him. Never. That's crazy.
Nah, Marley slowed down on eating chips on the panel.
Should Marley put his camera on and cook a 3-course meal on a live?
Yeah, y'all gotta kick him.
Yeah, you
Y'all
do.
see him do that, go ahead and be like, hey Marley, we put you in the back until you done, man. So you ain't got no etiquette, you know what I'm saying? You don't care about everybody else having to hear that. So yeah, we just gonna put you in the back till you done.
Nah, it's the Cheetos.
Excuse me, gentlemen. My man Tim Black, he asked, what has the Rothschilds done for black people? So he I don't think he's been listening, but to answer Tim Black, the Rothschilds have done absolutely nothing for black people. But what have they done for their people, Mr. Black? That's the better question you should be asking. What have they done for their people?
Is that the reason for your name? Is it like, like you're gonna be the Black Rothschild? Is that like the reason that you're named that?
Y'all, no. The reason why I named it is for those that want to see an example of how hard we need to be going for self. We need to be going for self as hard as those people want for self.
Yeah, the
That
only thing I would say to that is there's no better example than you actually picking up and doing it. Because when you talk about the Rothschilds, you're not talking about a large group of people who set out to do something just with big aspirations. It was literally like one person who really just basically took off with a thought he had about how he wanted his family structured. So you right in terms of like, yeah, like you should be aspiring to, think that way and in that direction. But for when you try to say like, yeah, I'm just saying it in terms of trying to inspire thought and get people to go into that type of mode mentally, like there would be no better example than you actually doing it. You know what I'm saying? That's why when it's like you looking at other people and being like, yo, like, look, y'all, this is what y'all need to be doing, going crazy, extremely hard, and da 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 da. And it's like, like you probably, you can take the same example that you're trying to tell people to take and really just put it down and just go hard.
I mean, in my everyday life, I go hard to the extent that I can go financially. But I would like, it's like hip hop, when we listen to that hip hop, we look up what it is that the MC is saying to us, and then we say, oh, that's what that is. So if more of us collectively can understand that and join arms collectively to go that hard, me as an individual, no, I don't have the monetary backing or the king getting invaded by another country and he leaves his money here and I just take over and with his money, and then I give my son some more money and I send them to the 5 big nations across Europe, and I say, I don't care who make the laws, you give me control.
So then how you expect any other black person to do that? You just said they found a bunch of money. Like you literally just told me that they tripped over a bunch of money that
I was
accumulated.
trying to be patient as shit, dog, to let them. My bad. I keep cussing.
Nah, I'm just saying, like,
I'm
I'm
trying
not
to be
afraid.
patient, dog, to try to let them get
But I
that
don't want to
spill
make it
out. That's
seem like that.
horrible.
It's not like that.
Here we go.
Nah, I don't want to see they go. I didn't leave it. I'm not trying to make it seem like that. I like things to
No,
make
it's fine.
sense.
I'm cool with the. I like the pull up. I like the
Nah, I'm with you, man. Things do need to make sense, and he
Just
wasn't,
make it
man.
make
So
sense. That's it.
you had the right timing.
If you
But
want
You
people
had the
to
right
replicate
timing.
it, but you like, I
I'm not
can't.
putting it on any individual though. I'm not speaking for an individual. I'm not putting it on any individual. I'm talking about us as the collective. I'm not talking about any. I'm not
Oh, but
saying that.
brother, that's what I'm saying. With the Rothschilds, there wasn't a collective. There was a person who had a thought
Right.
about the collective who took up the reins to do whatever he had to do and then put himself in position to make decisions for the
If
collective. That's
anything,
how
he
that
messed over people that look like that
Right.
look like him just for his family. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't on no for my people. He was for my family. He wasn't for no my people stuff.
No, but he's talking more so about leaning more so towards about the Israel thing and everything like that. And what I'm telling him is he put himself in a position to do that. He didn't put his whole people in a position to do that. He took the reins himself and then got so powerful that he could from there make decisions for his people. But even then he had people going against him who was disagreeing with some of his plans, some of his own people. You know, you got I forgot the other guy opposed to Theodore Herzl and them. But yeah, you had a Zionist movement, but you had people within that movement who was against him. So it's like the same thing here. It's like you're gonna have people who come up with stuff with great ideas. You have people oppose them because that's just the nature of people. But
Hey, thanks though, man. I appreciate that part that you really do understand my perspective. I appreciate that. Thank you. And I'm not saying that it's necessarily going to work. I'm just throwing my, we all in. I'm just throwing my perspective out there. I appreciate you really grasping because you do understand at least what I'm saying. I thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah. I mean, the name itself, I get it with Rothschild. You're just talking about another level of economic dominance to a certain degree. So I get it. But again, that trying to replicate people when everything happens and at a certain time, at a certain place, those two nuances alone gonna make replicating the situation difficult. It's like think about a scientist, right? And him trying to replicate the beginning of organisms, what started life. Damn, that's what I was trying to think about. Think about a scientist that he can have all the ingredients of life that he wants to, but he don't have the specific time and the specific atmosphere and everything that was going on, everything that when it was going on in that environment at that particular time that started life. There's too many nuances there to replicate in order to make life all over again. You kind of get what I'm saying? So it's the same thing with your Rothschild thing. It's too many nuances.
The whole thing is an oxymoron. Like your whole thing is black empowerment, and you're using a white name to empower. Like it's just dumb. It's just I don't know. I guess I get it, but I don't get it. When your whole thing is black empowerment, and you're saying for people to see that is supposed to inspire them to like be on some collective type of money financial building type thing. Like I don't, and that wasn't even a Rothschild type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like for the Rothschilds, was it for everybody that looked like him? No, it was not. People that look like him, like man said, had beef with him. So I don't know. It just oxymoron.
There will never be in any group of people a totality of the people that agree with a direction of the people. So
yeah, that wasn't my point.
And in this case, here we are on this platform, and the foundation of this platform is the development of students. So we may be able to develop a student to come out of this program or this education system to have the ideology to want to see their people in a certain direction and take that type of lead, regardless of what in different factions of them of their people may disagree or not agree or agree with. And regardless how you may like it or not, those people, the Rothschilds, along with other of their group, came up, and hindsight is 2020. As a result, we see that they get their nation passed in 1947, and we see their nation now today in 2024 competing and making sure that they're going to be where they're going to be, regardless of whoever feels about it. So I'm not trying to use them as just like they are, and that's just what it's going to be. I'm just giving an example of how hard we can be going for the South. And I'm not talking about an individual because, yes, Mayor Rothschild was a situation that we'll never find ourselves in. That would be like America falling and one person finding themselves in position with all the income of America. I know that. I understand that. But that's not going to happen. But I'm just trying to put a seed. That's it. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, we need to make colleges like Spelman, you know what I'm saying? Name them after our wives and stuff like that. I got you.
I mean, in Spelman, we got to make sure that it's not but in Spelman, Howard, else, and I was trying to make sure that we didn't do this, but in Spelman,
wives.
We got to make sure that we're not getting the Jewish curriculum in there, though. How about that?
Gonna be in there, man. What? Right. The Jewish curriculum, ain't that the same curriculum everybody getting?
Nigga be like,
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, though. But you remember at one point
there's an alternate history, huh?
Yeah, the type of curriculum.
God, kill me with that, bro. Either it's not real or it is. Like, it can't be both.
Nationalist, that Pan-African curriculum coming across the college campus, especially Howard. And then you can go check out Dr. Asa Hilliard, and Tony Martin when they got the letters and got kicked off of these campuses to see the direction that these.
What's the difference between the African or African American curriculum and the Jewish curriculum? Is there a difference? Is there have you seen the two?
The difference is that you hold all those enslavers accountable, including the Jew. And the Jewish curriculum or the European, Western American European curriculum does not want you to have that in your curriculum because, as Dr. Amos Wilson said, when you teach the people, if you don't teach the people their history correctly, you cause a straight you cause a education that won't allow the people to be as successful as they need to. I
think the history is pretty clear on who's accountable, regardless if they want to openly take accountability.
I thought we was on the platform
like if you
following the footsteps of the ancestors, bro. Like I'm telling you what I don't
think so. I don't think they be worried about the ghosts here.
Say that again, sir.
I don't think they be too much worried about what the ghosts did. You know what I'm saying? Like the ones that are ghosts now, like the ancestor talk. I'm not sure that this is the right platform for that. I've never really heard any of the regulars on here talk about the ancestors. So you might got the wrong one.
This is a Pan-African platform. This is a pro-black platform. How are we not standing on the shoulders of the elders or the ancestors? Like, I don't understand what we talking about then.
But what shoulders would they be standing on? Like, what do you mean by that?
Shoulders, the teaching, the understanding,
figuratively,
the results of their science, their findings, the findings of John Henrik Clarke saying that anything out of the mind of the European, Asian, anybody, the Arab, is for their imperialism, not for the benefit of us.
Are you talking post slavery or like pre-slavery? Those ancestors, or like are we following in the steps of the ones that were enslaved?
John Henrik Clarke, Dr. Barbara
Oh my
Sizemore.
God, bro! What do you think? I don't care about those people. What do you? What I'm asking you a question. I'm not asking John Henry Clarke. He's not up here on the panel. I'm asking
That's
you.
about though. That's where I'm coming from. That's the perspective that I'm giving on the panel.
So he thinks for you. Whatever his thoughts are your thoughts. Is what you're telling me, basically. See, that's why I said we gotta be careful with books, man, and who we tell to read them.
Part of them, yeah. Part of their thoughts are mine because I'm in total agreement of what they were teaching, the direction they were saying, trying to get the people to go. Yeah.
So I'm assuming the parts that are your thoughts that you share with them, it just happened to be everything that I'm asking you. Everything that I ask you, like is.
Ask me what you asking me, brother. I'm sorry. Ask me what you asking me. Ask me directly what you're trying to ask.
Oh shit! I forgot what I was saying before he said John Henry Clarke. I asked the question. Anybody remember what I said right before that?
No.
I think I asked about the education. Like, what's the difference between?
You asked
like
about what year? You asked about what year?
What year?
You asked who are you? What year are you talking about? Are these people from slavery that you fall in, or from?
There you go. Thank you. I appreciate that. There you go. Yeah. So I was asking, like, who should Black people be following? You know what I'm saying? Is it the post-slavery or pre-slavery people? Because you said you thought this was like an ancestor following channel where we, following the steps of how they was doing things. So I'm asking, who are you talking about? The slaves or the non-slaves, the ones that was in Africa?
Well, I mean, now for you to ask me that, I apologize for trying to answer that with a question, but you leave me with, what are you considering an ancestor? Because for me, an ancestor for me is anyone that's already passed and gone. So I mean,
okay,
are we going the most current? Or are we going to some super far away stuff?
You made the statement, bruh. You can't. I mean, I'm asking you the question because you made the statement. Let's clear that up. You made the statement. Let me finish, bruh.
I gave you certain names. I gave.
Oh my God, bruh.
You shouldn't even be asking me a question about slavery. These people that I just named are not from slavery. These people are from the 80s and 90s. Well, John Henrik Clarke go back to the 1920s because he was on the UNIA advisement board. So I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay. Great. So you're saying that we should be following in the footsteps of those guys, right? At least those guys. That's what we talking about. We're gonna stay right there.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, yeah, those guys. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Because the other guys, what I assume, because the way that you're coming at me and the tone in your voice, you're following in the footsteps of other guys then, right?
No, I don't follow the footsteps of any guys. But
now what you're saying is that you're making a path for your own in 2024.
Yeah, I would say it started way longer than that, but I mean, the path is not really like all my own. It's a path that we all kind of walk, and I just kind of throw like good advice or what I would deem as good advice that would help everybody along the way. But it's more so on the take it or leave it type shit.
So are you telling me that me giving you some advice from Dr. John Henrik Clarke is bad advice?
It depends on what you telling me to do. What he's saying, and
other than
It's just like somebody can quote something from the Bible that I agree with. Doesn't mean that I'm like, yeah, everybody should pick that book up and follow it. You know what I'm saying? You can quote something from the Bible that I can be like, yeah, that makes sense.
Not the Bible, because the person with the best interest when comparing the people that
Young
ever.
Ugly, calm down, bro. Calm
Excuse
down.
me.
You know what I'm saying? I wasn't talking to you.
Oh, so I wouldn't quote the Bible because, or people that would, because the people
Nigga
that
got
have
triggered because I said the word Bible.
the people for the best advice for me.
I got triggered because that was a very bad analogy to use a Bible. Like, we don't really care about the Bible as it pertains to black people in America and our plight. I didn't get triggered. I don't care about the Bible. The Bible is minute.
No, you did get triggered because
I didn't get triggered. I
you
don't care about
got
no Bible.
triggered
I
because
don't
you
care about no
missed my
Bible.
example, little ugly. Little ugly, you missed my example.
You ugly.
My example
Show yourself.
was I could hear
Show
something
yourself.
in the
Who
Bible.
judges another man?
I could hear something
Who judges
in the
another
Bible,
man?
little
Are
ugly.
you gay? Are you gay? Who judges another man? Are you gay? Do you like men? Who judges other men and how
Why
they
we
look?
gotta take it there? You
Come
still
on
an
now,
ugly
man. Y'all
dude,
the wrong one.
regardless.
I get on you. I get on your
So
coochie like a
anyway.
Muslim. I get on your coochie like a Muslim. I ain't the one. I get on your head. Quick, fast, and hurry.
Yeah, this is why Dominic and I can't be together because we gonna be an angry couple.
About ugly. How much money you got? What's your
Yeah,
finances
so
looking like?
Okay.
Do you have investments? Talking about some ugly.
Well, Dr.
Let the
John,
female tell me that.
yeah, I messed
Let the
it.
female tell me that,
I
man.
messed it sports gambling.
I'll be quiet.
They tell you that
right.
too, I'm pretty sure. But
No, they don't. They actually love me.
yeah, like I
Contrary to
said,
popular
your man
belief.
got yeah, that's why he never run. But what was I saying? Yeah.
no, I was
Yeah, he
saying
got triggered because I made the point
This
that
clown used the Bible in regards to our ancestors. This clown literally compared the Bible to our ancestors. You're a clown. You're a goofy. Be
is
quiet.
that what I did? I compared it to ancestors, or did I compare it to you can get something that makes sense out of
Talking
it?
about
That's
our
all I said.
ancestors.
Isn't that what
He
I
brought up
said?
the Bible. He brought up theology. He brought up theology in regards to our ancestors. Shame on you.
nothing out of good out of the Bible. Dr. Clark said anything out of the Bible is for white domination. Period. So we can't get nothing. We can't get nothing good out of the Bible.
She's disrespectful. I thought I was.
All right, okay, I got y'all. Y'all gotta run away from anything
See
of
your
it
bank statements
because
talking
y'all
about
don't
ugly.
have the proper discernment.
I bet you your
Y'all don't
bank
have
statements is ugly.
look at it. He still heard about that. Still heard like that's what the truth
No, once you shoot
always be the
shots,
best.
once
That's
you
why I
shoot
don't
one
make up
shot, I'm
stuff
shooting
about
100.
people.
Once you shoot one shot, I'm shooting 100, buddy.
But you hurt
Well,
though.
yeah. Once you shoot one shot, I'm shooting 100, buddy.
You're hurt. You're hurt.
I'm never hurt. I can
Like
never be hurt.
you
I can
made
never
the
be
point
hurt.
that why
I
would
can never
I
be
make
hurt.
the judgment? But why is my judgment hurting you that bad? Why you still talk about it?
I can never be hurt.
All right, clown. Anyway, that's why you still talking about it.
Okay, Goofy,
Anyway,
but you're not showing yourself though. Okay, Goofy.
I made the point, like just like how some of these gumps bring up movies and stuff like that and be like, you watch the movie this and that. Like, yeah, even a movie can have a message that you can relate to. That was my point. A Bible can have a message that you can relate to that makes sense. Doesn't mean the whole thing does. Like, what the fuck?
Right.
Niggas is slow though, but it's cool. It's cool. I know what I'm dealing with.
We ain't allowed to cuss during the daytime hours. I know Miz might be a little busy, but I just
Because I know how to. I can talk
Nah, you
without
just
cussing.
wanted
I
to
don't
say
use
that just because
profanity. We can omit all the
I actually
profanity
did. I said
and
nigga.
just go at it.
I said nigga, but it's cool. It's cool.
I ain't got to call you a nigga. I ain't got to call you out your name or none of that.
This nigga is a fucking weirdo. But yeah, man, I just had to let y'all know that, man.
Yeah, no cursing.
That just had to let y'all know, man. That
no,
it's
I'm
not
only.
good to swallow film. That was my one point.
I'm
Go ahead.
what you said, but like I said, when I'm trying to quote that our greatest, our best, our ancestors that gave us direction, and Dr. Clark said anything out of the Bible is European domination. So we not taking nothing out of the Bible, nothing, not a script. because we had basic laws and things that we already applied that we never even heard of some of the words and terms that they use. Like we never had the word for a prison because wasn't nobody in jail. Because wasn't nobody breaking off.
Clearly, I ain't talking about none of that, but it's all good.
Like, brother, like
the slow will be slow.
I'm not trying to come at you.
No, I know you can't. You actually cannot. You know what I'm saying, based on like
The service on you.
IQ and discernment level. You know what I'm saying? I already know like you can't. So I ain't worried about that. That's why I just kick my shit. I mean, I kick my stuff and I just keep it moving. But yeah, man, I probably come up here later. I'm gonna come up here after hours when I can say everything I want to say to these slows.
Yeah, go get a book. Go read a book, and then you can come holler at me. Go do some research first, and then you can come holler at me. Do that. Okay? Yeah, go open up a tome. TOME. All right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That was Woke is the New Sleep. A little exchange. Y'all know how we get here. Crash out season.
Malcolm X said, read any and everything you get your hands onto, because you never know where you get an idea from. And this goofy talking about books and trying to downplay knowledge. Like, get out of here, man.
Yeah.
Old student, what's good? Black, I see y'all in the chat. Yeah, woke up, got up out of here. Yep, so I guess that's what we talking about. Sounds like people had a little issue with the Rothschild name or be like a Rothschild kind of statement. So yeah, people won't have a problem with just about any idea, any ideology that you got, you're gonna find people with take issues with it. And once you plan on presenting your idea, your ideology to an open group of people who especially are opinionated themselves, you got to be ready for all kinds of ridicule and pushback. So, that's just for the future. Anybody who pulls up and they feel like they got something. Because all in all, people just want to see the betterment for Black people. Sometimes that want, get a little, for lack of a better word, extreme, or that want can lead to extreme ideas. Not just for lack of a better word, because extreme is going to be subjective from one person to the next. So, y'all know how it get. So in other news, what else we got going on, y'all? We got talking politics. I know we had some different things going on in politics.
Now, I actually want to, y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I just got these 2 books today. One is called Weapons of Mass Instruction, A School Teacher's Journey Through the Dark World of Compulsory Schooling. And I just got Malcolm X Speaks. This is selected speeches and statements. And I just happened to literally open the book today, and I find it ironic that the first page that I open up on, he's talking about He says, yes, a resolution came out acknowledging the fact that America has passed a civil rights bill, but at the same time pointing out that despite the passage of the civil rights bill, continued abuses of the human rights of black people in America still existed. I just, I just find it, the irony, and yeah, it's very disrespectful for him to, like I said, to downplay books and knowledge, because at the end of the day, you can learn a lot from history. The history history shapes the present. So I was a little taken back by dude's approach when it came, not the Bible. I don't give a damn about the Bible. The Bible is not my reference point. I don't use the Bible as a reference point. Proper books and proper knowledge, yes, I definitely love it. So, but no, I just thought that it was very ironic that I opened up to Malcolm X talking about how, because we love to tell civil rights bill, but that bill was not effective, so he was speaking about it then. So just imagine now. But yeah, it's just so reflection, reflection is pivotal. Yeah, reflection is pivotal. That's pretty much it, though. That's all. I ain't gonna talk.
No, you good. You good. That's what the panel's here. That's what the panel's about. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, because I was agreeing with the brother talking about the ancestors. Yeah, I'm big on that. I'm big on that. You feel me? Like, I'm big on, like, analyzing, the litany of black pantheons. The litany of black pantheons, man, Yeah, man, that's a must. I do that more so than the Bible. What you mean? He thought I was offended. See, he thought I was offended by him using the Bible. He thought I was offended by. I'm not offended by the Bible. I'm offended the opposite. Invert. Yeah. Invert. But yeah, man. So, nah, man, nothing. And he don't know me, so he probably think I'm emotional. That this is just who I am. It really is who I am, though. This is really just who I am as a person. Like, especially as it pertains to black people as a whole, but particularly in America. Yes. So, like spazzing out. Oh, man. It's my life, man, Like, for real.
Yep, yes, sir. It's all good. It's all good, bro. That's what the panel's for. That's what the panel's for. Y'all be easy in the chat on Young Daddy. Yeah, I know that. Young Daddy out here is learning. So his name speaks for itself. Still learning. So
yes, sir. I'm still learning. I got that from the ancestors. I got that from Neely Fuller Jr. He's like, when people ask me, how I'm doing, or how's your day, or good morning, and he said, I'm still learning, and that's true. I'm still learning. I'm still learning. That's what it is. I'm still learning. Yeah.
yeah, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I think that a lot of times that I see the thing with the ancestor admiration starts to begin to turn to ancestor worship, and then you begin to have an issue from there.
I mean, honestly, shoot, a lot of us don't, like I said, man, that's what I'm saying. See, here I go getting theatrical. A lot of us don't even know about the ancestors. We need to be, you feel me? Like, so I'm saying, like, you feel me? Like I was talking about as far as, like, not every black person go to jail and read books. Some niggas go to jail and come out the same. They just, they don't do none of that. So what I'm saying is, like, know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Let me get my thoughts. I gotta gather my thoughts for a second. I kind of.
Yeah, take your time. You all right? Take your time. Well, Mel always tell you breathe, man. Open the window. You good? You good? Ain't no rush. These
I had to
shows
pull in
be
the
on.
store real fast, man.
These
I
shows
be
be
getting.
on for 24 hours. You all right, bro?
Man,
You all right?
we good. I just.
You all right, man? You
Figure
all
out.
right.
Okay, that's where I'm going. All right. Bet.
Yeah. So again, that's the issue that I see, that people take the ancestors and they begin to they do the same thing they were doing with the Bible. They begin to worship it, and it can lead to some misinformation, because that worship clouds your judgment in terms of emotions, in terms of the way that your emotions play a part in everything that you do, down to your research. So if you doing a certain amount of research emotionally, that can lead to misinformation, just because of the emotional connection to the research. So if I don't know, let's say you got an emotional connection to any religion, but it's something that's something that you just hold to be true, regardless of whether it's wrong or right, or not even wrong or right. Just, let's say, regardless of how much it hurts you or helps you, that same religion could put you in a situation where the information that's contained within it can hurt you, and you won't be able to use the proper discernment to say to yourself that this may not be a good thing, and then from there you end up hurt. So that's just from what I see. I ain't saying it's a right or wrong thing, because I could be wrong, but I definitely think that these emotional connections to information and emotional connections to what you're researching can definitely hinder your discernment.
Discernment pertaining to, like, I'm just like
Discernment
overall
dis-
discernment, or
discernment. Yeah, I mean discernment pertaining to the information that you researching. So again, if you researching information that doesn't necessarily play into the emotion that you wanted to, the feel good. And let's say that you want the research to make you feel good. If the information that you're researching doesn't make you feel good at that point, then you not readily going to want to accept it, even if the information may be factual. And then the
It's called
opposite.
confirmation bias.
Yeah, it's definitely called confirmation bias.
Confirmation bias. That's when people looking for information that confirms or validates their perspective, even though that they're still wrong. And the information is not out there. So they can't find nothing, but they're looking for it to confirm their bias.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Y'all see Marley with the under the blanket interruption. What's good, Marley G's?
What's going on? Yeah, confirmation bias. Yeah, a lot of us have that. When you're doing research, and that's why when you're doing research, they ask you to look for certain sources and references, and to back up what you're saying and make sure that they're credible. Not saying that they're credible because it's coming from somebody that's European, but credible in the sense that it has went through the proper scholarship and been reviewed, and things have been overlooked. So that's when we talk about things like history or even science. Like, history is subjective, but the events is objective because they happen, So it's like a meteor hitting the earth or hitting Seattle, where Young Deity is from. And, Young Deity sees the comet hit the earth, in Seattle. That was objective. So that event actually happened. Now, what would be subjective would be the perspective of, and it could be based off of where young deity was standing, what I'm saying, of how he's seen it and where it was coming from. And then like I say, I could see it coming from. So that's when it comes subjective. And then you're dealing with when you're dealing with scientific research or experiments, a lot of the times, especially when you're dealing with physics and chemistry, they're quantified, so like with numbers and stuff like that, it's either, like I always say, it's either it's right or it's wrong or it's undefined. So you really can't like lie with those things. Now, people will say like, oh, people are indoctrinated, but these things are not like a system of beliefs. They're actually empirical data. So it's not a system of beliefs. I think what people are trying to convey is that because the people were not there and they're hearing these stories about these events, or because people can't do the mathematical problems, or, what I'm saying, it just means that they don't know how to do it. But just because they don't know how to do it, or they don't know how to solve an equation, it doesn't mean that it's not true. All it means is just that they're just ignorant to actually doing the problems, you know. So I hear a lot of the pseudo say that sometimes, like, y'all been indoctrinated. Indoctrination has to do with a system of beliefs. It's a system of beliefs. Now I think what they're trying to say is that because, we weren't there to witness the events, or because we never did the experiments ourselves, and we haven't done the ourselves personally, they're saying that how we're indoctrinated because we believe the information of the people who did do this work. Right? Now the thing that's different from this in religion is that religion and spirituality is a system of beliefs. So you can be indoctrinated with those things because it's not empirical data and hasn't been quantified. So they try to like mix it up, to make it seem like it's the same, and it's not the same. This is empirical data, you know. And it's also objective. Now when you're dealing with like theology and stuff like that, it's more subjective because now you have different religious groups who might say that this is this, or this is this, or this is this, this is the truth, or this is this, or whatever. But that's what makes it subjective in those fields. So in religion, yeah, it'll be subjective, and it's more of a belief because people are indoctrinated. They haven't really proven anything, but in science, it's proven. Like these historical events that happen in history, it happened. Like World War II happened. The genocide on Native Americans, it happened. Like there's rhetoric of these things throughout history. So these things, like, they're not making this up. And like I said, they can tell the story from their perspective, and somebody might disagree and say that they're lying, or they may leave things, information out. So some people might be like, oh, they're lying, but leaving information out is not lying. And talking from your perspective of how you've seen it is not lying as well.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, so the ancestor worship and the ancestor recognition, or ancestor, to identify them, giving them their props and all that, it can be a slippery slope. So,
What's up?
What's good, Skinny?
What's going on, Skinny?
I ain't trying to
On the
push back on what
ancestor
Barney
thing
said,
and
but
on the
what Mizzo was explaining is more falling into nostalgic thinking and leading one to get stuck in the past.
Oh, what you said about me?
Nah, nobody says you, Molly.
Oh.
what I was gonna say was just on the ancestor thing and the even they I was trying to get up earlier before Dude had left, but the whole even the pushback on the books and all of that and reading. I don't think there's I don't think he was even I don't think that's what he was trying to articulate was is something wrong with that or that I think the problem is a lot of times I look at it sometimes and I listen to everybody I listen to a lot of people over the years since we've been on here, right? And sometimes you can kind of see the gradual, like if you've ever been in the church, you ever watch somebody that go through their stages, like they get saved, and then when they first get saved or whatever, or take up the religion, like that's all they can talk about. I gotta watch my language for guys daytime. But that's all they can talk about. Like you can be asking them about the game and they go into Jesus this or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You be like, dog, I get it. Because they're just pumped up. It's new for them, right? They're excited, they're learning stuff, they're getting a spiritual feeling, all of that, right? We all get that, right? That's kind of sometimes how I look at like some of the people that come into this space or to the pro-black space and stuff or whatever. I think the issue is, Deity, and I hope you listen, Deity. I think sometimes it comes off as like y'all don't when people start quoting Dr. such and such this person and all, all the leaders or teachers you want to name or whatever. Sometimes it comes off as if you are word it becomes to sound like idolization at some point. Like it's okay to read these people getting even get inspired, and I like to use the word inspired as opposed to these are my master teachers and all of that, where y'all be going sometimes with it. It just becomes to give like you're not thinking for yourselves. Like if you're reading Malcolm and all of these people that y'all claim y'all reading, these people shouldn't be inspiring you, and you should be pulling things from. Like it's okay to learn things from them, but when y'all come up and every time you open your mouth is such and such said this and Dr. such and such told us, it's like, oh, right, it kind of gives you don't have a mind on your own. And then another thing is we have to realize too that they lived in a different time frame too, right? So even their strategies and things that maybe they may have been on back then, it doesn't mean it's going to work now. So sometimes even when y'all come in with that rhetoric, it's kind of the strategy. Sometimes you got to think when you're up here with thinking people, they're sitting back like, okay, that sound cool, my nigga. And yeah, we read that book in high school too, bro, but
I can
it's
see some.
2020, whatever. Like we gotta move differently. Like that ain't gonna work. So I think that's, not to offend nobody, but I think it becomes y'all start to sound religious with, and a lot of pro-blacks do this, man. It's like y'all betrayed the church. Like a lot of people run to pro-blackness because they been hurt in the church. They done left their religion. And that's why I was saying in the chat. Let's just be real with that conversation, bro. Like a lot of people do. That's why you see them moving the way they move, and Mitch. And Mitch, you said it perfectly. This has become a lot of people's second religion, as opposed to, you know what I'm saying, getting what you can get from it, lifestyle or whatever, changing them and improving your life, your thoughts, whatever, upping yourself. But I think a lot of times a lot of people come over to the pro-black space and the hotep space, and it's like you replace the religion you left, which is typically usually the church, and this becomes your new church. And then you can hear it sometimes like, well, Dr. Amos said this, and it's like, okay, but okay. Dr. Amos, they got all the answers, and maybe Dr. Amos' plan don't work here. Like, not to shit on Dr. Amos or whoever, but it's like, what do you think? And I think the brother even asked you, okay, I didn't ask you what Dr. said. He said, well, I want to know what you think. And you kept quoting another man. Like, these are y'all master teachers and stuff. And it's like, I don't know, bro. Like, I don't know. So that's just my opinion on the whole book thing. And, it's like, are you reading to get, what are you really getting from the books outside of quoting these people? So that's a lot of times what y'all do. Y'all just come up and re-quote what you read. Did you really learn something from it?
Black boys don't read enough. Young black men don't read enough. So
We're not shooting down Diddy. Did you hear what I just said, bro? We're not shooting down reading. We're not shooting down reading, Diddy.
It looks like you're seemingly.
You didn't hear nothing I just said. If that's what you got from what I said, Diddy. Diddy, if that's what you got from what I said, then you didn't hear nothing I said, bro. You hear nothing I said. You obviously didn't get nothing from what I just said. If all you got from that is reading.
Yeah, you're not reading. I'm just saying you're basically saying.
But that's your response, reading. From what I just said, your response is reading.
What you're saying, what you're saying does not resonate because for one.
I'm gonna let you have it, bro. That's what I wanted to contribute to that. Thanks, Mitch.
Niggas don't read enough. That's the problem. What are you talking about?
Shit. I agree with you, Skinny. And I totally understand why he's going off because he didn't catch the nuance and what you were saying. He's not saying that you don't read enough. He's not listen, bro. Listen, calm down. Listen, and then I'm gonna let you respond because I don't think you listened enough to
Nigga, go read
respond
it,
to what he
bro.
was saying.
Go read a book,
So
nigga. Fuck is you
so he
talking
said
about?
so again,
Fuck, like that makes no sense, nigga.
you're
At
getting
all.
you're feeling pressure, right?
It
You're
makes
feeling
no
pressure.
sense at
You're
all,
feeling
nigga.
pressure.
It
You're
makes no
feeling
sense at all.
so again, he didn't say people don't read enough or they read too much. Nothing. What he said was the books that you read, are you grasping and understanding the information in the books to learn? Or are you just reading to regurgitate talking points and sound like a parrot and just use these guys to stand on to try to be part of conversations, to throw them out there. So like he said, Amos Wilson, um, Jeffrey, James, George James said this. What are you reading the book for? Are you reading it to learn and gain understanding and get information, or are you just reading the book to get talking points?
Mm, 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 mm.
I would play the car crash sound, but respectfully, the man's driving, so I won't do it right now.
You a fool, Diddy. I did it. You a fool.
Yeah, I don't want to hurt anybody, man. I'm just up here for fun, bro.
I mean, sometimes
Yeah.
people have to. Sometimes people have to listen, Skinny. Take their
Yeah.
No, I
emotional.
am listening. I am listening. I got 2 ears for a reason. I am listening. And you always trying to chastise me and subtly
Because I want you
admonish
to
me.
be intelligent.
Bro.
Because
I
I
am
want you to be
intelligent, bro.
more intelligent than you
You don't
are.
read enough.
I
You don't
think you
read
can be
enough.
bright. I think you can be bright. I think you're a bright young man. I just think you don't know how to activate it.
That's a sound bite, bro. That is a
This nigga
sound
said,
bite.
I don't think you know how to activate it.
Hey,
You
You,
got
ironically, if
one,
I didn't
Sabio.
read,
Yeah.
you're,
if I wasn't
you're,
such a voracious reader, I wouldn't have what I have. I wouldn't
you're,
be the man I wouldn't
you're
have nothing
standing in your own way,
unintelligent.
young deity.
Just
Young
like
deity.
He
okay,
Say
so
say,
something.
he
Sabio,
say,
because
So,
he
Sabio,
say,
it's
you
like
your
this, bro.
own worst
Like
enemy.
we like
reciting,
Sabio, we
there's
all
nothing
got
wrong with reciting answers.
elders and grandmas and fathers and mothers that we got game from. We you know what I'm saying? But then there are some things that let's admit, like even now as we get older, we may have conversations with these same people that are blessed enough to still be here or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Or things you may just sit back and ponder on stuff that they, taught and told you, and you may see flaw in it now as a 40 or 50 or 30, you know what I'm saying? So that's my thing. Like
Right.
even with the whole idolizing our ancestors and idolizing our leaders, it becomes kind of like, which what we doing, bro? Like I
It's
love
like
Malcolm too, fam, but he's not God either. Like let's
it's
not
like
start, you know what I'm
it's
saying?
like
Let's not
It ain't
start
about being
deifying.
God. It ain't
it's
about
like
And
being
this is a
God. Thank you for saying that.
pun intended here. Let's not start making these motherfuckers deities. Let's not start deifying. You get what I mean? Like, let's keep this in perspective, even though these were people that was putting in work and was telling us things and giving us game. Like, bro, y'all gotta, it just comes off, like I said, as real kind of like, it gets cultish, bro. It gets real churchy, my nigga. It do.
so again, he not saying people read too much or they don't read enough. What he's saying is reading the things that you've read, learning the things that you've learned is great. But what else have you learned from them? Is that it? Or are you just using them to be part of the conversation, to have a gotcha moment, to use one of their quotables, one of their catchphrases? What is the point of reading all this information if it isn't going to bring you to another piece of information to help you continue to move forward? You should not just be stuck in a book that was written in 1980. You should be reading something that hold up. I'm almost through. If you found something in 1980, there should be something that either corroborates, updates, or makes that book palatable for the 2000s, and so forth and so on. If the information stopped in
Bro,
1980, that's it.
Can you park, bro? Because it look like you on the run, bro. Like this is getting crazy.
Damn, you said on the run.
Yo, he look. Just say it. Like this angle look like he like keep looking in the rear
I gotta
view.
be on the run.
Not a great example of what we're talking about. There was a time where, like, we look back at like MLK, right? We see a lot of his work, a lot of his, his speeches and everything. Even he, in his latter years, started rethinking things in his time. So sometimes it's a stepping stool or a stepping stool for the next level. Like, can you
Yeah. Even
elevate the thought, not
ideologies.
just stay stuck in that moment? Because
Right,
even he
right,
didn't stay stuck in
right.
his moment
It's
at
growth,
times.
bro.
Exactly.
And so, and
Exactly. Yeah.
honestly,
Right.
anytime
And
somebody
that's
do
what I
that,
was talking.
anytime I hear
My bad.
somebody constantly quoting, anytime somebody starts constantly quoting such and such in books and all, like, it just gives newly woke to me. Like I said, it's like you
And
just
yeah,
got
and those,
saved.
yeah,
It
and
just
those,
gives newly woke.
and those,
Like,
and those things,
I
and those
love to
things
see
is
my
subject,
young. I
and
love to see
those,
my young black brothers. I love
and
to see
those
my young.
things is,
Go ahead.
yeah. I was
I
saying,
love
and
to see
those
my.
things,
Go ahead.
I was saying that how, and those things is subjective too, like what Skinny and Identity was saying. So so people's ideologies is subjected to change. You know what I'm saying? It's not objective. So this is the thing that sometimes we hold on to people's ideologies or opinions as actual facts, and it was going to always remain the same. But sometimes people's perspective change. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I was talking about earlier when I was talking about perspective, as far as like in regards to history, it's the same thing. People have to have different perspectives. So that 1 minute their perspective might be this, and then next time it might be something else.
Definitely.
So no
I
one's
definitely.
questioning black kids reading, deity. No one's questioning whether or
Right.
not we want them to
Well,
read.
well, well, I'm just saying.
It's
Unfortunately,
the nostalgia that
maybe,
causes cognitive immobility.
Right, right.
maybe
That's
it's.
that's
Go ahead.
that's what I've been
Cognitive
hearing from.
cognitive stagnation is a better phrase. Cognitive
No, it's called
stagnation.
immobility. They got a term for it,
I
Savio.
know, I
Immobility.
know, I know cognitive immobility. I think stagnation is better because they don't. I mean,
They
they
can't.
both,
They not moving. Yeah, I'm with
yeah,
you.
they're not moving. They're
I'm
not
with you.
moving,
But
and
they
it's
got a
like,
term for it. If a part of it, the reason why I'm using that is they say it can be caused from PTSD. So if you reading something that's trauma based and you looking at the world through an emotional perspective that's very trauma filled, it kind of goes in that diagnosis. But stagnation is just as synonymous to it, Savio. So don't take no pushback towards it. But
All right,
yeah,
oh,
that
y'all.
that that
I'm gonna
nostalgic
holler at
look
y'all. I'm gonna
with
holler at
with
y'all later on.
just think about it,
Uh,
Savio. They try to literally
all right,
become Kemites. They try to literally become the ancient Hebrews or live in a Christian world. That's the nostalgia. That's the feel good.
I
But it's
got you,
causing
Logic.
the
Hold on.
immobility of the modern world and present and future.
oh, I got you. I totally understand what it means. That's why when I said cognitive stagnation, and when you said cognitive immobility, I was like, nah, I think cognitive stagnation is a better word. I've heard of cognitive immobility, but I just like the cognitive stagnation better because they're stagnant in their thinking. They don't.
Yo, can
It's
y'all
like
hear
it's.
me?
That's not what it is.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Just barely.
I didn't been through a lot though. I didn't been through a lot, so that's probably
Can
what
y'all
it
hear me
is.
better now?
But who's
Yeah.
that talking over me? But yeah, that's what it is. It's cognitive immobility or cognitive stagnation. So I agree with you, Lyle.
Can I say something? I want to say something to what the brother Skinny was saying. When you look at any group of people, they got their deities. They got their own deities. They got their own people that they follow, they predecessors that they follow. Now, me myself, I'm not new to this lane. I'm not new to it or nothing like that. Because I've been on here quoting ancestors or leaders that came before us. And only because their decisions and what they seen, what was to happen, a lot of the times, more than none, have came full circle and came to be true to what they were talking about. So, excuse me, nothing's wrong with standing on the shoulders of the people before you that had that vision, that was able to predict what would be if we didn't take certain measures at a
There was
certain
no
time.
predictions that came true. Name one prediction by anybody that came true.
Okay, because just because you said Amos Wilson's name, Amos Wilson was telling us to be very cautious of the multiculturalism and to not define it to this multicultural coalition that they would try to start pushing. And this was back in the late 80s, early 90s. Now here we sit in 2024. You see it full circle.
Now watch this. Now watch this. I'm
not even
hold up real quick. Was there multiculturalism in the 80s? Was there multiculturalism pushes in the 80s? Was there older cultures in Americas in the 80s and 90s?
They were pushing it. They were pushing it.
Game over. Game over.
Game over.
Game
It's not
over.
a game over. It's not a game over.
The conversation's
Just because
done.
you said it,
Argue
but
with
it was
yourself.
us. See, this is what I'm saying to you though. Since who is that? That's the shackle, whatever breaker. See, you follow a certain group of niggas. I'm sorry. Is it dark yet? No, it's not dark yet. It's not. It's still early. You're following a certain ideology, but the people that you're following didn't follow Dr. Amos Wilson, and Dr. Amos Wilson told us, as those people were pushing it in the 80s, in the 90s, to not follow it. He was saying, do not follow it.
Okay, now again, I'm going to ask you.
Hold on, let me finish my last sentence, please. Let me finish my last sentence, please. And not to follow it because of the integration movement that he's seen before that, and you will not get your total benefits that you're due.
All right. Now, again, we already know that multiculturalism pushes was here. Now, I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah. It's been a long day.
It's all right. I understand. I had a long day too.
Under this idea of standing on the shoulders of the ancestors, is it that we're supposed to look at the work that they did and take from it, or are we supposed to stand on the work and live in the moment that they were in and try to recreate those moments? Which one is it? Are we supposed to build off their work, or are we supposed to try to recreate their moment?
You're supposed to continue to build on their work.
All right. So if that's the case, then why do we have a bunch of people that are trying to recreate those moments?
Yeah, what you're asking me is the same reason why the house in the field.
Because that kind of what tends to happen.
What you're asking me is the same reason why the house in the field Negroes didn't follow the example of the runaways.
Don't be quoting that stuff now. No, don't quote that. Don't quote the history, brother. You can't quote the history. Don't quote no ancestors. Don't quote no historical.
Hold on, can he
That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work.
That's gonna work.
No, that's not gonna work. I want a direct
quickly get a
answer to
word
what
in
I
right
asked.
quick, Joe? I've been sitting kind of patient, man. I think there's a unfortunate reality with what y'all actually talking about, right? Because if you need to be a carbon copy of those ancestors, then that kind of means you don't have anything intellectually to add to that legacy, right? That's really what it means. It means that you can't look at it for yourself disseminate the good part and the bad part, and realize, hey, this is the part I can't keep, I can't use. This is a part of it I can't use, and this is how
Why you
I
have to
would
go straight
update
to the
it.
point, Logic? Well, I'm trying to work us up to it.
No, let's go straight to the point. Because as of today in 2024, there's no lane, there's no remnants, there's nothing. The closest thing you have to those elders or ancestors is us sitting here talking on the panel. But the opposition
progress
path,
right there happened. I'm telling
but
you.
the opposition path, the integrationists, the NAACP, the civil rights movement, we continue to build on their direction.
See how stupid it get, yo?
Nah, that's not
NAACP
stupid
got us
at
out
all.
of that's what ended Jim Crow, right? NAACP did that. That wasn't Pan-Africanism.
They ended Jim because Pan-Africanism wasn't pushing for integrationism. Pan-Africanism wasn't pushing it in Jim Crow. They were pushing for self-determination. They were pushing to go head up.
How was you gonna
with
get
the
that during Jim Crow, yo?
What do you mean? When Nat Turner decided to run from the plantation, he wasn't pushing for integration. He was pushing for
I just
freedom.
accused you of not having anything intellectual to add to their legacy. And now
What do you
you're up here
mean?
telling me that we should have
Saying
stayed
that I
in
don't have
Jim Crow,
enough
yo.
intellectual to add to their legacy. When I'm telling you,
You're saying that we should have
you won't
stayed in
even
Jim Crow.
come down. You won't even come into their lane. You sit into the. It sounds to me
What
that
lane?
you integration
That's
lane.
taboo. Don't be quoting them ancestors now. I mean, doing that.
I mean, what lane are they in? What are you talking about?
I'm talking the lane that you're obviously not.
Y'all think
Malcolm is
quoted
the reason why.
y'all think quoted ancestors make y'all sound smart because y'all can remember something that somebody wrote down in the book. Hold up.
People was quoting the Bible every day. They make this a lot. They say the Al-Fatiha before every prayer every day, 5 times a day.
I need
It's
y'all.
obviously working.
This ain't the Bible. This ain't religion. This is not religion.
What I'm saying, you don't have the imagination to make your own.
I don't need the imagination. Bro, can you chill out for a sec? Because
I'm willing. I like.
Can you just chill out for a second? Because what I'm saying, what I'm trying to get y'all to understand is, you can quote a book, but can you take the principles out of that book and learn something new and build from what you just learned? It's not about being able to know. Listen, young deity. Young deity, chill out, bro. I've been telling you from day one. I think you can be a bright. You're a bright young man. You just have to learn how to
Appreciate
activate
that. I appreciate that. I finally got that about you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I've been telling you this from day one. You just have to learn how to activate it. You don't want to.
Young deity, you're
it's already activated.
No.
You look at any group of people. When you look at any other group of people, they follow the footsteps of their ancestors.
Listen, bro. We can't follow. All we can do is learn from the mistakes and the lessons and the good things that our ancestors did. We can't relive it. Trying to quote them,
reliving it.
No, I'm not. I'm living my own life. I am living my own existence, and it's not like nothing like the 1600s, the 1800s, the 1950s. I'm not. No, it's not the European. It's reality. It's reality, bro.
You need to be able to put yourself. You're not an individual. You're not an individual.
I am an individual.
We're
You see that?
talking about individuals. We're not on this platform talking about individuals.
No, we're talking about
We're not.
You're right. You're right. But when we're talking about your life, who you are, who we are, who you are, you're talking about an individual.
And your whole existence
I
of
am
your
part
life,
of the
every
we.
part of
I
your
am
life.
part of the we. I am part of the we. I am part of the team. TEAM. Without us, there is no team. Without the creators of Black, there is no me. I totally understand what you're saying without thinking.
We do.
So what I need you to understand is we can't continue to try to live off of those quotes. We can use those quotes and build off of them. Take the information from those quotes and use them to see how they can continue to move, to see how we can continue to move forward with
Exactly
that.
what you do.
Don't just throw the quote.
I'm not misquoting nothing.
Weaponizing information.
Don't just throw the quotes. Don't just throw the quotes out there.
See, this
to
is
try
what
to sound for a sound bite to try to sound smart.
No, that's not what we're doing, brother.
That's basically what we're saying.
That's trying to sound smart.
That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. People will use the ancestors, their quotes, their some of their great sayings, the things that they might have wrote down, and they were able to remember, and they'll use those to try to sound smart, be part of the conversation. Ha ha, got your moment. No. What can you actually do with that?
Listen, Mr. Shackles, we do not, me, do not quote an ancestor to just be quoting it. We walk this life. We live this life. If I was to come in contact with the young man still learning, I would be trying to give him some real game based off of my comprehension skills to know what was right, what was wrong, what we shouldn't be doing. Because when I come across a young brother like Shaq, still learning, they don't even want to look in my eyes. They want to run. They want to think they a G. They want to think they gangster as if they invented this lifestyle or something. So you got to stop him, talk to him, let him know what's really going on. We quote them in the same manner that that person gets up and goes to church, or that person that goes to the mosque and makes that salat every day. They quote these same things from thousands and thousands of years ago. So you and us as Black people need to have the imagination in order to go ahead and build and make our greats, our best, to go ahead, yes, and make that a religion, so we can walk in the path.
Hold up, yo, because that's actually what you just described is the problem, yo. See, just like those people in. Hold up, I heard you finish talking, yo. Let me finish talking. I'm gonna be quick.
I apologize.
So just like those people who are going to church, they are basing their morality off of the morality that's been given to them by the people in church, by the book. So you're telling me that you're not able to use or not able to form your
logic. I'll let you keep going.
No, you didn't. You just
I said I will. I
just
just want to add on before you go too far. But those people are using an enemy's doctrine. They're using enemy.
But you just said that you're doing the exact same thing.
No, I'm using our greats, ours.
Right, and I'm saying you're using his interpretation of what's right and wrong. So that means that you're not able to look at what's going on and have your own interpretation of what's right and wrong.
But who is
like you the only person that you should agree with 100% is you. Right? The fact that everything that he said that the elders were then why would I need to follow him so closely?
So
right?
If you want to be a doctor, whose curriculum is you following? If you want to be a lawyer, whose curriculum is you following?
You see, you make these weird comparisons as if they're part of the conversation. Stop with these nonsense.
You're trying to tell me
these weird ass analogies.
Bro. Before me, that's better than me.
Hey, Rothschild. Stop with these analogies out of left field to try to merge into the conversation. He asked you something very direct.
Real quick. When you use that analogy, though, you learn medicine, and when you get into the field, it's a stepping stone again. You got to keep learning. It doesn't stop with just what you read. So that is a bad analogy.
That's
for the
not a bad.
conversation.
I'm never saying that I stopped learning. I'm not saying
That
that
was the point of stagnation. That's the word that was used earlier. It's stagnation when you
saying that I stopped.
okay.
But I'm telling you that I didn't stop.
We didn't say you did. We were talking specifically about deity. That was the conversation. So this thing moved a couple times. So I think some people are taking things personal that where they shouldn't. But it initially came up when deity was mentioning about reading. That had nothing to do with it. It's more about understanding that those are stepping stones. Those are lessons learned by a man who lived on his earth, or woman, whoever you're quoting. But that doesn't mean it's the end all be all. That was their limitation because they can't go further than their own life. But you come along, you pick up their work. That doesn't mean stay stuck in it. Use it as a leverage,
And
is the point.
That's what we're doing.
Guys, creating this environment can stay stepped in it. Who stays stuck in something? Who stays stuck? Like I
I
don't
think that was
understand
the point, deity.
Like,
The opinion is that you're stuck in the readings that you have. That was the opinion of some of the panelists. So I mean, not to be disrespectful or anything, but that was where it all started. That, you know, if you quote them, do you understand what you're quoting? And that doesn't mean it's the end all be all of what you quoted. That was a very specific snapshot that you took and you used it in reference to something of today. But is it relevant? Is it if it is, yes, it could be. Talk about it. That's cool. But don't stay stuck on that's the end all be all, and we can't grow from that.
Identity withheld. What I'm saying is yes, we need.
Sorry, Sabio.
We need.
Go ahead.
We need to go ahead and place these certain ancestors on a pedestal where St. Paul is, St. John, Mark, Luke. Yes, I'm saying that we should be having the likes of the Dr. Clarks, the Dr. Benz, the Amos Wilsons, the Barbara Sizemores, the Nat Turners, the Nannies of the Maroons, their work, their word, whatever documentation we can find from their quotes need to be our Bible. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
No, if you're by a pedestal, you mean beyond scrutiny? No, nobody needs to be.
I didn't say that. I said
then if they're not beyond scrutiny, then they're not on the pedestal.
I didn't say that. I said there are works from those people. They for us, for our true liberation, they need to be placed on the best way I can describe it is using white terms. They need to be placed on the sainthood.
I'm gonna tell you like this.
You want to use a historian to liberate yourself socially? Like that's okay. I could understand if what you were saying is if you're talking about, again, Thurgood Marshall, someone who did,
I wouldn't use Thurgood Marshall at all.
I mean that he
Thurgood
kind of like liberated us from
liberated
us from Jim Crow, but what did the historian liberate us from?
But the same works that Thurgood Marshall used to liberate us from Jim Crow, he sat on the Supreme Court and those same works got reversed. So what is we talking about?
Jim Crow got reversed?
You know what I'm saying.
I mean, I'm trying to get exactly what you're saying.
Okay, maybe not Jim Crow per se the name, but it has come in other names, bro.
It's sad I gotta say this, but Nat Turner got
what is you talking about?
Nat Turner got turned into a belt. We can't live his life.
But
you can't have young brothers and sisters out here thinking that they can pick up a machete and take over the planet.
Yeah, but that's the piece to the panel. This is Afro. I don't think that's the point. I mean, because Nat Turner got turned into a belt, does that take away? I know, but you say that by asking like
as a form of liberation.
Come on, brother.
But you got Thurgood Marshall, and then immediately discredit it and say, no, Jim Crow is reversed.
If I had to choose
So
a
I'm
path
pointing
to
out,
take
I'm
Nat
pointing out
Turner's
the
path
consequences
or Thurgood
in those.
Marshall's path,
I'm pointing
I'm
out the
taking.
consequences in those two characters.
There's going to be consequences. Like,
Well,
see,
you
that's
gonna
what
be
I'm
a
saying.
belt. Well, you gonna
Hold
be
on,
a belt, nigga. You gonna be a belt.
No. Why aren't you a belt now?
You see,
Right?
Bayasa,
If this
you
really
see,
how you are,
Bayasa,
why aren't you doing it now? Like
you
that's
see,
see
brother?
that's me
And
like, man, go ahead.
that's what the dumb brother would
That's
say on the
crazy,
block.
bro.
He would look at me as an individual to go do something. See, that's silly.
I wouldn't even have
But you trying to put the battery in other young men's back.
I'm not
Hold
trying to put the
on.
battery
So
in anybody's
hold
back.
up. So why did you just say you would be like Nat Turner?
Because that's the path that I would at that time.
Either you gonna
At that
so you gonna
time,
be a belt.
at
Either
that
you gonna be a
time,
belt or you not.
I can see that.
It ain't no people being disrespectful now.
You would
Either you with the rah-rah and
Yo,
you gonna
real
be with
quick,
the rah-rah
can
or
y'all
you
can y'all
not.
restate the Cause I ain't gonna lie, I've been listening for like 20. I'm kind of lost. Can somebody state the argument?
So the argument, so the whole conversation is on using the elders. How we should use the elders? Should we use them
The ancestors,
to
not the
pump on
elders, the ancestors.
ancestors and their works? The John Henry Clarks, the Dr. Benz. How should we use their works? And should we use them as crutches to lean on and just prop up? Or should we use their work to move forward, to build off of, critique it where it was wrong, right, whatever, and use that information to move forward off of? Should we just cheerlead them or use their work to move forward? That's what it was based really off of.
And let me, brother, before you respond.
Oh, nah, hold up real quick before you respond. Shout out to Aaron Savage with the donation with the super chat. Shout out to Aaron Savage with the super chat word. You see the information scrolling on the bottom of the screen. If you'd like to hit the super chat, the cash app. Shout out to Aaron Savage. But you could go ahead, bro.
No, what I wanted to say was no one's saying to be stagnated and just preach their works. And I think that's the point that's being missed. The real point of the matter is that no one is passing the torch of their work the way that we're passing the torch of the integration movement.
When you say make a Bible out of their works, what else can you be saying?
What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean, brother. Because when we get up here and I hear you guys, you keep saying people's names like Thurgood Marshalls and Martin Luther King, and you're trying to just find better ways to their work. And it's obviously their work is not working. And you guys continuously run away from people that have our best interests at hand in its totality.
I'm confused,
In
John.
what way
I'm gonna
did
be
John
honest.
Henry Clark's work? Like I'm trying to figure that part out. Like,
And to keep it simple, y'all, just simplify a lot of this. To say the torch is not being passed, then how do we all collectively know these people's story?
I'm still confused. So
we're the flame of their torch. None of us can predict the struggles of the future. But to sit back and say we're not a continuance of their efforts is beyond me.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
I think a lot of people in the chat kind of lost too. Can everybody just nobody interrupt anybody? Like Vasa, can you just tell us what the hell the argument is? And then Deity and then Savio, like one at a time.
The
Or were you at an
argument
argument?
is if Mizzo is identity is still, yeah.
Yeah, I'm right here. Basically, Q, I think you got a little feedback. Basically, Young Deity stems from Young Deity and his books, and then quoting John Henry Clark and so on and so forth. And you know, it leaned on the discussion of how much ancestor worship can affect your research and different things like that. And I would think money, that's when he came into the conversation in terms of, he thinks, it's not enough ancestor worship. Like, it's not enough ancestor recognition. It's not enough focus on what they did and, you know, the praise that I think he feels like they should have. And then you got Logic. Logic thinks that he thinks that, you know, all of that segregating and nationhood and all that is like it's like a misleading type of thought, more so leaning towards integration and, you know, getting with the program type of situation. From what I'm hearing so far, Afro just pulled up while Wale been in the cut, and, you know, Savioing with the ancestor stuff. I think that's where we at right now. Identity been in the cut so far from what I've been listening to.
And then Skinny got on here and said something too about as far. He said he don't like people that quote the ancestors and I don't.
Can you just state your, like, what's your point?
My point, well, I construe the overall point as basically, you know, people were basically like minimizing the significance of.
No, forget about them. Can you just make your statement about the ancestors?
Okay. I feel that there's nothing wrong with taking from our historical Black pantheons and figuring out how we can apply that today. Of course, I wouldn't get stagnated or stuck in what they're saying, but like I said, as it pertains to the Black pantheons, there's many aspects and elements that we can use and apply today and not be, you know, stuck. So I stand on that as far as, and ultimately I quoted how Malcolm X was talking about how the Civil Rights Bill was passed for us and how then he was talking about how it wasn't even effective then. And that's applicable today because so basically, pardon me. So that's what it's about ultimately, brother. Like, there's nothing wrong with quoting the ancestors and figuring out why did they say this, or, you know, or etc. Pardon me.
Sabio, so what was?
So again, as I said, he was basically saying what I've been saying. You can use the ancestors, just don't get stuck trying to become the ancestors or live their lifetime. Like, and that's what happened. So are you just using their lines as quotables, or are you using their information to advance and learn from? Like, what are you using the information for? Are you just quoting it because you read it and it sounded cool to you, or are you learning from it? You using this to applying it to your education, your growth, how are you applying it? You feel me?
Hey, brother Q, may I say something?
Yeah, I was literally going. Everybody can say this so everybody can hear each other, because I couldn't even tell what's going on.
Yo, when we look at other peoples on the globe, right? They not sitting around talking about something somebody in 2024 said that's pushing the direction of their people. They're pushing the people that were liberators. So when you look at, let's just say, America or European people, they push Christopher Columbus. Whether how right or wrong he was, that man even has a holiday. They push President's Day. No matter how right or wrong they was, they push it. In China, they pushed that man that took them up in the mountains and they came out and now they got the red everything. They push it. So what I'm saying too, we should be having our best. They should be pushed in our daily lives. If I want to be a doctor, a lawyer, electrician, a plumber, a football player, basketball player, I should be going into these arenas with that Pan-African red, black, and green flag ideology and mind state first. So if I wanted to go play basketball, I would be studying that game of Jaylen Brown, because not only is the one of the zeniths of the basketball player, he's also the zenith in the educational realm. So that's my point. The John Henry Clarks, the Wilsons, the Sizemores, and so forth, the Nat Turners, the Thomas Sankaras, and so forth. Those people's works, the best of their works, should be in a book and should be praised every day, whichever day of the week that we choose to be sanctified. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And let me explain where I'm at. I'm gonna be real quick, right? See, like what threw me off real crazy, right, is that the quote was that we should make a Bible out of what these people are talking about.
Yes,
right?
we should.
That was a big throw off for me. And so what we're talking about is people, we're talking about people who are historians for the most part. They were activists also, but if you're looking at them as activists, they're not even the most effective activists of their time. Like if you're concerned about activism and liberation, like they're not even the best examples of that of their own time. So to say we need to make a Bible out them, like that just sounds ridiculous to me. That sounds like you really have a misunderstanding of what liberation is even about, or like you don't even acknowledge the examples that actually did liberate us in any serious type of way. Like you're at that point,
So what
like
about
you
if
sound like
what about if he made a just ask him, what about if the people you felt were actually worthy? If he made a Bible of the words from those people, would that matter?
I wouldn't use it as a Bible either. I would say, that we could, there's stuff from it that we can take from it and use it today, but I wouldn't expect 100% of it to be applicable in, 50, 70 years later. That I wouldn't be looking forward to do that.
I'm from the listening point, it doesn't sound, maybe I'm wrong. I'm just listening. The Bible, I think, sound like an analogy, just as a book of reference. Wasn't meaning like an actual religious book, just like a book that maybe we would have said
No,
like a book of quotations.
he quoted we should make a religion out of it. He actually said that.
Oh, all right, I see that.
I'm saying to you is that look at our people, right? Do most of our people use either the Christian Bible or the Islam spiritual system in their everyday life as the foundation of everything that comes after?
All right, Q buddy, you still there?
Well, hold up, real quick, Phoenix. I think the reference, just so he can hear it. Are you saying that you think that we should have a collection of writings from Black people that we go to?
That we live our everyday life basis off of. Yes, exactly.
All right.
Yes.
No. All right. So I think that live our everyday lives off of. So over here, that's gonna resonate in a religious way, even if you're not
Thank
making it
you.
a religious.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's the word. That's what just the very specific verbiage that you're using. Because I don't think the point you're making has anything to do with religion. If you're listening.
Now, is it okay to, since it's coming from Q buddy now? Everybody, cool,
I didn't say nothing
that's
about.
literally
What
I was saying earlier. And Sabio is and Sabio identity is that literally the words I use. That's it. It kind of gives religious. I start to get like y'all idolize, worship instead of honor these people. Literally.
And you said you don't like niggas that quote the ancestors. I disagree with that. I stand
That's
on
not what I said. That's
you
not what I
did say that. You said I don't like niggas.
I said that's all you niggas do. I said when that
dead mama, you said that, bro. Am I lying?
on your dead mama, you lying, nigga. On your dead mama, you lying. That's not what I
You did say
said.
that. You said I don't like niggas that be
That's
quoting
not
the
what I
ancestors.
said. And everybody up here knows that's not what
What
I
you talking
said.
about? I know what you said, Goofy.
So stop lying on your mama, nigga.
You did
So
say
stop
that.
lying on your
You said I
dead
don't
mama,
like niggas
nigga.
that be quoting the ancestors.
Stop lying on your dead mama, nigga, because that's not what I
Slow
said.
down a second. Slow down a
Hold on, I
second.
just muted both of y'all. Hold on, y'all. I slowed it down for a reason. I respect all of y'all. That's the reason I like Skinny. You just cut me off, and that's what made him jump in pause. You know what I'm saying? Let's just hear each other out so we can get to a point of understanding. Because I'm listening to y'all. This is like one of the most base. This isn't even an argument. I think this is literally just a disagreement. Like there's no argument. I think nobody's saying don't respect the ancestors. Nobody's saying don't have reverence for the ancestors. I didn't hear nobody say fuck the ancestors. I think just maybe the level to which the conversation in admiration of the ancestors might have gotten convoluted in somewhere in translation. But am I wrong? Does anybody here think that we should not have respect or reverence for our ancestors?
I think that there's a
I haven't
fine
heard that
line.
either.
I think that there's a fine line.
No, but here the verbiage. Does anybody here think we shouldn't have respect or reverence for our ancestors? Not at any other, just those particular two words.
Not at all. I don't. But
I use those words like you say this very specifically. Like
Yeah,
that's
no,
about
yeah. Yeah, no, I don't even really got a problem with the verbiage. For me, again, it's just more so that stuff is a slippery slope, because I kind of was speaking about the other day about people trying to come out of this or thinking about this woke sense of
Nah,
being.
but I think that's where it's getting confused at. We don't gotta think too much into the statements. It's like everybody thinks we should have reverence for our ancestors.
Yeah,
And
nah.
respect. You know what I mean? Like if everybody thinks on the panel we should have
I
that.
don't think nobody's disagreeing. The problem is people don't know the difference between reverence and worship and idolizing.
Nah, I
Like
don't.
that's the
Nobody. But if
problem.
you listen to
They
everybody
so they do they do it
no. But
all.
nobody
That's the
used
problem.
those words. That's what I'm saying. When everybody had their own time to answer the statement, nobody said worship. Deity never said worship. Sabio never said worship. The other brother, I don't know his name. I know. What's it? I can't.
No, I'm not saying they said that. I'm saying that's what they're doing in all practice.
Worship.
We're saying that's what their behavior exhibits. They ain't got to say it.
Yeah,
If you're sitting there saying we're going to make a religion out of Dr. Amos, like, come on, fam. Like,
But
let's
the
stop.
statement but understand that the statement, sometimes when I hear we're going in the panel, there's two people who have similar talking points that are nothing alike, but they resonate with each other and then they bounce off each other, even though they don't agree. It's like when a flat earther and a pyramid earther get up here. They're going to co-sign each other. Like an abo and a flat earther is going to co-sign science not being real. And when you really listen to them, they're not agreeing with each other, but they'll both will find some space to disagree with you.
or a Hebrew and a Muslim.
I'm
or
saying,
a Christian
and I'm
and a
saying
Hebrew.
no. I'm saying no to the reverence thing, because I don't think the most, from just looking from the outside looking in, I don't think most got the emotional intelligence to not allow their emotions.
No, but that's outside of the question. Is do you think we should have respect and reverence for him?
No, that's what I'm saying. No, and I'm just giving the reason why. I'm not just
So
flat
you're
out
saying
saying
that
no.
you don't think people should have reverence and respect for the ancestors?
No.
Okay, so you're saying we shouldn't?
No.
Okay, now why do you say that?
Because again, I don't think people have the emotional intelligence to separate the reverence from worship. In most cases, that we're, especially in these conversations, and this conversation where it stemmed from.
Damn, you gonna put me in that box?
He said, I ain't put nobody in a box. I just said the conversation where it stemmed from. There's actually been someone who, Money he could say it himself, but he actually said, yeah, it should be that type of reverence to the point of worship. He feels like, I think, again, it's misconstrued in terms of when he mentioned, look at the
Right.
Chinese, they worship this person. Look at the Russians, they worship this person. There's almost the thought that the worship is the reason why these people are doing good. And then that is a whole problem in itself. So when you say like the answer is just simple, it's like, for me personally, the answer is way more in depth than that, because there's layers to the thought process that's going into doing this research and the reasons why you're doing the research. Because again, if we're talking about recognizing what ancestors did for the betterment of Black people, that's one thing. And when you're talking about researching in terms of education, that's a total other thing. Now, when you're trying to mix what your reverence that you have for the ancestors with your want or your desire to be educated, you're going to find many problems with that. Because again, that emotional connection.
But real quick, I think but that will be a vocabulary issue, because reverence and worship, they're not even synonyms.
Right.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Miz just converted me, yo.
That's
We need to put that
but
in
No, but
Q,
the
that's what
I'm
we're
trying to
saying.
listen
But
what I'm
Q, I
saying.
think
Yeah,
that's what we're
different
saying.
words.
They don't know the difference
Yeah, that's
between the
why
two.
emotional
Let's
How
just
intelligence
do
is
you
like they don't know
how
the
do
difference
you
between the
how
two.
do you assume the
We ain't even got to do
difference? That's
because
an
we can see
assumption.
it. We can see it
No,
when
no,
somebody said, "Let's
again,
make
you're
a church."
projecting that. You're
Bro, hold on.
projecting
Because
that. You're
no, bro.
projecting that,
I
Skinny.
can assume when I can
No,
assume when a
you're
man sits
projecting
up
that.
here and
hold on.
says,
Let's not talk
"Bro,
over each
I
other.
can
Let's do that.
assume." You asked me a question. Let me answer it. I can assume when a man says, "Yes, we should make a religion out of it." What are we doing?
Can I
Yeah,
speak?
but you
He
clump
literally said that. So at that point, I'm not
putting
even assuming.
you
He's
putting
telling us
young
that's what he's doing.
you
He's
putting young
telling us he's
deity
making it a religion.
you putting young
He's telling
deity
us
in his
that.
own box, and you projecting that everyone is looking
I
at it
didn't
the
put
same
deity
way.
in no blocks. I literally, and that's why I want to speak. That's why I came back up. That's why I asked to speak directly to Q, so I could clarify before deity went into this rant. What where the conversation? Because nobody really told it where the conversation went as far as how I got into it. I came into it all upon again. It was about the how we're seeing how y'all idolize and worship these leaders
Y'all,
and
who you
ancestors.
saying y'all? Who you
We were
talking
talking about it was Diddy and I can't remember the other
I got
brother
my hand up.
specifically.
Don't
I
interrupt.
think it was Black
Hold on. Everybody,
Yeah, I got
listen.
my
Rothschild.
hand up.
Yo,
Black
hello.
I
Just
Rothschild.
let
think
him
it was
say the whole
Black
thing so y'all can
Rothschild.
hear it.
But
Hello. Yo, hold on.
yeah,
Everybody, just listen so y'all can hear what he's saying. Like, don't listen to
I think it
respond.
was Diddy and Black Rothschild was talking. Maybe anybody recall. So there again, and he was talking to somebody else. So dude kept asking him, okay, what do you think? The whole conversation that they had was about what Amos said and what Dr. Such and Such said and what they read and this and Malcolm this and Malcolm Martin this. So we was making a point. It's okay. Like we love these people y'all are talking about. Nobody came up to the hate on them. We were saying is though he specifically like y'all can't even have conversations because all y'all do is come up and quote what you read or what somebody said. So when we're trying to have conversations, like the brother said to Diddy, or I think it was Black Rothschild. Okay, I don't want to hear what Dr. Aim. I'm asking you, brother, what do you think? So then I came up and I was coming to piggyback upon that to say sometimes y'all don't realize that you guys, and I use the church Q Butter, you know I'm not lying, bro. A lot of people, we've spoken on this before. A lot of people come into pro-blackness, hotep, all this space because they're leaving the church. They're mad at the church, whatever their experience is in life, and they make pro-blackness and they make this hoteps, they make this stuff their new religion. And you can see it. And he basically just confirmed what we were saying. When
All
the
right, let me
brother said, yeah, we should make a religion out of it.
let
But
me
then
speak.
y'all are gonna sit here and question and say, well, why were you assuming Skinny? Blah blah. No, he said it.
Hey, Skinny,
Plus, we're listening to plus, hold on a minute. Plus, we're listening to the verbiage. I might have to go back on my. Yes, I don't agree with the word reverence and all of that because it does relate back to religion at some point. That's why I prefer the word honor. Honor versus worship.
I
Honor
ain't with
our
none of that.
ancestors. Honor our motherfucking leaders.
I
But
ain't with
this
none of that.
worship and idolizing and all that shit, no, you can miss me with that,
I'm
bro.
good.
I'm a thinking man. I'm a
Can
thinking man.
I jump in real
Skinny,
quick?
it's 5:58 on the East Coast. I think
I'm
Christians are
sorry,
more
bro.
allowed than
My
3 minutes.
bad.
3 minutes.
I'm finna cash app. I'll send my cash app. My bad. I'll
Yeah,
send my
yeah.
fine.
No,
Hey,
All
I
right, so hold on
mean,
real quick. So
yeah.
reverence means deep respect. You know what I mean? For someone or something. That's why I used that word because I was listening to the words that might have been thrown around, and I used that word very specifically. So, like, and I think that's what he was alluding to in the sense of marketing and the motivational morale that a people have when they, I don't want to use the word deify, but it's equivalent to deifying your history. So Confucius is highly respected and revered in his community of China as almost to the point of deification. So I think that's what he was alluding to. The words might have caused a space, and I think using the church on this platform might have been like a trigger statement, like, hold on, but you already signed on religions. Fuck is you talking about? Now you talking about Bible? Get them out of here. But I think to the brother that was saying, I think that's where it was just coming in across with the word.
And again, that's why I say that it's
They don't know
there's a situation where in people's mind from the outside looking in because of what's portrayed through the medium that they get in the information that China is at where it's at because of ancestor worship. that the Russians are at where they're at because of ancestor worship, or Europeans are at where they're at because of ancestor worship. And that assumption is beaten to people, and it's easy for people to get to that assumption when you're coming out of a place of worship, right? If most people are coming out of a place of religion, they're coming out of a place of worship. So it's a comfortable space for them to fall back into, especially when that worship becomes a literal addiction. So when you ask, do I think that? And I say no, because I agree with Kenny when Kenny said the word goes back to religious kind of connotation. It actually does. And even the immediate definition in terms of what you said, deep respect, that word deep separates it just from being respect, when respect has actually always been enough. Like you walking down the street, you don't need anyone that you come in contact with to have a deep respect for you. What all you ask for majority of the time when you're walking in the street and come in contact with them is that they just have respect for you, because that's enough in order for you to make it through your daily days. You're going back and forth.
But I think that the deep respect is earned based off of the accolades for the community. So I think that's where the difference comes in. It's not like in this generation, basketball players need to understand, socially speaking, no one has a deep respect for basketball players. They don't do anything socially. Sports players, they don't come off like Jim Brown. You know what I mean? That era of people being empowered through and being sports players, you don't see that. So that level of deep respect there's no Jackie Robinson in this era. The Muhammad Ali movement, where somebody's standing up on their square to build that level of deep respect for the person because they went above and beyond the basic. That's what we're talking about. Thomas Sankara, you know what I mean? Kwame Ture. These people are not the regulars. And people, that makes an admiration. So when I hear him saying other communities do it and it helps them develop their community, is because you're setting a tone in your community for what you see as something good. Like I was just telling my man, like I let youth know quickly, you're choosing to be a nigga. Niggas don't want to do nothing good. Black man, you want to do something good for yourself. You want to elevate yourself. So you also want to have a reverence for yourself in the future that you earn through your actions today. But if you don't see yourself as even being something that's going to be referred to as in a sense of respect when you're passed for your actions, I don't give a fuck about these niggas. Why am I gonna help these niggas out? They never even want to thank me about this shit. Fuck these niggas. It's different if we have a community of people that's all looking at like, nah, bro, in my passing, I want people to look at me like I really put on for my community. That makes warriors. When you have a military that's looking at leaving a legacy of being the most killer, then the Marines in all forces and military look up to the Marine sniper. I forgot the dude's name in Vietnam. Son got 93 bodies. You in the Army, you in the Navy SEALs, you are going to look up to that Marine sniper. That's the way it works. So you have a level of respect against, because it's a standard. So you're telling people, yeah, you could be regular and you're going to be regular. Remember, that's a regular nigga. It's different if you went in there and you looking up to the tops. So I think that's where the conversation got mixed up with what he was saying in the sense of reverence, and not to say worship, but it's also placing a proper picture for the next generation to understand based off the previous one. Like, are we going to really have Polite's picture next to Khalid Muhammad's? 50 years from now, who are the elders from this generation? Are they really going to have Umar Johnson next to Kwame Ture, next to, did you ever get upset? And another example, when they put Obama's picture in between Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, did that not pitch? When they put that on the TV, I cursed out several people for putting Obama's picture in between Malcolm X and motherfucking Martin Luther King's. How this nigga just got how, you see what I'm saying? That's the level of respect I have and reverence for their works. And it's not a worship, it's respect. Nah, bro, I look up to these motherfuckers, bro. This nigga's a coon.
But that's understandable, bro. That's not what was being displayed at the time. Again, which is why it goes back to I'm not speaking for you, bro. I'm just speaking.
No, I was
That
just saying.
wasn't being displayed, in my opinion. That wasn't what was being
That's why I'm
displayed.
trying to clear it so we not.
No, I'm just trying to get.
So I wouldn't argue with that, but that wasn't being displayed, in my opinion.
I
Go
don't
ahead,
mean
bro.
nothing by it, Skinny. I just want to get my turn before you get your second turn. That's all. I don't mean nothing
No,
by
you
it.
good. You good. You got.
All
You
right,
got.
so hold on. Let me explain this real quick for Trife. This is why we got to have a level of understanding for what respect means. Name what social injustices Obama handled for black people.
None.
Name the social injustices that this is why Trife, I need you to understand. Social injustice is a specific. Now, an accolade of becoming American president. We can go down the accolades. If we're gonna put him there, I would put him up with, what's the dude that started the Civil War? Atticus. He would go
Yeah,
with him. What's
Crispus
the dude that was
Attucks.
that?
Crispus Attucks.
Yeah, Christopher Atticus. What was the name of the first black mayor? Obama goes with them. Like there's people who were very influential in the movement, but those people were not social justice activists who actively put their lives on the line to empower black people. Malcolm X did that. Malcolm X created a philosophical perspective that is ingrained in the minds of black people. Martin Luther King standard of fighting specifically for black people. You can't put that person in between that. Respectfully, the future needs to understand that. My children need to know, no. If you want to be able to earn a stripe next to Martin Luther King, you got to put on for black people. You just don't get your picture put next to Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. No, you don't. Sorry. Move that nigga grave 3 sites over, please. He don't even go on this plot. How'd you get an F plot? It's only
He said move it over 3 times.
how'd you get buried? And I don't know if you understand, and this is what he was saying. Yeah, I think I'm
Oh,
joking.
snap.
If you go to American historical cemeteries, you're not going to get buried in certain spots because you did not earn that. It's a reverence for your life. You're not going to get put in a military coffin or military. No, you didn't earn that. It's reverence. It's honor. It's respect. There's nothing wrong with black people having that, y'all. And I don't think nobody up here was saying we shouldn't.
No, what I'm saying is I'm really saying what I'm saying. Like these people celebrate they people every day and they don't let their names die. They carry it on. They carry on their missions. These people are still carrying on the mission of George Washington. They still carrying on the mission of the Pope or whoever it was at that time. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying, yes, you should be at home every day, all day, teaching the lessons of certain people to your children, to your family, in the school, wherever their works can be taught at, because it's going to make the psychology of the child develop into a Pan-African Black first individual. I'm saying that exactly. Yes, I am saying that because I'm not taking nothing away from Martin. I love Martin as an ancestor, but all of us on this panel is going to agree in saying that Martin's last words was, I fear I integrated my people into a burning house. So he knew that his philosophy wasn't total and exact. When you look at the European, you know the Catholic Church is still in control in Europe in some way, shape, or fashion. You know the 12 disciples and what their ethnic group is and how these people use it to colonize and conquer the world. You know how the Jewish people look upon Christianity and Islam. You know, to be a Muslim, you have to follow the teachings of Christianity and Judaism, even though they act like they don't. I'm saying, yes, we really have to elevate our leaders, especially the ones that I agree with. We all might not agree on the same leaders. We have to elevate them on to a stage that where their works are carried out on a daily basis. I'm saying that. I am saying that.
Yeah, see, and that's what I was
I
trying to
think
point out
I
to.
think
That's what I
what
was
you
trying to
asking
point out
for
to.
already exists.
Yeah, but I
And,
was
and,
probably.
and forgive me if I'm wrong, y'all, but everything you asking for has been defined, at least to me, by being Afrocentric.
Yep.
No,
No, but
because
this
it's
is.
not.
But
Because
this
he
is
being because it has no repercussion
no.
when
But
it's
you
not
literally
followed.
just said. You
Everything you
literally just
asking
said.
for is Afrocentrism.
You li-
Everything.
you
To
literally just
I'm saying,
became
hey,
like the physical definition of why I said no no to the reverence, because
I
it
understood what
literally
you said.
no
All
no
right,
no I understand what you're saying, money. I'm just pointing out to Q why I said that. It's literally playing out. So it's like I don't think that people emotionally are responsible enough to do this, because when you're trying to be like these people, it's almost like you're forgetting the atrocities that were committed by everyone that he brought up, every single one. So is it the worship or is it the atrocities? Is it using the advantage of education? Is it using the advantage of education or is it the worship? Like let's take a situation where you got a group of people who are trying to conquer and become great, and all they doing is worshiping. And then you got a group of people and all they got is education. Like, what's more important? Who has a better chance of survival for their people? Is
I
worship
think we
a
saying two
need?
different things though, bro. Like,
No, but no, I'm not saying, I'm not even talking about what you're talking about in terms of the respect you, because I understand what you're saying. And I'm saying that everybody who, I mean, the majority of people that I come in contact with who talk about what we're talking about now, they're not you. You stand in a minority, actually. Atheists stand in a minority. Pan
no, but
Africans
I'm talking
stand in
about
a
reference. I'm
minority.
not even. I'm just talking about reverence for your freaking like it just keeping it, because sometimes if the conversation gets too attactive and it's based off attacking it all the time, it's not going to be understood. You know what I mean? It's just like some people got to get used to the language, and there's limitations we have, unfortunately, in our community with the fact that we lack an extensive or a well-developed language or uses of language and vocabulary. So you find certain things being described in ways that for other people they're gonna have an issue with. But it's really just for you to read the lines and like, all right, he's saying it like this, and there's other ways of describing it, and just give it time. Like, all right, they're gonna understand. Like, all right, you know what? Yeah, this leads people to seeing things like that. But if that's the only way you understand the world, that's just the way they understand the world. And most people understand the world, not to say unfortunately, through a religious lens, even if they're not religious. Look at a Tupac album. Listening to Tupac, I feel like a fucking Christian rapper.
Again, when you see even the question in the chat, like why are you comparing worshiping certain individuals to education? Because again, for me, it's not about the want to respect what an individual did. Again, for me, respect is an easy thing. But when you're talking about education and research and information, that's a whole different kind of situation. And again, they get confused to the point where one would think that worship is how you become, or how you get out of an oppressive situation. Like worship becomes the focus rather than the education, to the point where you would disregard what's considered science, and you would go deal with a person who's supposed to be good in science, and because of this reverence that you got, you're going to lean more towards that than what's a common reality right here in front of you, the scientific method.
Well, I mean, you can do that if you show them how to extract it. Like when I was starting the institute, that was one of the issues I had with how we looked at our history and how we organized the conversation. So even me saying social and just like we have a social justice curriculum, African studies and social justice, and we analyze the works of our ancestors and people of the past, black people of the past, through the lens of fighting and acquiring justice against injustices. So that way it's contextualized by the action and effort. It is a running theme from Ghana, from the ships, Amistad to somebody in Brooklyn doing a protest. There's a running theme of how we go about trying to acquire rights and justice and equality in the country.
Like hey Q, I don't mean no. If let's just say we was talking the science lane, and I'm saying that for the platform. Let's just say we was talking the science lane. White people, they hold these two people on the highest platform, and that's Albert Einstein and that's Darwin. Those two people are held at the highest standard for white people when you go to their schools.
But when you what he's saying to you though is the way you're articulating.
See?
I know, but I don't have
it brings about a certain response.
I understand.
Linguistically, you know what I'm saying?
I
Versus
understand, but
I would suggest at this point, let's just talk about what we're extracting for, because that's unfortunately for me, when it comes to information extraction from my ancestors, to me that's my perspective. Like there's not much to extract.
Bro,
Like,
and
we're
that's
really
why I
looking at
said that's why I was talking about information and education and separating it from the word. That's exactly why I said it though. Like it's actually speaking out.
What I'm saying is like what I was trying to say is if we want to teach when we teach science, when we teach in the science, if I was the teacher, I would be starting from Imhotep, Sheikh Anta Diop, George Washington Carver. That would be my basis when I teach science to my kids, so that they always had that black perspective first.
That's one approach, but then in the sense of teaching science, the approach I take is that the lack of representation is a reality of colonization, and that's something you have to put in the face. And it was black people who, through colonization, were involved in science, but unfortunately, we were largely kept from being involved in science, and it's a reality that we're still dealing with today. And this is why we have to be steadfast in our approach of getting into science fields and why we're doing it, because we've been systematically kept out. Then I explained to him how industrialization and colonization largely attached to each other. The cotton gin, the steam engine, the computer, these are the tools that have been used to move white society, as we say it, to the next level. And so we don't get into science, which we're in the cusp of the fourth industrial revolution right now. There's no black people, unfortunately, that's in the face of it. And if we just want to continue to have this statement, then we're going to just continue to do it wrong. So my approach is learn what we got to learn in fact.
That's what
There's another issue that keeps bugging up too.
Washington's in there. You understand what I'm saying? That's when you put your Booker T. Washington's in there, because
See what I'm saying? Look what I'm saying. You didn't have to mention any of those people. The way he just broke it down is like, listen, this group of people is in this position that they're in. We are a group of people who are in this position that we're in. This is the tools that they use to get into the position that they're in. This is why we are learning these tools, so we can get out of this position and not put ourselves in more position that we're looking at in terms of a goal. At no point do I gotta, it's like, no, this is about your life. Like, if you love life, if you want to live and you want to live and you want to secure yourself and the generations after you, you do not have to mention an ancestor. That's just life. If you love living, and it's just something that makes sense. Now, if you got somebody, if you're speaking to somebody who can't rationalize what you're saying and use logic because maybe they're too young or they don't have that ability, then yeah, you might have to use something like an indoctrination and an emotional. But I don't think that a person who develops logic and rationality needs that, because the way he explained it, he can explain it the way he explained it, because it's under the assumption that everybody can rationally put together exactly what he's just saying in terms of, look at the situation you're in, look at the situation they're in. Why did they get in? How did they get to the situation they're in? And how did we get in the situation we're in? What are the tools that was used? It's simple as that. But when you want to go, and it's an assumption that it's the worship or the reverence that is the key to why they got to where they're at, rather than the actual tools that he was talking about in terms of science. That's why I said the education got to be put separate. It got to be put at the top of everything. Education is what you should be your religion, and not education in terms of let me educate myself for everything that this person learned. No, education in general, as much as you can learn, period.
Hey, Miz, I have to
You can have both at the same time.
I have to respectfully disagree because for me, I want to put that reflection of that person in front of them, and I want them to understand the route that they need to go. Not because you don't have a choice to come down. This is the lane. This is the way to get to the Hall of Fame. This is the best way to compete, and putting that picture of themselves in front of them and showing that great example, and that example being there in their daily brain, daily activity. That's
But
why I'm saying
you can
that it needs-
also
But that's not
you can also
guaranteed
like
to work.
since you brought up the Chinese so much, what the Chinese do is they just remove white people's names from the nomenclature and just teach the science. So instead of saying volts, they'll say electromotive force. Instead of saying ohms, they'll say resistance. They're just very specific. They might even just refer to the periodic table by numbers. They don't even worry about the name of it because they know the names. Oxygen is this. They'll just say periodic table number 16, number 8, number 9 on the periodic table. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just straight science. Like force is force, gravity is gravity.
Not to mention China in the 19th century, you got your man Mao Zedong and what he did to his peoples in terms of the repression and killing all of his own people in order to force the people to move the way he want them to move in terms of industrializing and catching up with the United States. And if you want to bring up Russia, you got the same thing when you talk about Stalin and the Persian that he did. And then if you want to talk about Germany, you're going to have to bring up Hitler and the Persian he did. And if you want to talk about them same Europeans who was worshiping Jesus and was worshiping Christ, you're going to talk about the Persian that they did. And if you want to talk about the Jewish people, you're going to talk about the economic.
I'm fine with that because I'm not saying I won't
It's
say
the
that
purging.
it was
Hold on for 1 second. It's the purging that put these people in the power. It's the not being scared to spill your own people on the dirt that subjugates in the presence of your own people. That's what gets you in that position. It ain't no worship.
I understand, and that's what we talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
I know that's what you're talking about. I'm trying to tell Q that's the part that I'm saying like no, because it gets to a person like yourself, and I'm not judging you in that way, but I'm just thinking of more people like yourself who like, yeah, if I gotta spill my own people, I'ma spill them, and because I need to get to this place that I'm at, and then I know how much that is going to make other people look at me so they get the word out.
I mean, this, can I add on just real quick this Afro? Yeah, I just think it's something to be said too with the swiftness that we have in mentioning certain white scholarship like Newton, Darwin, but we're uncomfortable, or are we saying that we should be uncomfortable mentioning Jesse Russell, one of the brothers that's responsible for the cell phones that we use today, and or even going back to Carver and the contributions that he made. It may not have been as impressionable as Darwin, but it's like we're shunning when we mention the black people.
I don't think anybody's doing that, bro. Like, so what it is, what it is like people.
Go ahead, bro.
People like some kind of way it gets tied into this word he used earlier of liberation, right? See, like when we're talking about the man who invented the cell phone, like we're having a different conversation than if we're talking about what kind of tools can we use to liberate ourselves, from social issues that we deal with today, right? Like, and that's where the conversation starts to get crazy to me, right? Like, I'm not want to speak for anybody else, but I can't use Dr. Clark's historical acumen as a weapon against systemic racism. Those two things don't belong in the same paragraph.
That's not necessarily true, because a part of us getting free from white supremacy is us being educated. So Dr. Clark is not Huey P. Newton, Dr. Clark is not Thomas Sankara, but he still plays a significant role in getting
So
us.
watch this.
Hold on, brother. Let's conversate. He plays a significant role in getting us away from white supremacy. I understand the difference between Dr. Clark.
No,
Newton,
I'll phrase the question even easier for you to answer, right? So with all of his historical acumen, what social issue did he directly address in his lifetime?
He's addressing white supremacy all throughout.
Okay, so how did he solve it?
Hold on, brother. Let me answer your question. He's addressing the reason we have what are called Afrocentrists is because we were living. It's a reaction to white supremacy. I don't think we understand that and have that in context. When we talk about what is called Afrocentrists, it's a response or reaction to white supremacy and an underrepresentation in scholarship, history, politics of ourselves. So brothers stepped up and started pointing out things like this is a black contribution.
I understand that. So how did he solve it?
It has value though. I'm not saying that
I didn't say it didn't have any value.
It's not the only thing that we need, but it's a part of what we need.
I wouldn't.
Right. Exactly.
I'm not saying that it's not a part of what we need, but there's no need to overemphasize it. Like me having all of this knowledge about Africa, I don't see how I can weaponize that against white supremacy. That doesn't make sense. If it makes sense to you, I get it. To me, that does.
You got to be able to use them.
Well, knowledge about Africa and that whole reverence of the ancestor and how it leads to ancestor worship thing are two different things, right? Because you can learn about Africa in terms of economy, geography, and you can learn something that might benefit you in terms of, oh, now I can establish a trade from Africa here because I can find this product that's wanted over here. A simple supply and demand situation. That has nothing to do with ancestor worship or ancestor reverence or paying respect to the ancestors. That's just simply knowing your position in the United States in the capitalistic country and realizing that you have to have a knowledge of everywhere geographically in order to be able to take advantage of everything that's around you. The more limited that you are in the understanding of everything that's around you, that's as far as you're gonna go with your education about everything that's around you. So in terms of this whole you need a praise of this person and praise of that person. No, what you need to be praising is the scientific method. What you need to understand is that there wasn't always a slavery. So there wasn't always the people, or there wasn't always a people to someone to look to get out of slavery. Like, how did you do that manual? There were people at one point didn't know none of that. They had to understand over time that this is wrong. I'm not with it. From the very beginning, there were people who understood that there is something very wrong about this. They didn't need a John Henry Clark or none of that. When those people were walking down Devil's Bridge and taking the ocean rather than deal with slavery, they didn't have a John Henry Clark. They didn't have an ancestor. They knew that what was happening to them was wrong and they were fighting back. So sometimes when I hear these discussions, it's like black people are too dumb to realize that oppression is not good because of the situation that you're in. Like, they don't have enough understanding. So I got to indoctrinate these people because they don't have the common sense to realize that if you don't do something to change the position that you're in, you're going to be stuck and your existence on this planet is going to be fragile.
When we were the most competitive anywhere on the globe, we worshiped our own God. We stood on the shoulders of our ancestors.
What?
Yeah.
We stood on the shoulders of our ancestors.
The only reason you would say that is because you put too much emphasis on the damn ancestors, yo.
It's not putting too much emphasis. It's showing the example of when you were competitive.
You talk about existence like Egypt and the success they wasn't an ancestor worship per se. They were worshiping in terms of an ignorance. They didn't know why the things that was happening around them
was
Why
happening.
would you
So
say they was ignorant?
they
They
gave
knew
because
exactly what they
it's
was
okay.
doing.
Because it's okay. You think
colonized.
ignorant, and you think I'm about to mute you, Madon. You think ignorant, and you thinking monkey. I'm saying ignorant because the rain is pouring on this ground, and there's seeds on the ground, and this was making the seed grow, and everything, the science that goes into that. There's a time when you're ignorant to that, so you attribute why that's happening to something else because of your ignorance. So you attribute it to something like God because you don't have the understanding of why this is happening. And because your brain is already all right with believing, because it already was helping you get this far. But today, in this age, in 2024, you don't need to believe anything because you can actually touch things. You can actually, you have a thing called, again, the scientific method. You have a space where you see the success of what comes about when this scientific method is applied. You're talking through a space, this medium right here, that's here not because of worship. It's here because of the scientific method. You can have all the worship that you want, but if you're not applying the scientific method, you're not going to be able to talk to me right now through this YouTube platform.
I'm saying to you, Miz, is that I think one ignorant is a bad term because
I know because you associate.
No. Let me tell you what I. No, that's not what I mean. I mean that we knew the sun came out, the rain watered the earth, which caused the seeds to grow. Like we knew that science. We knew that. We didn't need a scientific method.
I'm calling cat. I'm calling cat.
Why would you call
you
cap
overstepping, bro? You overstepping, bro.
You overstepping your boundaries because our ancestors did not know. They wouldn't have had rain gods and storm gods and wind gods. If they knew,
those is you must be a
Kulu is an African deity. Oludumare is an African deity.
They knew.
See, stop. Oh,
you need to go learn. You need to go learn, black child.
I just put the new stream up, y'all.